Hello, everybody. Welcome to the pub. It's Saturday night. I hope you all are doing well. I'm doing. Getting a little disheveled, but that doesn't really matter. Who cares? I always kind of do. It's dark in here. Let's move the light over a little. That could help. And of course, it's the blinding aurora borealis. Might help. All right. Last Dance, how are you, my man? RW, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Been a very eventful week here in the world. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the pub on YouTube and make sure I get the comment pinned in case there's people who want to go that route. What a fun pub we had last week. Some new people. Just looking at the thumbnail for it here. It's me with a cloth over my camera and three other legendary live leakers is the thumbnail chosen by YouTube. I wonder if everyone sees this same thumbnail as me. Good stuff. Let's open up this week. And we'll throw that baby on mute. Stop touching my nose. Watching myself back touch my nose constantly. It looks dumb. All right, back to StreamYard. Very confusing. All right, good evening, Last Dance. Yeah. Last week's pub was a nice turnout. It was good to have the new guys. A grab shot and untrackable, I believe, not untraceable. I think it was untrackable. I think I'm remembering it right. Same as me. All right, that's funny. The old tissue. That's when I went off for a few minutes to return shortly, and I did not return. I think I went up and started chatting with the wife about something and then decided, man, you guys can run it. But I shall try to stay here for the entire time tonight. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Some really wild stuff going on this week between Israel and Hezbollah. In particular, the really a diabolical plan and execution of this attack using pagers and possibly walkie-talkie type communication devices. And on a side note, I'm sure some comedians done this before, but what kind of a name is walkie-talkie? I mean, that is so archaic. It's just great. It's a walkie-talkie. You walkie and talkie. Very, very, always thought that was a strange thing, but not that I'm a comedian, otherwise that would have been funny. Anyways, how they pulled that off, I don't know. You guys have some info on that? If you do, put it in the chat and we can discuss it. Did you get my page? I don't know what you're referring to, buddy. Did you send me something on Twitter? Can look at that. Strangely, the Twitter DMs aren't pinging like they used to. They oh, a pager joke. I get you. Ha, yeah. I never called them. I guess, yeah, they were called pagers. I do see you liked and reposted my my pub stuff here. Thank you, RW. Thank you, RW, for doing that. Quite nice. Quite nice of you. At least someone cares. You have no facts. It's okay. You don't have to do it every week. It's not a requirement of the co-host or anything. No, it wouldn't be. And in related news, co-host job coming up if anyone's looking for it. No, I'm kidding. They do a great job, Last Dance. I heard that there was possibly some scuttlebutt about Hezbollah starting to figure something out, that there was something wrong with these pagers, and that maybe this was a rushed attack, that they hadn't planned on doing it this quickly. I will say I don't agree with the randomness of it, being that there could have been, and there was, some small children injured and possibly even, thank you, my man, even killed by these things, which you never want to see. We all know war is hell, but ideally the children never get harmed. But you know, that isn't how it's going these days, sadly. English Bottle Cap, thanks for being here, man. Welcome. Got 8 here, so, and 3 in the chat. Anyone else who's here, throw a hello in the chat if you would. Just give me a hi. We're up to 9. That's a good sign. Just an absolute shite day up here in New England. Cup of tea. Hello, and Sammy Cat, welcome back. Hey, it's Topple. Hello, and wife. All right, cool. Tons of new people just hopped on. That's great. Welcome, wife. Welcome, Sammy and Topple. Topple always stirring the pot with his comments, which is cool. I don't care. Let's get a bowl packed here. As I was saying, shitty day here, but we did get to do a nice walk in the rain. Good gale force winds blowing, but you gotta get out, you gotta enjoy it. Nature. I never understood people who cowered inside from rain. It ain't gonna hurt you. Let's get a rain jacket. There's a lot less people out when it's raining. Yes, she is. Welcome back. Sure, that was fun. A fun time you had. Can't wait to catch up about it. When we see her next. Glad to be home. Yeah. For sure. For sure. Yeah, well, we've got that going on. We've got what the hell else is going on? Just the bizarre things going on here tied to the election, and I don't know. I feel like Trump isn't doing that well in his run up here. So I don't know. I'd like to hear some of your opinions about it. I don't think he's looking all that strong to win. I could be wrong. I'm not basing that necessarily on polls, but just a general feeling that I get. You know, my state is pointless. I know that, buddy. Spin me a yarn, kid. I know. It's the most pointless state ever to vote. So I am not talking about my state by any means. I'm talking about pointless for him, of course. I'm talking about, I know, pointless for any Republican. Yeah, they always are 70+% here for Democrat. So you like the gin tasting better than the whiskey scotch type tasting. I'm not surprised because I know you, and I know the whiskey scotch tasting. You gotta like that stuff. Like me and like a guy like Last Dance would probably prefer the whiskey scotch tasting, although he's saying he likes a G&T, so maybe he would like the gin one better. But I'm gonna say I would much prefer. And I love gin. But a gin is a drink that's made to be a cocktail. Whether it has tonic, vermouth, or olives, whatever. What the hell else? Gin and juice? That's a famous one from the city of Compton. Oh, yeah, you would have. You know that. It's one of his favorites. He knows it triggers people, too. I think it's a crock of horse shit, but I generally don't censor anything here unless I absolutely have to. You know what I mean? Like the stuff that'll get us all banned. And that, what Topple said, yeah, who cares? It's dumb, but ain't no thing. Yeah, there you go. Artie knows what are you on about? What are you on about, you fucking idiot? Good stuff, man. Maybe we'll be lucky enough to be joined by him, or he might take a night off. All good either way. I don't know. I doubt it. YouTube doesn't pay any attention to this. But you can get flagged for various stuff, so we try to keep it in the clean here, on the clean side. With regards to her, I don't think she's a particularly good candidate, but I think she has a lot of energy and a strong wave behind her. I really recommend everyone here watch Smirkanish on Saturday mornings. I know you guys are going to think, oh God, it's on CNN. I can't do that. But he brings up some good points. He's pretty much independent. He triggered some people today with some things that he said about Kamala. So, yeah, maybe we'll try to do that as an assignment each week. Record it. There's about 15 minutes of commercials, and watch it. You'll learn a little bit of something. And he has a good heavy lean on social media. Reads a lot off of Twitter. I think I said it wrong once and right once. There you go. She's proud of you, man. I heard about it. I didn't think it was a tsunami as much as it was excessive rainfall causing that flooding. But I didn't realize there was a tsunami. Okay, Topple's going to play the far left. All right. It's really going to be top or a top. All right. So they say the easiest way to remember how to pronounce her name is the punctuation symbol of comma and la after it. So if you can say comma, la, that's good enough. That's fine. That's not exactly the proper way, but that's the acceptable way for people who are confused. Poland floods. Jesus, everyone's flooding. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it, Last Dance. But, you know, after you have a couple, it's easy to screw it up. I like the punctuation thing. Comma, la. No, RW. No. Well, wait, maybe. I don't know. See, now you start to say it too many different ways, and it's fucking all over the place, and now I'm all screwed up. All right. Just don't say it, or don't ask me to, because I'm going to screw it up. A couple more bowls and a beer or two, and I will definitely be getting it wrong. Okay. Liberal Top is coming in here about he's talking about Trump. He, to put people in jail that never broke the law. I'd like to get some clarification about what he's talking about there. You talking about, Willis? Extra points if you can get what show I just quoted. I know how to say it. Okay, now we're going to get down to brass tacks. Which tweet are you talking about? I can't sit here and wait for the answer because the guy will probably just not answer, which is interesting. Who's this going to be? Can't see his face. It's RW. Okay, he's by a campfire. By the campfire light. Looking good over there. Nice. He's got, yeah. That's killer. Love a nice fire. All right. Not sure what his connectivity is going to be like out by the fire, but we'll find out. Different strokes. You got it, Sammy. What you talking about, Willis? That's about as far as I can go with it. I don't want to get too, What was the little guy's name in that show? He had the same thing, I think, as Webster. They were like real little. Willis was the older brother. I don't know. Gary Coleman, but what was his name in the show? That's a tough one. Gary Coleman, and then Webster was Emmanuel Lewis. Oh, you're going to get some cigarettes and alcohol? Very cool. Urkel. Urkel's tall and normal. And there's a cannabis strain called, what's his name? Jaleel White or something like that. This is a strain called Purple Urkel. And it's people who are growing it out in Cali. Who did they hire? They hired the real Urkel to advertise his cannabis. I mean, it doesn't get any smarter. All the 90s kids and early 2000s remember that was Family Matters, Urkel. He had that dance, just like Carlton from Fresh Prince had a dance. Carlton didn't have no weed like Purple Urkel. And actually, the Carlton dance may have been featured in, was it Grand Theft Auto, or was it maybe Call of Duty? And Carlton, the actor, tried to sue whoever was using the dance. And they lost because the judge ruled that the dance was too ambiguous for it to be categorized as like a signature dance. And anyways, how can you withhold the dance from the general public? It seems kind of silly. I tried whiskey that tasted like drinking a bonfire. Yeah, some of those can be what you mean is hot or overly smoky. I love stuff like that, but it's strong. A couple drops of water goes a long way in that kind of stuff. And honestly, an ice cube, but I know that's sacrilege. A lot of the scotches you're supposed to drink neat. I like mine cold and on the rocks. Problem is, old Smokesteve gets a little bit of the tilt going when he hits too many of those glasses of brown liquor on the rocks. Look at me here. I'm like Mr. Burns thinking about whiskey. Yes, whiskey. It's good. Can't just keep me away. Oh no, Carlton's going to jail? Come on, dude. No. He was the best. And in hindsight, I really do hate. I've always known it, but after the Chris Rock slap by Will Smith, I'm never going to watch another Will Smith anything again. It's the most punk move that I've ever seen. And his wife's literally banging other guys in the house that he lives in. I mean, come on. Dude is a fool. Yeah. Now, was he involved with Diddy? Because it seems like people are saying Chris Hart allegedly was involved, right? Is that his name? No, Hart, the comedian. He's smallish guy. You guys will probably remember. So smoky. Gotcha. Yeah, that whole Diddy thing, absolutely crazy. People have been pulling up these old videos of Bieber hanging around there when he was 15. Yeesh, yeah. Not saying anything went down, but 50 Cent has said some things over the years, and old 50 Cent starting to sound like he was making a lot of sense. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I see it that way, Topple. But I hope you join us tonight with some of your cigarettes and drink. Hey, Paka. Yeah, I know that Carlton dance was some funny shit, dude. It's a great dance. Bieber, I never liked him, but I never honestly hated him either. Catboy. Hello, Catboy. Welcome. Cool. Catboy's here. Can't watch Robert De Niro. I can, especially like, say, Goodfellas, I could watch. That existed before and even if he did something new now, I would be able to watch it. It wouldn't bother me. Yeah, I have to be able to separate things. Can't. Sometimes people have different opinions, and they might still be a good actor, artist, musician, whatever. For me, it's I might not have the same politics as, say, a guy like Dave Matthews. In fact, I know I don't. But that doesn't take away from the fact that I really enjoy his music. So I'm sure that happens with I like Bruce Springsteen. I'm not a huge fan, but can't put him down. What's that song? Where he says, I got a wife and kids in Baltimore, Jack. I took a ride and I never went back. Hungry Heart. Cool song. Yeah, it's just different politics for me. I'm not going to take him away. Would put him out of my, mind. Yeah, exactly. Love Dave's music. Mr. E, yeah, we were just talking about that. Go ahead and get the guys on here if they're ready. Cool. And see if RW wants to join in as well. How are you, man?
All right. Good to be on. Thank you for having me.
No problem at all.
Happy Saturday to you and to all of our great viewers and Topple.
That's funny. Do you take like people's political persuasions into account? Artists, actors, musicians?
I don't, but I have to admit that I tend to view them differently when I think of them after they've babbled politics, and it really doesn't matter which side they're on. If they come out with something that's just some jackass political thing, I just instantly dismiss them forever, literally forever. But that doesn't mean I won't watch their movie or listen to their music. It just means that I don't think of them with as much respect as I used to. That's what that means. And
what about a guy like James Wood?
Definitely the same thing.
Right, because he's kind of the opposite side of.
Oh yeah, it doesn't matter what side. You just they make fools of themselves.
Right.
For of course they're allowed to have opinions, but I'm telling you, most of the time when you start talking about politics, you're going to alienate half the population. And
most of the time is a good way of saying that, but definitely not all of the time.
No, not all the time, but it's and the other problem is these people, just because they're famous, they all think they're smarter than you are, and they're not. They don't know anything. They don't know what does James Woods know that somebody else doesn't know? What does Leonardo DiCaprio know? Right. Robert Redford, these people. It doesn't matter what their politics are. They're look at half the things they say. It's pure foolishness and stupidity. And I don't know. I just think I think they take their fame that they earned by their hard work of acting, and they have a lot of goodwill come along with that, and they burn that, they spend that goodwill on these silly political things that they're really, if someone put them in a room to debate them about these topics, they would last maybe 5-10 seconds, and then they would be like out of the ability to defend themselves. So I don't know. I don't, maybe it's possible that some of these people know more than that, but I've never, listening to the things they've said and do say, I get the sense that they're all fools, right or left, whether it's Scott Adams, James Woods.
Who's Scott Adams?
The Dilbert cartoonist.
Yeah, he's.
Right. But Dilbert, I love Dilbert. I loved Dilbert, and then Scott Adams started raging on Twitter, and I no longer think of him. I can't think of him as a genius, which is what I used to think of. That's what I thought of the Dilbert cartoonist. But now I just can't think of him that way.
What about someone like Taylor Swift doing what she did? Her actions, I thought, were solid.
I was just going to say, she doesn't. I don't have any problem with someone endorsing a candidate.
No, and the way that she has gotten people to register to vote, admittedly, this is very detrimental to Trump.
I doubt it. I doubt Taylor Swift is a big deal, but the point is she doesn't go out and try to lecture people on a particular issue. She'll say what she supports.
Sure.
But she's not going to go, like say Rage Against the Machine talking about trans rights or something that they are incapable of having spent more than a second here, repeating what the standard progressive line is. That's the extent of their knowledge, and that's the depth of their ability to engage, is to hear and to repeat.
Yeah, now, in hindsight with that band, I never really realized the extreme left leaning. When I was in college, I didn't understand it. I thought they were like rebels, and I really liked Tom Morello's guitar playing. But as time went on, you realize they're very, very much like socialists,
Hmm.
communists, kind of like
Yeah.
believe in that sort of thing. Still think they have some great tunes. But yeah, they were not really ever raging against what was the machine to them? Freedom?
Who knows?
Like
Who knows? Yeah, really.
in hindsight, I thought the machine was control, but it seems like control is kind of what they want.
It's possible that what they thought, what it meant to them, has perhaps changed over time. A
Yeah.
lot of these, that's over time. A lot of these people that were known as staunch free speech advocates, they've backed away. They're now censorship advocates. So,
Yeah. Howard Stern.
Howard Stern, right?
Are you looking forward to going to that free speech event? Is that what you guys are talking about?
No,
No.
no, we're just talking in general about famous people, famous artists, let's say, making political statements, and what that does to your opinion of them, and to and maybe how effective is it for their
I
causes.
zoomed in 9 times.
Hey, Sarita, I hear you.
I would guess that. Yeah, she's trying to take pictures of the fire. I can't turn this around. Here you go.
Lovely.
Well,
I was just gonna say real quick to that point that I don't really look at Hollywood people as idols, so it's just drivel to me. I don't. It doesn't mean much. So I guess if people really hold them in high esteem, then I guess it means something.
I guess that I mean you're a music guy though, right? So like musicians take political stances. Um, does
Not
it
any of the
affect
ones
you?
that I've listened to. Like I haven't heard Tool say anything.
Yeah, Maynard's pretty ambiguous with that. He's a great wine producer. Really good.
I saw he has a ranch or something. Yeah, he dresses like a cowboy and everything. That was a while ago though.
Oh, he's got a really nice vineyard, man. He's lives the good life. Far from the guy dressed in neon green wearing a thong in front of 30,000 people busting out prison sex or something. He's
Right,
fucking
exactly.
got his shit
He's not
together,
the
man.
entertainer that he portrays.
Exactly, totally. I love him though. I love Tool. Seen him before. They're great live. Awesome.
What about a perfect circle or Pussifer?
I'll take them both, but Tool is definitely the OG. Danny
Right,
on the drums. No, Dan, you cannot match Danny. Danny's fucking legendary. I
right.
mean,
Yeah, his drum set is beautiful too.
yeah, he's unreal, man. Really, really cool guy too.
I didn't
But
mean to hijack. I don't have much signal, so I'll just be a fire for a while till my battery goes low. But it's good to hear you guys talking again.
yeah,
yeah,
and
you too,
thank you
buddy.
for jumping in. We'll have to take a collection and get him a Starlink terminal.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know where he is, if he's home or could be away. Who knows? But sure looks like fun, whatever he's doing.
Yeah, that does.
So, what have you heard about this bizarre walkie-talkie beeper pager?
I'm probably watching looking at the same things you're looking. The sources say this, including I saw that story that sources reported that some Hezbollah operative was suspicious about the pager, and that's why they decided to set everything off, basically, because everything that they had, everything was going to be inspected once the pagers started blowing, so they had to blow the ICOM radios too.
So they actually put a tiny charge of some high explosive in there.
It had to be, an explosive. The videos that I've seen of the detonations, they just don't look like lithium battery fires.
Right.
And
Lithium battery. Go ahead.
I mean, they can burn very quickly,
Hmm.
but I don't know that they ever really explode with any significant force.
Yeah, it's a rapid release of energy, but I'm not sure if it's at explosive level.
Right.
It depends. If you get water inside of them, yeah, they can really overheat very quickly.
Yeah.
But I've heard possible. Have they been able to safely open any that haven't been detonated?
If they have, they're not saying. They wouldn't say.
That is a suicide mission, anyways. Like,
Well,
have
these
to be
are
done by robot or whatever.
no, these are Hezbollah people. They think they go to heaven if they die.
Shit, crazy.
It's these are crazy religious fanatics.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can definitely see them opening them. But plus, you could be careful. The explosion. There's only a tiny amount of explosive, so with minimal protection, like maybe a shield between you and you could probably escape with no injury if it blows up. Yeah, I heard it was patent P2.
Hi, Eastwind Farms. Thanks for being here. Cheers. What is that acronym?
I don't know. I can't remember what it's some poly tetra nitros. I don't know. It's a fairly easy explosive to make. It's fairly low tech. I think it was the explosive that the shoe bomber Richard Reed had in his shoes.
So it's been around for gosh, that's 20
It's been
years.
around 20 years. Yeah. So, I don't know if it has any advantages other than because you can find the formula for it on the internet. It's deniable. I mean, I don't know if Israel could have used a better explosive.
Huh.
Maybe they wanted to deny they did it. Who else would blow up all of Hezbollah's pagers but Israel?
And Israel's never been much for denial. Usually they're just like not one way or the other. They often don't say, but denying is not something I've really ever heard them do. They're happy to, if not take credit, allow you to wonder,
Yeah.
rather than deny. A very diabolical attack. I don't like it. The fact that it did harm some non-combatants, especially children, if it's true what they said that did happen.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if some civilians, including children, were harmed or killed, but I don't believe anything that comes out of Hezbollah. So, if they say this child died, maybe they died. Maybe they died from a pager. Maybe it never happened. Maybe it happened a year ago, and you just can't trust these things.
Do you think it was a legitimate, respectable attack?
My understanding of the facts, it definitely is a legitimate military act, and not as Bottlecap is saying, an act of terrorism. It's not like they took a bunch of pagers that were destined for the commercial market and put explosives in them and just hope that some Hezbollah people would get them. First of all, nobody gets pagers, right? I mean, pagers are a very limited use. I mean, it's a 90s technology,
right?
In early 2000s. So this was supposedly purchased for Hezbollah communications. Hezbollah believes this is a relatively secure way that keeps Israel from spying on their communications. So they use pagers to send commands, and so it was apparently a shipment that the Israelis believed was going to Hezbollah specifically, and I certainly can believe that. It does look like almost all the victims were Hezbollah. and even the reports of civilian casualties seem to be people associated with the Hezbollah, a Hezbollah commander's child or something. It
So
doesn't make it okay, but it does suggest that this is an attempt at a targeted operation.
are they considered like administrative officials, military officials, like soldiers? What is there a bunch of different things going on here with these Hezbollah people? Or are we talking like, what would their equivalent be in the United States? Like a senator, or more like a drill sergeant or a captain in the military? I mean,
I think they're all involved in making war with Israel.
Okay.
So if it's the president of Hezbollah, that's the commander in chief of Hezbollah. So he's a target. Just like the president of the United States is the commander in chief of the U.S. Armed Forces.
Correct.
So,
right.
So he's a target.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's true. I mean, you'd have to be specific and look at each individual person, what they do. But I think almost all of them, have taken the Hezbollah oath to destroy Israel.
Right.
So it's hard for me to think of somebody who is not a legitimate target, including that Iranian ambassador. It doesn't appear that the ambassador was specifically targeted. He just apparently got one of these pagers that Hezbollah distributed. So he put himself in the war in a clandestine role, and it's his own responsibility. If a U.S. ambassador meets surreptitiously with an Israeli agent on the front line, and Hezbollah shells the Israelis, and the ambassador happens to be there and gets killed, it's not like it's not
Right.
an attack on the ambassador.
Mm-hmm.
The ambassador is just happens to have put himself in harm's way, and there's nothing that can be done about that.
Somewhere along the line, there had to be a double agent or a turncoat agent to get these things in and distributed. Somewhere in the interaction in the chain, somebody had to.
Well, I don't know where, but somebody who was trusted by Hezbollah, that was a mistake. They should not have trusted that somebody. I don't know if it's actually within Hezbollah or with what they thought was a trusted commercial partner or somewhere down the line. But somewhere, you're right, there was trust placed, and that's basically that's how hacking works. You find a trust and their trust location, and that's a vulnerability, and you try to exploit that vulnerability.
Well, East Wind Farm says it's a political or just a political religious party.
Well, they have an enormous militia with tens, perhaps hundreds of thousands of missiles.
And they're more powerful than the military of the country that they preside in.
Yes, they are.
Right.
They're more powerful than most militaries
in
most countries in the world.
In the world, wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy. It's like, talk about, I'm imagining cases, boxes, pallets of these things came in. They're distributed out amongst the country. They're fanning out. They're literally miniature Trojan horses. Just the more places that they go, it's like the more damage that they do. And people never fucking even questioned it. Pages are here. Hey, we got.
Yeah.
Christ.
Right.
It's just unbelievable, man. I can't believe it happened at that. I just got to send a text to the wife. I just got a reminder. Look who it is. Did he show himself?
I didn't see it.
All right, turn on the cam. There he is.
Now I saw him.
But let's get him in here. Make it an even 4. What's up, Welshman? How are you?
Nice.
Good evening, everyone.
All right.
How you doing, man?
Yeah, not bad. Well, what are you talking about, Israel?
Yes.
Yes.
Carry on. I'll catch along now. I've got something to say, but I don't want to like divert the subject. So carry on.
Sure.
No, I was just saying. Firstly, there was definitely somebody got trusted that was either a double agent or a liar that got these things in and into the hands of Hezbollah, and just the distribution of them. It seemed pretty amazing that they just got spread out so far and wide amongst these people, and the technology behind it of them all going off within a 1 minute span, not that crazy. It's just one signal, but just really a wild attack. I know they've done it on smaller scales before, but nothing even remotely like this. This is just
As for me personally, that's the amazing thing, is that there were thousands of pagers,
right.
and I don't know how many ICOM radios that went off, but the scale of that is just
yeah. I think
it's very it's quite surprising.
how many devices was it? Was it 4,000 devices or something?
It was thousands. I don't know the best estimate though.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Sure.
Yes.
Could they know like a list of numbers that were Hezbollah, and whatever pagers it sent out that received that number, they would basically put on the flag list instead of activating all these different ones that could have been in hands that had nothing to do with it?
Well, because it was bought as a job lot from a Hungarian company that was making these under license. Basically, this was set up by Mossad. So Mossad set up the front company in Hungary. The Hungary company is it's not a real thing. The website, it basically, they set up the sting. It's a real big sting. What they did, they set up the company. They accepted the bid, and of course they were all stained. They were all soiled pages. They were all, like I said, 20 grams of explosives, were they saying? But so basically, they were targeting Hezbollah, but obviously it did affect other people around it. What I would like to know was, everyone seems like this is quite a successful thing. So let's flip that script. Putin done exactly the same thing as Israel did to the Ukrainians. How would you feel then? How would the world feel then?
I don't care about how the world would feel if he targeted Ukrainian military. I think it would be a brilliant thing.
Yeah. And how do you think the wider world would respond?
Oh, it would be the same, It's terrorism, it's so on and so forth. It's just like when Russian shells hit an apartment building, you always hear, "Oh, the Russians shelled the apartment building." You never hear that maybe there was a military base nearby. There's never an analysis of what the target might have been. And so, yeah, I mean, it's all just propaganda, especially with Ukraine.
I mean, I would expect the world media to go crazy if Putin did that to Ukraine.
Well, let me just answer RW's question. I don't think this was targeted to individual numbers. I think that would be too slow. I suspect this was a broadcast message that went to every pager at the same time. Because once a pager blows up, everybody who knows about it with one of those pagers is going to put them down.
Get on the pager.
So you want to do this as instantaneous as possible. And
the 1 minute window was crucial.
You were getting a lot of injuries in the face and in the hands, which sort of meant that either like they had witnessed something blowing up, or they witnessed it, they heard an explosion, and then all of a sudden they're picking up their pager, and like you said, within that minute, then the thing goes off. Because I've seen some rather horrific footage. There was a chap holding one finger up. The problem is all those other fingers had disappeared. I seen him in hospital. He had a blue shirt on, and he basically was doing that one finger salute thing. I thought, like the Islamists do.
Yeah.
But he wasn't. He was missing 3 digits. He just had one left.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple guys who lost part of genitalia, and
put your pager on your belt.
Yeah.
That's another. I don't think that was in the list of pros and cons about where to put the pager on the belt, but now it's a con.
Yeah, or in your pocket or whatever. Yeah,
right.
Crazy, dude. Crazy attack. I never heard of. I can't believe they went that far. It seems like Israel under Netanyahu is really, for lack of a better term, they're gunning for it right now. They're just going on all fronts.
Yeah,
it looks like Ukraine is also at the same time, because of the drone attacks that they're getting in. Pretty large explosions happening on that front as well.
Yeah, that's going to affect Russia in about a month. You'll get that backdrop will then sort of, it won't be immediate, but it will affect. But Russia's only got to fucking click its, and it could blow up half of Ukraine, couldn't it?
Yeah, easily.
I don't think they can take that route, buddy, even though they have the power to. I really don't think they have that option.
Well, Putin's, the problem we got, RW, is that we don't hear what Putin says. And Putin said last week that if you fire these Storm Shadow missiles, they've got to be controls using NATO gear. And it's got to be, you've got to use NATO forces to do this. And if you do it, we are going to respond. He even named UK cities. And I've seen the translation, and I believe the translation. I don't see why I wouldn't.
No matter what he says, I don't think that he can do that without getting board with. Yeah, it's like it's a last-ditch FU.
Yeah, I know, and that's what he did for 21 years. He did that for since 1991. He told NATO and the West, stop going east, stop going east, stop going east. And if you fuck around Ukraine, it's supposed to be a buffer zone. If you fuck around, we're going to bite. And you kept on calling the cunt's bluff all the fucking time. You kept on calling his bluff and calling his bluff. And then all of a sudden, he called yours.
I don't know. I still can't see that decision.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to.
I'm not him. I'm not him. So I don't know. It's just that's an end game.
I think Base has a point, though. And that is, you keep escalating. There is a line that there's a line you will cross you will get the retaliation that you don't want.
Yeah.
And you don't know where that line is, because they're not going to tell you. If they tell you exactly where the line is, then you'll go right up to it.
That's it. That's exactly what I'm thinking.
So you don't know where that line is. You have to stop. You have to stop escalating.
You're talking about Russia?
No, I'm talking about the West.
Okay.
Talking about the West triggering, basically triggering
a response. A
response, possibly a nuclear.
That's what I meant. From Russia.
From Russia, yes.
So the point I'm making as well is that for 2 decades, Putin was telling the West not to go east. And he made these deadlines multiple times. And every deadline, it didn't happen. Like RW says, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. Because that's history. That's literally what happened. He sort of just kept on not acting on what he was saying. And then all of a sudden, he has. And since that time, 1 million European men are most probably dead. Ukraine's been deserted by 2/3 of the country. The economy's just fucking destroyed. The country, in some parts, is absolutely fucking destroyed.
Shambles.
And we're closer to World War II than we were since 1972.
World War III.
1962. The Cuban crisis.
But I think the point that's being made, and really the point that's really being made is how much NATO forces are actually being involved, and it's not just Ukraine. If it's true that it's not just Ukraine fighting this war, and it's actually a group of nations that are involved in the strikes that are blowing up weapon depots and stuff in Russia. I don't know where that line is that Dance is talking about, and if they cross that line and he does throw a large nuke or whatever, I mean that's endgame. So
But he
it's
doesn't have
such
to.
an extreme.
He doesn't
So
have to
extreme.
throw. He doesn't have to throw a nuke. That's all he's got to do is throw massive missiles at Kiev, and they say, "Oh, he's done it before. He's done it before." Trust me, he's got so many missiles. He could throw missiles at Kiev continuously for days on end. I mean, he's bought a shed load off North Korea.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
not UK.
But
We're talking pretty good stuff too, like good ammunition, not scud. We're talking targeted attacks type stuff. And would there be defenses to shoot them down?
some.
well, yes,
Some.
I think he'll be overwhelmed, but
Yeah.
they don't need specialist rockets and machines to hit Kiev and stuff. Yes, but they picked up like I can't remember the amount of missiles, and they weren't even like real amazing guided missiles. It was just the volume, and in this war of attrition, really, the volume bit is very important.
Right.
And
Right.
amazingly enough, on the West, we're struggling for volume of, some of the most simplest missiles. Because I know they were struggling for missiles at one point. So the Ukrainians on one side was firing, well, they had reduced their firing by 3/4 of
Right.
the certain missiles because they didn't have. They knew they didn't have them, and at that time the Russians were just pumping more over because they knew that the Ukrainians didn't have fuck all.
Right. Right.
And like I said, when you buy fucking a hideous amount off North Korea, they got more off North Korea than I think Ukraine have got off the West in just number of missiles.
Yeah, and
Well,
I hear North Korea is having some issues right now, and that's why they're in the cell mode, because their isolation is taxing,
Yeah,
to say the least.
yeah. And like I said, they would have got good coin off that, and for them it'd have been good to get rid of a load.
I see. This is, I'm not going to vote for Trump. I could never vote for Harris, but this is an important issue that potentially separates the candidates. With Harris,
Fear for this one. Can you hold your thought for 15
absolutely.
seconds?
Yeah, it's
Do. Sorry.
No, we need it. We need the music.
I'm
Sarita has to name that tune.
All right.
She's
I want to
running
hear it.
defense
Who's
right
the
now.
better
Earbud in.
candidate? Who's the better candidate when it comes to this particular?
So I would say that we're almost guaranteed that the business as usual if Harris wins.
correct.
The status quo of continuous escalation
Neocon.
and continuous war is almost guaranteed. I say almost because Harris hasn't really said. So there's a small chance.
She hasn't got any real opinion. She's just going to follow whoever's run the country for the last 3.5 years.
I mean, even if she has real opinions, she has to be careful. She can't piss all over Joe Biden, even if that's the way she thinks. So she doesn't have total freedom to say what she wants if it's going to contradict existing policy. But I do think it's very likely that existing policy under the Biden administration of continuing escalation will likely continue. With Trump, I don't know what he'll do, but there is a chance that we may see that negotiations may take place, that a de-escalation will occur. Because
And
according
it's
so hard to predict with Trump, because he's such an unstable crackpot.
So you're not giving a solid endorsement to
No,
either this particular thing.
I just think it's more likely with Trump than with Harris that there could be some peace,
some resolving, some de-escalation, that sort of thing.
Exactly.
Well, Tim Walz just came out and said, one thing we know here, people, is we can't go on with another 4 years of this. Look into that a little there, Timmy boy. What's the 4 years that he's talking about? The 4 years that we're living right now that his candidate is the vice president of, I don't know if that guy thinks too much.
It is funny that even Harris, sometimes they'll forget that they're actually in the presidency now.
Fucking goofballs, man.
The thing is, even on that issue there last time. So I know you said about Carmilla, sort of can't change from the Sleepy Joe and the Democrats' opinion of Ukraine, Russia. Well, if she was an independent woman, and she was now going to be, or president, like she's announced she should have independent thought, and she should turn around and stand up and say, actually, I would do things different. But she doesn't. She doesn't say shit. She's just going to follow the party line, like she's going to follow it with everything else. And even on that decision alone, I would suggest. Now, obviously, I'm not you, but even on that decision alone, that would sway my votes to the other direction, because Trump says he'll shut it down, and if he pulls the plug on money and weapons, Zelensky will have no other option to negotiate, and odds on they'll lose, say 20% of their land, which has already been occupied by Russia since 2014 in some places, and they speak Russian. The native population speak Russian. I know these referendums are bullshit when there's fighting going on, because obviously all the Ukrainians are left. But they had these referendums before anyone had left, and they were still saying in the vast majority of the places that they wanted to be in Russian rule. So, but just on that alone, I would swing my vote, just because he is anti-war. He doesn't want to get involved in war, and anyone who's anti-war, really, compared to what a neocon, which she is. And like I said, who's running the country? It's not Joe. It's certainly not her. She's not capable.
I think.
Yeah, isn't it? It's funny that Dick Cheney, who's is endorsing her.
Right. That's not a good sign.
Funny.
He's one of the biggest warmongers of all time, the way I see him, at least. But and his conservative level is through the roof. It's just wild, man.
Yeah.
I mean, Trump should use that. I don't know what I haven't seen any adverts, like political adverts. I don't know, but he should use that in one of the ads just to prove his point.
Yeah. And
I don't think Trump is as reliably anti-war as you say. I think
we can only go on past records, last dance.
Yes,
and what he says, and the 4 years he was in power, he never started a war; he finished him.
Well, he did attack that General Soleimani from the Iranian.
Yeah, he did pull an attack a year before. He pulled an attack a year before because the collateral injuries were going to be maybe 100 people, and he said, "Okay, he pulled it." But he also fucking destroyed ISIS in 6 weeks. So far that took decades, didn't it? And he fucking took them out in Syria in 6 weeks.
Well, I'll go so far as to say that I think the prospects of a negotiation and possibly peace are much greater if Trump wins. But there's a good chance that Harris, looking at the polls, will win this election. I want to have some optimism, not a lot, but at least a little optimism that there can be a change in policy from Biden to Harris when Harris becomes president.
Hell.
You think there'll be a change in policy?
Keep drinking the Kool-Aid.
I don't think it, but I hope it.
You hope it. Okay.
Oh,
I mean, like they killed that guy Soleimani, I believe, with a missile without any explosive in it. They've done that before. They killed a guy in his bedroom. They fired a missile through the window. I would love to be the job of guys who they're like, all right, we're going to fill a car with ballistic dummies and we're going to fire a missile at it and without explosive, we're going to do it 25 times to make sure that every time it kills the guy that we intend for it to kill. They have to test stuff like that. These ballistic, It must be the best job in the army is those guys, in my opinion. You know,
he lost the digit. He lost a digit as well, didn't he? That guy. He lost a digit. I seen a ring on his like digitless, handless digit. Do you see that?
He lost in everything. I think he became
but that's how they ID'd him. They ID'd him basically because he had a big ruby ring on his finger, and there was a photo of a finger on the floor with a ruby ring on it.
You know, those accurate shots. I don't think GPS is accurate enough to
camera.
It's got to be I think it's got to be a laser sight from somebody physically present.
Yeah.
And so that means, there was some operative, could be an undercover agent, it could be any number of people, but there's someone there with a laser shining on the target to get very accurate
so
shots.
Cool.
Can you imagine being a wholesaler for Hezbollah? And they said, "Oh, we're looking for 500 pages. Can you pick up this 500 pages?" And we know how hard it is. So, like, you saw it, like, goes, yeah. He's gone to the farm. They sent him to Hungary or whatever. They give a link in Hungary. At least they get, it's a bit of a backward country or whatever. He's at home now. He's at home now, chilling out, and everything's going off. Can you imagine what he's thinking?
Oh, dude, he's hiding behind the couch right now, and he's going to the hills because people are going to be coming for those guys, Even though, I mean, Mossad is safe, but yeah, all the middlemen, all the production guys, they must be in serious fear of their lives for sure.
Well, it looks like Israel they have followed up with airstrikes that have apparently been very effective at decapitating the Hezbollah leadership. I mean, they have done a number on Hezbollah in the last 5 days. That's spectacular. I don't know if it's gonna do any good.
Is this a response to the Hezbollah rocket attack on the school, or is this a response to just general fuck all, I'm going for it now because we're doing it to Palestine anyways, let's go in all directions? Like, what is this?
That and that.
Both. Yeah. I hear you.
It was going to happen, especially if they killed the 12 kids. So it was just like, you think it would happen immediately, but
I think they have intelligence that Hezbollah was moving and getting ready to invade. Whether they would or not is another story. But Hezbollah is on Israel's northern border. This is an existential threat to Israel. So they don't say that Ukraine is an existential threat to Russia. Ukraine is no threat to Russia.
It is with NATO forces.
NATO is an existential threat. I agree.
Okay, so you just said then obviously the intelligence, and I believe you're correct. There was something going to happen, so they sort of chilled out for a little bit, just so they time it at the right time, and they took them all out with the pages and the walkie-talkies. Now, and you said they mostly had intelligence. They were doing some ops and all that. So isn't it funny? And we all know how good the Mossad intelligence services. They don't play by international rules, and they don't play by any rules. As we, if you look back in history, they took out all the Berlin bombers, didn't they? They take out everyone. They go around the world and take out all these people. Mm-hmm. Now, my point is it October the 7th? That intelligence, me and Last Dance had big discussions about it. That actually, they were clueless to the fact that they've been practicing with paragliders. The Egyptian intelligence has told them shit's happening. There's movement going on, and they were called cold on October the 7th, and they didn't react for 7-8 hours.
It's a good question, seeing now the capabilities that they have to do all this insanely precise, strategic, just
and they were clueless.
Intelligence work, and these guys are fucking flying in and paragliders and just busting in and killing people like left and right. I mean, what a failure! What a failure!
Steve,
They are
Steve, Steve,
failure.
and let me just say you this one as well. You said there's more double agents or in Gaza, right, by the Israelis and other secret services, but then I believe most probably in any other country in the world, because there, there's nothing that goes on in that 5 miles by 20 miles square, footage that the Israelis don't know about. There's nothing. There's nothing that goes on in there really that they don't know about. So this is it. Like Last Stand said, all over this, and I believe Last Stand's emotionally up to something, and they went, "Oh, well, fucking."
Yeah, I mean, it happened to us at Pearl Harbor. Some complacency and some short-sightedness. Could that have been it that was involved with October 7th, or could it have been something more?
I'm sure that's what it was.
That's all that it was.
I'm sure that's all that it was. I mean, there was they had Israel was focusing at that moment on West Bank violence, which was as much caused by their own settlers as anybody in the Palestinian side. But they're for political. Well, we got two bastes.
I'll
Yeah.
remove this one and we'll put this new one on.
Yeah, it's me. It's me.
Okay,
Yeah, sorry, lads.
it's okay.
Okay.
I tapped the button when I was talking, and I just tapped the cross one, and it just killed it.
It's okay.
I think you have to believe. You get
Yeah.
intelligence
I,
that
look,
says that
I
Hamas
just
is
can't
planning
believe
attacks.
that they were completely clueless on October the 6th, or what was that mean, October the 7th? That's what I find it hard to
I have no
believe.
trouble believing.
Like
Right back
Steve
on
says,
the
it's sort
driveway.
of, why are they all over this? Yeah, completely. And how do they not know? It's such a small area. I mean, under no illusion, there's lots of operatives from Hamas that have been compromised by the Israeli Secret Service. Lots.
Yeah, I don't know how they, but I mean, there's no chance that Israel would allow 1,000 of their citizens to be killed, hundreds to be kidnapped, many of their troops to be killed as well. Oh, we lost based again.
I have a question for you, Dan.
Sure.
Do you think that the anniversary of October 7th is going to be an event? I mean, politically, it's going to be charged all over the news and X and all that stuff. I understand that, but I'm curious if there's going to be a repercussion event or whatever, if you know what I'm saying.
No, I don't know. I mean, if you're talking about a Hamas attack or an Israeli attack,
I would think it'd be more Israel putting on a firework display, let's say, and the middle finger on that day.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think they're already knee deep in Gaza. It's difficult enough slog for them now. I don't know that they have another
Yeah,
gear that they.
We
I'm not
lose
sure
him
they're
again?
going to slow down between
Yeah,
now and then either.
he's back in the green room, but I think it's him, but I haven't seen. There he is. Okay.
What I wonder is what's the conspiracy here based, or anyone else who's on that side? Is it that they let them in intentionally to cause this havoc, to give them a reason to go in and retaliate like this?
Yes, give them a reason
Correct.
to
False flag.
destroy Gaza.
Yeah. So obviously that sounds like that would be impossible and unheard of. But if that was your plan to cause a bigger conflict to destroy your enemy, and like we've been told, they were completely caught with their pants down. Completely. It was an anniversary of the 6-Day War or something, wasn't it? It was a big date and everything.
I do think that's all it was, just to be clear, that they were caught with their pants down. I do find it fun to question it because it is such an asinine, absurdly humongous lapse of security
Right.
for a country that prides itself on that. That's been going through this shit for so long.
Yeah, but
It's really mind-boggling. But
I mean, it's a bit like the Trump assassination in the end. There's so many question marks over that. Like, I understand if they had intelligence failure on a certain part of that, but they were warned by Egypt, and it just, like you said, it's like the Trump assassination. There's so many things you think, actually, this is
Yeah,
just
but
fucking ridiculous.
you only know that they were warned by Egypt. You don't know if Egypt warned them every day for the last 5 years. So
Well,
whether there was anything different about this than what was the normal case. That's the question.
I'm sure I could get it up, but
yeah, with the
if you're
Secret
getting,
Service, at one point in my life, I was like thinking, "Wow, cool! The Secret Service. These guys are like serious shit, man."
Yeah.
Now my view of them has changed a little bit, dude. I don't know what they're not like these present figures that are defensive and aggressive. I don't know. They've changed, after seeing the reaction of some of them at the attempted assassination of Trump. I'm like, what the hell, dude?
Well, they did better against the second guy. They didn't let him get a shot. Apparently, he didn't get a shot off. So
yeah, he's going to have like 20 years for firearms violations, but he's not going to get anything involved with any attempted assassination charges, I think.
Well, they might get him for conspiracy to assassinate Trump if they could find evidence. Maybe, I don't know, maybe he'll confess because he's guilty. If he doesn't confess, then they'll have to find some evidence. Don't forget that juries don't like assassins. So if they have any evidence at all, they might want to bring it to a jury because juries don't like assassins.
Yeah, what's that last based?
Steve, they were talking about, when you were talking about like the Secret Service, there's a viral clip on Twitter. It was a libertarian was talking shit online, and the FBI turned up at his house, and he fucking roasted them so bad. He roasted them so bad. Even I felt a little bit sorry for him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he just fucking. He said it's a non-crime. He just fucking ruined them. He wanted their names. He wanted their IDs. They were fucking. Honestly, I'll try and find it for you. It's very funny. It's like 1.5 minutes of just awkwardness, and he was on the attack all the way through.
The thing is, like, people do shit on the FBI. They have a lot of crap to investigate.
It was a non-crime Facebook post.
They investigate a lot of non-crimes. This is the thing. They, in their due diligence, I think they have to, kind of. Some of it might be foolish. I know there's a trend going on right now with like Snapchat and these other like teeny bopper shit fucking things where their kids are going on and saying they're going to go do, pew pew at their schools and shit. And like, this gets reported to the FBI, and the FBI has got to go investigate every single one of these, letters are getting sent out to parents and stuff. Like, these guys, they have to investigate. So I don't know. What do you think? It's like 1 in 100 things that they have to investigate might turn into something. Last Dance, if you were to guess.
I'm sure it's much less than that.
You think like maybe 1 in 20?
No, like 1 in 10,000, 1 in 100,000.
Oh, you meant the ratio is much. Okay,
much lower probability of.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you want the funnest in the back chat, I just found it. It's Twitter clip.
Mm-hmm. Topple, join us.
I get the guy. The problem is these FBI agents. They knew they shouldn't be doing what they're doing. This is not what they joined for.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's crazy. All right, shall we let's give it a look. Is it the last X? Live free or die?
Yeah.
Yes, the last one posted.
Live free or die 69.
Classic. Play it from the beginning.
Yeah, it's fucking brutal.
We'll screen share it for a few seconds and we'll get a feel for it. All right. Damn, okay. Yeah, this always takes me a second. This is a new computer for me, so
Sorry.
please bear with me here, people.
Please stand by.
Sorry.
So you have to do it in the right order, or like my DMs will be on the side and it'll be Last Dance. Like, saying, hey, what's going on? That nothing like, but all right, now we're good, right?
Yeah, we're good. That's just what you wanted.
That's it. Got volume.
There we go.
Max the volume if you can.
Can you give your full name, please? Is that sufficient to identify as the only one O'Donnell affiliated with the FBI? Could you please state your full name, sir?
Could you please stop recording?
No. It's First Amendment right.
Okay.
What's your name, sir?
Could you stop recording, please?
Absolutely not. You can show me your name and identification, or I'm going to go back inside my house.
Okay. I don't really want to broadcast my.
Oh, this is going out right after you guys walk away.
So that's why I'm not going to.
So you can show me your name or ID. You can walk away.
We just want to talk about
I'm not going to talk to people who claim to be federal agents unless they can show me identification.
Fair enough.
I need to see. Is your full name on that badge?
No.
I'd like to see something with your full name, or I'm not going to talk to you.
For you not to broadcast it.
This will be going online as soon as you walk away.
Well, all I want to do is talk to you about a post that was made. And if you
Well,
happen to be the one who made the
I want to talk to you about you guys coming here. Say you make a salary of, I don't know what, low 100K? You guys making six figures? Factor in 50% expenses, overhead, maybe 100% expenses. Talking about burning a couple $100 an hour just here, let alone all the time you guys are spending to investigate something that you know is not against the law, right? Like
So
you're
not
familiar
saying
with.
it is.
So then why would you come?
Because we wanted to make sure that there weren't any. other
No, you're
threats.
coming because you're part of a regime that does this kind of thing when you know laws aren't being broken. And that's an embarrassment, man. Didn't you guys read the Constitution? Do you not believe in America? Like, how do you do your jobs and go home?
We appreciate it.
You're walking away. Because nothing we did is against the law. And you guys are fuckheads that try to act like.
All right, at this point, the guy should shut up. He's losing.
I
already won. He
I
already
agree.
won.
Don't
I know,
call them fuckheads.
That's
No.
why I felt a little bit sorry, just a little bit.
All right, I'm going to stop sharing. I don't want to. I'm going to just imagine
Oh,
that.
fucking hell. Steve.
Did they just leave?
Yeah,
Yeah.
nothing happened. I can't remember exactly what he said to him, but, you know.
That was good, though. I mean, they are in the wrong for. He's totally right. I think he should have went up to the point and not insulted them and just said, "Thank you, have a good day." Be overly polite as they're walking away. As a
Yeah,
sort of,
well,
that's a
what could
better fuck you than saying fuck you.
Exactly.
he's a big libertarian, and I think when they bailed out from properly identifying themselves, then he went into his like fucking what do you call them, a fucktards?
Fuckhead.
Yeah. Fuckhead.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what it was when they decided, no, okay, we're not going to ID, we'll walk away.
Yeah,
So
I
that's
mean,
what
if the other guy is indicating that he works some kind of clandestine, like undercover stuff, and he doesn't want his face on camera, probably shouldn't be doing this sort of thing where it's legal to be
That's-
recorded.
That's the correct answer, Steve.
Yeah,
That's exactly the correct answer.
that's not good for future assignments for them. I'm afraid.
It takes them off that duty.
I'm afraid this, even though they didn't give their ID, is not good for their career. That they got recorded, and
Right.
one guy said his name.
They're not supposed to. I mean, I know some that live in this state, like you get to know, like I know a lot of people, but it's not advertised FBI agents, but it's also not like CIA agents either, you know?
No, but they still do undercover work, extensive undercover work, and counterintelligence work as well. And so this thing that they're doing as young agents has restricted and damaged their career.
Door knockers.
Yep, because this guy recorded it and he put it on Twitter, and people will who know those guys, because they're not wearing disguises, are they? They'll say, "Oh, I know that guy. He was, so and so. He was in my high school class, and yeah."
Right. And even foolish for them to think if there's no visible camera that there's still, like, with the amount of ring cameras there are now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You
It
know,
is.
So I would suggest in the UK now, I don't really, I would say maybe 50% of the houses in a lot of the places will have cameras.
Yeah.
It doesn't really work with posh or not, because like the more violent criminal place, they have more cameras. So
Yeah.
your odds on they're going to be on. And the thing is, they shouldn't be doing this sort of shit. So really, it's their boss's fault for sending him out on this bullshit because he talks shit to Camilla online.
Well, I don't even know what he said. So
he just made a Facebook post saying she's useless and she'd be better if she was gone.
Right. If there was an implication of violence or a threat, then they have, in their due diligence, they have to investigate it.
Yeah, well, I think that's, but once again, there was no threat or any like definite threat of any description of. So it was just basically, and if they had done some research on the guy, he's a leading libertarian or something. So,
well, I don't know if he made a threat or made something that could be interpreted as a threat. I don't know what it was. So.
And Bottle Cap asks about was the license plate captured? Wouldn't matter if it's a rented or a leased vehicle. It would go back to GVT, unassigned or something like that. No names attached. So, yeah.
And if it's a government vehicle, it's not going to be in the agent's name either. So
of course not. No, it would just go to the government plate. Fuck, it's everybody. Recruit. It could be a recruiter. It could be an IRS agent. Who knows? It doesn't matter. They all get it.
Did you see the FBI agent that was working undercover and he got pulled over by the sheriffs? I think he got stopped by the sheriffs, and they all got out of hand, and they arrested him and everything. And then in the end, turns out he was investigating the sheriff. They knew it. They knew it as well. They didn't know.
I'm not sure if is that the one where they pepper sprayed the guy in uniform and had him outside of the vehicle. That one was bad.
That was an ex-army guy. An army guy they pepper sprayed him.
He was active duty, and he asked him one question, "I'm sorry, why do I need to do that?" And they just tore his ass out of the vehicle and went to town on him.
It was an old school cop that was like the main antagonist on that. It was like a 60-year-old old school cop, and he was like, "Yeah, back in my day."
Right, that's crazy, man. Yeah,
I got this spraying stuff. It's great. I just fucking give him a load of this jazz.
Right.
The thing was, he was like a very honourable guy. He had an immaculate record. Didn't have any problem in the army. He had no criminal record. The video, their own body-worn video, the BWV, was was perfect for the guy. He was just wanting, he wasn't. I don't think he did say he didn't want to get out because he was scared in the end, didn't he? He wanted to stay in.
Right.
But the keys were out the ignition. I think the keys were already thrown outside. He was just, and he sprayed him. It wasn't long as he sprayed him.
He sprayed him and splayed him out. It was bad. And what it came down to,
he lost his job.
Yeah. What it came down to you do have to give them your ID and you do have to get out because a traffic stop is a traffic stop. That's the rules, them's the breaks. So just comply. He was under lights at a gas station or near a store. I can't quite remember, but there were lights.
It was a petrol station he was in.
Yeah. So just, I mean, he didn't have to do the way that he acted towards the cops, but their reaction to him was so outrageous and so over the top egregious that, yeah, people got fired, lawsuits were won, the police lost money and officers.
I think they asked him to come out with something. He had his hands on the outside, and he was like, I think he was in a situation where he literally just said, like, you know, like literally like 5 seconds, like, I'm scared for my own safety. You know, you've got your gun out, you got your pepper spray out. Fucking what the fuck's going on here? And he just sprayed him right in the fucking eyeballs. Like,
Yeah.
I think, just like he's just queried it for like 5 seconds. It wasn't like it was continuous.
Yeah.
And it was really like super tense. The only person who was making it tense was the copper, the other guy.
Right. The thing was that he's smart for the short burst of pepper spray because all that extra stuff just ends up getting in your own face.
Yeah.
All the other cops are getting it too, and everyone's fucking half blind, So short bursts are better.
I seen a bloke getting attacked in prison, and he was in America, and he ended up, he knew he was going to get a kick in from the officers, and they were all lined up to give him a kick in. So when he went into him, and I don't know if he planned it, but he went into him, and then they pushed him back, and he was swinging like fuck, and they all started spraying him or whatever. It was so spray happy. Of course, he backed off to where the spray was, and he was already hit, but it was hitting all the officers. So there was loads on him, and they all going,
yeah.
They all started to back off him. It was funny, like you said. If you're too liberal with it, you fucking.
It's no good.
You're taking out everyone, and all these officers, the ones that stayed on him, there's about 3 or stayed on him because they were choking out themselves.
Right.
You could hear
those pepper balls do seem like a smarter solution to this. You can shoot them from far away, and they only pop when they hit the target. They don't aerosol out the whole way on the way, and there's droplets flying everywhere.
Yeah.
All right.
Where's RW?
He's by the campfire. I guess he had to hit the road.
Hey, we got Mr. Kilsey here early.
Hello, buddy. Yeah, I mean, you're right, East Wind Farms. In the United States, you have to comply, give ID, get out of the vehicle. You're completely right.
You have to comply with lawful commands, but not
if you're delaying for 5 seconds, that doesn't give the police officers the right to go absolutely berserk on your ass.
Yeah, but last dance is something very important. I watched the video today about this, and that was a lawful stop. It needs to be a lawful stop.
Now you are well advised to comply as much as possible with unlawful commands. Don't get yourself shot just because you're right. Sue them afterward.
Yeah, get yourself a million, not a bullet hole.
Exactly.
That's the way to go. I agree completely.
So the police need a reason to pull you over in America, correct? No reason.
They do not. They could just say, you're under arrest. I'll tell you after I handcuff you.
Yes.
Well,
they can put the handcuffs on you even to say you're not being arrested, but you're just being detained. Or since it's only you and I, and you look like a big bad motherfucker named Smokesteve, and we're out on the backcountry road in the dark, I'm going to cuff you until like 6 other cops get here. That might be the situation, but you just be cool with the cops. Let them do what they got to do.
So obviously, I'm from across the pond, but when I watch a lot of videos, the police have got to give a reason. They didn't come to a complete stop. They swerve out of a lane.
Well, usually there's a thing. It could be
they didn't indicate early enough. Got to indicate 100 yards before all that stupid shit. Now that's the excuse. Now they have to have a reason. Now that's how I see it, because that's the reasons they give. You didn't indicate 100 meters
Yeah,
from
there's
or 100
always a
yards.
reason for them to
Right,
initiate the traffic
right.
stop.
In
Yes.
in the UK, they don't need a reason.
Okay, yeah, like I've been pulled over here once for high beams. I high beamed a cop,
Yeah,
and it was a long time ago, but
and they make an excuse then, even. Yeah.
well, we were underage and we had a cooler full of beer and vodka in the trunk. The cops literally took all the cold beers and the cooler
Oh yeah.
and left the bottles of vodka and told us to go directly to my friend's house because we were a mile away. And we
And if
got there and we opened the trunk and we were like, they left the fucking vodka? Yes.
They probably wanted to drink the beer, right? You know,
Dude,
that night.
they were probably all townies, and they went back to the fucking their own fridges in their garages and
Right.
threw the cold beers in them, and then
Yep.
that was it. You know,
Right.
we were fine. We were young white kids, you know, townies at the time.
Right.
All good, you know, no big deal.
Yeah,
So
the
in
police
the
force
UK,
has changed.
based in the UK, you can literally get pulled over for nothing.
Yeah, so in the UK, you can get pulled over for having the keys in the ignition.
Yeah, you have to, in the US, you have to have, the standard is, I think it's called reasonable
Articulable suspicion.
Yeah, reasonable suspicion. And,
Articulable.
well, you have to be able to articulate it. That's right.
Yeah.
That's part of reasonable.
Okay.
And it's a fairly low bar, but you have to see something indicative of a crime.
Right.
It's
and there's actually crimes that you're not allowed to pull people over for. Like
So
in Massachusetts, one of the crimes that you can't pull somebody over for, it's called a secondary crime, is not wearing their seatbelt. But you can add a 50 on to the backside of a speeding ticket for not wearing a seatbelt after they get pulled over. That's like a tack on, you know, but
right.
There's a couple of those. There's not a ton of those, but there's a few.
Now there is a long-standing suspicion that many police officers pull people over for pretextual crimes. You know, the whether you know you're going 5 miles out over the speed limit. You know, it's almost impossible to drive a car and not violate a law.
Oh yeah.
Right.
In New Mexico now, they've changed it, so you haven't got immunity. The police haven't got immunity anymore for completely unlawful actions.
Oh yeah, cool. Qualified immunity is what it's called.
Qualified immunity, that's the word. Qualified, and obviously including things like First Amendments stuff, Second Amendments. Sorry, not so much the second. I'm sure it happens. But yeah, the first, the second, especially the fourth, that's search, isn't it? And 5 is silence, isn't it? So whichever one the search is. So yeah, qualified immunity, they're getting caught out on it now in New Mexico, which is only can be good. And it's funny because I've seen a few videos. They mentioned this to me in the videos, like James Freeman, good channel on YouTube, and what he says, he said is, "Oh, look how this officer thinks about it." He says, he says this is New Mexico. He said you'll lose your qualified immunity. I'm telling you, it's well established.
Huh.
You need to get your supervisor, and he's narrating in the background. And obviously later on, he said, "Look at the guy's head. Look at his brain think." Because now these decisions will actually affect them personally, right, and not the taxpayer. And they get their superior down to. So yeah.
Crazy, man. Yeah. It's
qualified immunity. There's so much crazy stuff in America that they just take the piss out of. And
yeah,
they fall
qualified
back on
immunity
quality,
and
yeah.
seizure of cash
Right.
Oh, yeah.
is sickening. Yeah.
So there's some states in America, isn't there? Well, not states, especially roads, certain roads in certain states. Is it the police force or the sheriffs? Correct me. I don't know which one it would be. But the highway, it'd be the police, I suppose. They confiscate money like hell, and it's like people are buying a car and a boat. They've got the real reasons why they're doing it, and they're taking all their cash off them.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yep.
And they're innocent, and I believe their story. They've got no drug background or anything crazy background. Everything adds up, and they literally just stolen their cash off them. If I had to drive through that state, I wouldn't go through it. Right?
Yeah,
No,
I
I know.
mean, I don't really get it. It's fucking crazy, dude.
I know you.
Infuriating.
Yeah, I know they can say, "Oh well, you can't go on a different," but I'm sure there'll be different roads you can go into. I know it's a huge country, America, but I would either fly across. I wouldn't fucking risk it.
I donate money to an organization that fights these abuses. So
What are they
familiar
called? They're called forfeitures, and they're
civil asset forfeiture. It's asset forfeiture.
But they don't need evidence, do they? It's just because you had it on your person.
The presence of the cash is the evidence.
Yeah,
It's perverse. It really is. Because they can then claim that is sort of that's the thing that drug dealers have is cash.
Yeah.
Therefore, you are suspected. The whole idea of this law was to take cash from drug dealers to cripple them. But of course,
yeah, but
not everybody. Some people don't trust banks. I wonder why. 2008. Anybody remember?
Yeah.
Some people don't trust banks, and they don't, and also it's just a matter of convenience. There are times when I wanted to take a decent amount of cash out because it's actually more convenient to give cash to a friend who then goes to their bank and deposits it than to try and you try and write a check and the check's held for 5 days and they can't use the funds. It's quite painful, and electronic transfers to other institutions take time, and there's a maximum limit. So cash it does have advantages.
Yeah, every time I buy a car, right, and I haven't really spent more than $5,000 on a car, but if I had to spend 10 grand on a car, I'd take cash.
Is also people like to deal in cash because they don't have to declare the income, and
of course
the federal government none the wiser. They can't. They really how do they know what happened? Cash was exchanged. A lawn got mowed. They're not monitoring the lawn. So so the lawnmower guy doesn't have to declare that income,
right?
And you get your lawn mowed for maybe 10% less.
Yeah, some of the little corner stores, up in the North Country where I used to live, there was a reason why when you went in, sometimes they acted like the cash register was broken and they used a calculator.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, the cash register was never broken.
Right.
And it wasn't broken for years in a row. It was because they got to know you. They'd say, "Oh, this is the local. I'm going to just throw it on the and not going to have the register tape and declare it's just so obvious, but it's hilarious."
Yep. So there's no receipt. Oh well, nothing to audit later.
No cameras, no receipt.
Yep.
Cash disappears. No purchase was ever made.
Yep. My biggest receipts I used to do when I was business were always handwritten receipts. Always handwritten receipts.
Hey, Philip.
Evening. How you guys doing?
Good. Yourself?
Good.
Good to see you.
Got no complaints?
Not
yet.
Let us.
Yeah, let you guys work on that.
Let us ruin your evening, and then you'll have a complaint.
Hey, did you guys hear about that new mini moon we're going to have for like 30 days?
I did.
just seen a reference to it. I don't have any idea what it's about.
Aphid, do you think you could focus one of your little TVs on the mini moon so we can just watch that?
If they stream, an image of it, I could make that happen for sure.
Try YouTube.
I don't know.
I don't think it's very big. I mean, I
I've
think
heard everything from you'll be able to see it with the naked eye to it's 30 feet across. You're not going to see any fucking thing. So I don't know.
No, I don't think it's even that big, and you won't be able to see it with the naked eye. And in fact, most of the people with their home telescopes can't see it.
Well, will it be in orbit? It will be a real moon.
I don't know if it's really in orbit. It's like does like a horseshoe around us, I think.
It's stuck in orbit. Yeah, no, it does. It's in this.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
It sounds like a meteor.
I think it kind of just hangs with us for a little bit.
Asteroid. Okay.
So has anyone seen the earthquake in Japan?
No. God, what happened?
No, RW mentioned it earlier, but I kind of brushed it off because.
Yeah, if you go on Twitter and put down earthquake, you'll see some quite crazy footage. Now, I think it's Japan. It might be Shanghai, but I think it's Japan. I know the last one that hit Japan, it was it shook so many buildings. Yeah, none of the modern buildings fell. They just rocked. They literally withstood everything.
Wow. Yeah, it's really a wild place the way Japan is built right into. It's like the ocean comes right up to the mountains, and the cities are right on the sides of these mountains. And when there's a tsunami, it just like washes in the.
Yeah, like a horseshoe, isn't it?
It's bizarre. Yeah, some of the places where people go to higher ground, like from the big tsunami in Japan from years ago, whatever. What was it?
2011, I believe.
Jesus.
No,
I thought it was 2001. Oh, I'm not
no,
too sure.
that was when the Saudis flew planes into our buildings.
Right.
Oh yeah, might be right. Yeah, it was Boxing Day, wasn't it?
Boxing Day was Thailand, and that was
that was like 2002-ish.
Right, that's the one I was thinking of. I know I was getting it wrong.
The one that caused the nuclear meltdown at Fukushima.
Yeah. Now that earthquake, if you look at the footage of Japan, Tokyo, you can see all the tall buildings like swaying. Like, you see CCTV footage, and the movement was crazy because they had like 3 of them in an angle, and you could see the gap in between. Sure. When they were moving, they were fucking crossing each other, and it was just like, that is the safest place to have an earthquake in. I should have heard that.
A lot of those buildings have a center shaft with a free hanging weight or multiples of these, where the weight is like what you might call a plumb bob, and it has weight on a chain pulling down. Yeah. So when the building sways, the weight sways sort of in a slower opposite direction, stopping the building from going. It's kind of an architectural anti-earthquake thing that they've invented, and it's pretty ingenious technology.
Yeah, and then it's supposed to give. It's not supposed to fight in a way. It's supposed to like allow the swaying.
Right. It slowly rocks behind the sway, so as it goes one way, this thing is sort of giving it a pull in the other direction. Then as the building goes the other way, the thing inside, this weight, sways in the opposite direction, sort of countering the sway of the building. It's really ingenious, man. Good stuff. Topple, are you still here? Jump on, man. Let's go.
The Japan earthquake was in 2011.
2011.
Right, yeah, good man, Aphid.
Magnitude of up to 9.1. It was an amazing earthquake.
Yeah, and the footage, like you said, it's bonkers. It really
That's
is.
crazy. That footage, man. I remember it happened in the middle of the night here, and I was up because my son was still young, and I was sleeping out in the living room.
Those days.
Because I think he went in our bed or something.
I remember them well. It was the time when sleep for you meant more not where you were, just getting some damn sleep. You didn't care. Yeah. You're out there. You're fucking anywhere. We've all been. Stuff.
Yeah, man. I don't think I could handle that these days. I don't know how all these famous actors handle, dealing with their babies at such a old age.
Well,
Yeah.
Keanu Reeves or one of them there doesn't really give them baths. Maybe it's the other guy from fucking That 70s Show. I think
Why?
he's with
Like,
Oh,
because he's like the man and he don't do it, or because he
Ashton
don't believe in
Kutcher?
giving?
yeah, him and Demi Moore. I heard like their kids smell real bad.
I didn't know they had kids together.
Well, they have
He's
some
with
kids.
He's with that chick now, the girl from That 70s Show. Is it Mila Kunis or something?
Mila Kunis, yeah, that's it. She was
She's
she was
hard.
all right. She was all right.
Megan Fox. She's married to that pop star. What's his name? He's
Is
called.
it the-
He's called three
The
letters.
Machine Gun Kelly? Is
That's
she
the
married to
guy.
that guy?
Yeah. So her three kids. Two are trans or something, and one's non-binary. Right now, Jordan
Well, they
Peterson.
can't be that old.
Yeah, well, they don't need to be that old in their house. Trust me, it's like 3 and 4 and 5.
Don't they have to be 18 for that?
No. So Jordan Peterson done an odds thing for that. He done like an odds thing. So he said,
A what?
What's the odds?
Oh, odds thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he done the odds up, and he was like 2 billion to 1.
Well, have you seen the Machine Gun Kelly with his shirt off? I don't think he's got too much testosterone, that's for sure.
Doesn't matter. He's
I don't
getting
even know who
Fox.
Machine Gun Kelly is.
He's
getting Megan Fox. She's not bad. I mean,
I didn't until Strickland. Strickland, the UFC.
Sean Strickland. Yeah, he's fucking crazy, dude.
well, that Machine Gun Kelly said, "All right, Sean," and all that. He's like, "Oh, I like you're brilliant," and all that. He said, "Who the fuck are you dressed like that, you cunt?" He said, "What are you doing with your hair, you puffer? Are you gay or something?" That's what he said.
That's literally what he said. But Sean Strickland he's awesome. I like that guy. Highly recommend him.
Yeah,
definitely one of the last guys on earth you want to fight.
Have you seen the footage of the guy trying to? He wasn't trying to break into his house. This chap had caused crime somewhere else, driven off in a car, then crashed it. Right, and then he was being chased by the hotel staff or security, sorry. And he crawled into Sean Strickland's house, and he went in his driveway. Sean Strickland came marching out of his fucking yard, like shirtless, just with jeans on. And he doesn't really batter this guy, but the security guy you can see in the corner of the screen, he comes up as well. So I think he's the reason why. But it was funny. That's the wrong house. That's the wrong house.
There's a lot of other people that would have just shot him, so maybe it wasn't the wrong house. Theoretically, Sean Strickland probably would have just booted his ass to Kingdom Come, but like you said, he just let the security guy handle it.
Well, I'll tell you a story about a chap in the UK called Duncan Ferguson. And now the boys in the chat, the English ones, will.
I recognize the name.
Well, he was a complete nutter. He headbutted a player once on the pitch. Right, no one fucked with him. No one. Right, and he got released from prison, and he got released picked up by the club by Rangers' own Rolls Royce, and he was playing like a day later or something, but someone tried robbing his house. Should we say the guy was okay. He needed some hospital attention though.
Exactly.
He made sure he didn't kill him. You know what I mean? He kept the guy conscious.
There you go.
I was wondering the same thing, Topple.
Oh, yeah. Good stuff. Topple, why don't you join us in on camera? And I saw Lee back there a while ago. Is Lee just hanging out watching? Lee, join in. Random Goon was here. We had a huge run of people.
Where's Gooner? Haven't seen him on the show in a while.
What the fuck?
He was in the chat.
Goon's like, hey, what's up? I'm here. Okay, bye.
Okay, Show.
Hey, Show. Holy shit. What's up, bro? From
Goon's
every
channel.
Friday night. Make sure you catch Random Goon Does an awesome show jamming on guitar on
I got
Twitch.
to catch it last night. That was
Yeah,
nice.
you requested a song. What was your song?
I don't remember. Oh, a Fiddler song. I did another one too.
Fiddler song. I remember that. Biscafapes was here last week. Totally English. Great to see him. He came on near when I was leaving, and I have a foggy memory of that.
Now,
but it was-
Kay Shull knows why I request a lot of 70s songs.
Okay, Shell, yeah. This is me. I'm Smokesteve, and over yonder, the old guy. Hello, buddy. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. That's great that you made the jump over. And I don't know if you have a. I think Kay Shell does. Does he have shows? Does he do stuff?
I don't know. I don't recall his channel. I could just go on Twitch and see.
Well, you check out Kay Shell and all platforms that he exists on.
Okay, sure.
What are you still on the shock tops, Aphid?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not. It's just by happenstance. That's what's always in the fridge.
That's what's preferred by others, and
Yeah,
you
that's
go
right.
along with it. You like it enough.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna complain. I'm glad it's not something else.
Well, wouldn't you
But
prefer,
I'm
wouldn't you prefer a man's beer?
No.
No comment.
But I understand, man. Sometimes I'm like, it's not like Shop Talk. Shock Top is
Talk.
expensive.
Yeah, let's see some shop talk.
Shop
Talk.
Let me change the
but-
carburetor in a '65 Corvette. Yeah, shop talk. All right.
I mean, there's a lot of times I wish I was, and this household was more into really, really, really dirt cheap beer. Especially when I do the math in my head. It's
I
like,
got you.
really? Per month? Really?
That's funny.
Shock
bro.
Top
So
should
you would
be,
be drinking like Lion's Head or fucking American or like Milwaukee's Best. You don't give two craps.
Well, that banquet. No, I do care. I probably, but if you started drinking if you drink everything every day, you're kind of cool with drinking it. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I drink it all.
But that banquet of beers, what is that? Coors.
Coors
The
original
gold version of Coors.
That's the original.
That's not
banquet
bad.
beer.
I actually, when I have that, if there's a choice between a lot of the shit American beers, if that's one of them, I'll definitely grab that.
Is that Coors Light?
No, not
Coors
Coors
Gold. The bottle is gold, and it's not the same shape as the Coors Light bottle. It's a little shorter, and it's good. That banquet beer. The problem with the banquet beer when it starts,
Topple's already drunk.
It's the worst warm beer that you've ever had. But ice cold.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but you probably rifle them down so quick you never get to that stage.
Well, I don't never buy them, but my neighbor up at my shop, he has them, and every once in a while he'll be like, "You want a beer? It's got to be late enough somewhere."
4 o'clock.
And,
you're
I'm like,
up and
man, if you're gonna offer, it's hard for me to turn it down.
Always a bottle, right? I don't even think they make it.
No, it's a can, I think.
We don't get those.
But I think it's the top of it is more rounded or something. I feel like it's a different.
The
than a regular
can is a
standard.
different shape.
I feel like it might be. Let me Google it and see.
What kind of a weird world?
I mean, it's a regular can, but it's a little bit different. You know what I'm saying?
Coors is the poor man's Schlitz. English, you got it backwards. Schlitz is the poor man's Coors, bro.
Yeah. I mean, it's a banquet of beers, dude.
No, it's not the banquet of beers. It's the beer you would drink at a banquet. So it's the banquet beer.
I see.
You
No,
say
they show the
you don't even know. Jesus.
Well, it's not my beer. I'm just saying.
No,
it looks like it's a normal. Looks like it's a normal can.
All right, that's cool. A shorty,
But the bottle's a little
stub.
The bottle's stubbier.
The bottles
For
are
sure.
fire. They're stubbies. They're like the
Yeah.
little like the old
And they're dark. They're
You know what they're like is a red stripe bottle.
yeah. There it is.
Oh, wow, that's crazy looking.
That looks different though. Is that what they all look like?
What is that from, like fucking Uruguay or something? That's like our bottle.
No,
I've never seen
every one I'm coming across looks exactly the same, just like that.
I don't know that I've ever seen that bottle.
looked like discount iced tea from the poor people's gas station or something. I don't even know what that thing was.
There's the can, just a regular standard can.
Yeah, all right, I've sort of recognized that.
You know when you were mentioning about like warm beers being horrid,
Oh yeah,
all warm beers are horrid in my eyes.
Yeah, exactly. That's true.
Now, there's no good beer that's like warm. So
Luke.
back in the 90s, mid 90s, like we didn't have like ice boxes that you could keep for 4 days because at Glastonbury, because we had no power, and now I suppose you might be able to get away with it because you get like special fridges now. If you had a few solar panels, I'm sure it'd work and all that. But someone we knew, he turned up one year with dry ice, a fucking polystyrene tub of dry ice, and this was amazing. You put your can in 7 minutes, and it'll be ice cold. You put it in for 9 minutes, it's frozen.
huh?
But over the weekend, it took longer. So we just had like a little stop clock thing on top of that. And we knew how long it would take. It was like 14, 15 minutes in the end. But it worked. Fuck me. We had ice beers for like 3-4 days.
You need that timer because as you start drinking, you fucking forget, bro. It's like that's the thing when you have beers and you're drinking and you think to yourself, yo, let's put a few in the freezer, and then like the next morning they're fucking all burst in your freezer.
Yeah.
You get drunk and forget everyone's done.
And with this dry ice, like on the first day, it was literally like that, 2 minutes longer, and it's frozen. It was that good. From boiling as well, like, you know what I mean?
Why didn't you have electricity?
It's outdoors, a festival.
It's a festival.
Oh.
Glastonbury
Festival.
Festival.
Man, things were that bad there? What's going on?
Well,
I guess I didn't study in history class good enough at all.
Well, in the 90s, there was no luxury camping at Glastonbury. It was just like you camp.
I see.
Now,
I missed the part that you were at a festival. I was just like, I thought you were in your
90s.
house and with the mates.
And they barbecued each other too.
I'm like, geez, man.
But it was so good. It was such a good like tool. Like he brought it back the next year, and we used it the next year. It was just like, I said, where'd you get it?
Yeah.
There's nothing like a beer if it's like just right on that verge of being frozen.
That's how
solid.
my downstairs fridge
too,
is
man.
like that.
Me too.
Yeah.
My upstairs fridge, not so much because the kid and the wife are always opening and closing. I'm always like, close the fridge. The beer's getting warm.
Right.
Down here it stays cold. So fucking cold. It's perfect,
Yeah.
Warm beer is what? No, it ain't. Join us. Just talk about your warm beer gay fetish. But
I mean, I would rather have Random Goon, but Topo will do,
Yeah,
exactly.
He's like Random Goon light.
Yeah.
No, he is.
He's
ultra light. Yeah, McGrandy. He was sober last weekend.
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't notice him because he was so sober. It's like he was. I couldn't see him.
He was more
spot in my eye.
He was. I would say 90% more enjoyable.
I thought I think he's always enjoyable.
I didn't say he wasn't enjoyable, but that just shows how extra enjoyable he was last week.
For you, relatively speaking.
Right.
McGrandy, Aphid's calling you out, McGrandy. Aphid is calling you out. Get on it. See that?
Here's how I would say it. Here's how I would say it. I always loved McGrandy, drunk or sober, but I prefer a sober McGrandy for discussion.
Yeah, because he just gets to talk. I don't know what to say about it. He just
from my perspective,
interjects himself way too much.
Well, he's one of the ones where I just, it's like an engine that's out of control where you start it and it's just so you can't undo the throttle. And I just, here's McGrandy. And I'm like, all right, here we go. Time to relax.
My brother drives like that. It's either floored or not. So you're sitting there, and if he wants to keep it like 35 mile an hour, it's just, and that's kind of how McGrandy is.
Exactly. From me, perspective of filling time and not going too crazy. Sometimes he would get a little whacked out, but most of the time, yeah, I would always be welcoming of the guy.
Oh yeah.
Sober or drunk, or as drunk or sober, you know, like old Irish tune, whatever that is.
The crazy one recently on McGrandy was Chile, the Falkland Islands in Chile. That was the crazy one recently.
Yeah, I'd like to hear him go over that again in his more recent state, because it seems like he does have some really great knowledge of that, all of that. This might be him. We've got someone coming in. It's RW.
RW.
He's gonna be like, "Fuck you guys." What up, dog? Good to see you, RW.
Hey, how you doing, Not McGrandy?
I'm good.
You're inside.
Are you indoors or
fire
just
duty out there?
I think I can change my name real quick for you guys.
No, you don't have to. Keep it how it is. Somebody on fire duty, or did you put it out?
It's down to Coles.
All right, safe.
Nice.
What did I miss? You guys were talking about.
Well, we solved the world's problems as always.
Okay.
If I may quote Full Metal Jacket, anything you want.
I know that my list was huge. I've missed about 3 weekly digs now, and the world hasn't stopped. It's kind of kept a very quick pace for the last 3 weeks of events. So,
Does anybody know the scene I'm quoting?
I don't know the movie well enough. No.
I haven't seen that movie since it came out.
The Vietnamese hooker. She's the one who says, "We love you long time." That Two Live Crew sampled for their song. And
I know
he
that
says,
part.
What do you do?
Who's skinning up? Hey, Fitz, you're skinning up, you.
Aphid has left the picture.
He's there, though. It's okay.
Someone's skinning up. I can hear it.
What is it? What does skinning up mean?
Tapping a grinder. I can hear
That was
someone
me.
tapping.
Yeah, that's me, buddy.
That's some amazing hearing.
Was it a grinder?
Yeah.
Good guess.
He's right, though. That aircraft aluminum has a very...
How could I have guessed that was a grinder?
Yeah,
a metal aluminium grinder. Let me just have a little think.
Yeah, exactly. We know why. It's legal
Possible
here.
you've seen one.
Oh, there you
Let
go.
me just make that noise.
That's the same one. Yep.
Oh, I thought you were cleaning your glasses for a second.
And that's what you have to do because the tobacco sticks to the teeth kind of and the edges, and you just got to give it a little tappy tap.
Right.
Yeah, it's a herb grinder. It's more my basil.
Peppercorns.
Yes.
Yeah, you could probably make a pretty good pesto in there.
Some dill weed.
Yeah.
My buddy just cleaned his with, at my recommendation, 190 proof Everclear.
Yikes.
And that's just going to clean out the grinder. That's food grade. That's actually something you can consume rather than using what a lot of people use is 91% isopropyl, which is poison.
Yeah, but after it dries, there's no residual poison.
Yeah, but the thing is,
quickly.
The 191, he can then take that aside, and it's got all that THC in it, all those trichomes from the grinder, and then you can use that to make THC-laden moonshine. Cut it with some, peach juice or whatever. You'll get high as hell off of that stuff, dude.
So it would actually be the body could consume it, and it would affect the body in that format.
Oh, yeah. It's an alcohol tincture at that level. You're just going to reduce either you're going to make it a fun, tasty thing, or you're going to keep it in its highest concentrated form, but that's just going to burn because it's such a high percentage of alcohol.
It sounds like that stuff that they pour over a sugar cube that you can't buy in America. It makes you see little green fairies. Can't fairies.
That would be absinthe.
Absinthe. No
When
thanks.
it's made with the real strong wormwood, it can be hallucinogenic. Yeah.
Have you guys talked about AI at all, or technologies?
No, great segue.
Um,
Like this week or in our lifetime?
just for
Today.
this pub. For this pub, I know you talked about politics and war and such. I was just curious because there's been stuff I've been looking into. What caught my eye is people are using ChatGPT a lot. Like you can, if you're working in the office, it can be your secretary, and instead of having 3 workers under you, you can get all that work done using ChatGPT. But the problem that I don't think some people are paying attention to is just how much water it consumes. And they're giving the example that 100 words is 3 bottles of water. And that's not that much, but when you think about how much this one technology is being used on a daily basis and how much water that consumes to cool all of
Water.
those towers, yeah,
To cool it down.
the computer has to be cooled, and it's you're cooking all those computers to keep that software running, and so you have
But
to.
theoretically, RW, this water has to be able to go into some kind of a cooling tank and be reused.
I'd have to look into the technology of how it's filtered, how it's cycled, and all this and that. But
I know how I know these types of systems where they have what they call chillers for big buildings, where they run water or ethylene glycol through
Right.
the
You're on about
cooling
centrally.
and they go back to the chillers, and they have the leaving water temperature, say 45 degrees, and the returning water temperature of 60 degrees. The chiller brings the water back down to temperature. I have to look into this, because the more that I think about it, it does seem like there would be ways to
Yeah,
reduce waste.
like in gold mines, Steve. They put it into like a big like river, don't they? So it goes out dirty and then settles and settles and settles, and eventually it goes around. And that would work the same if you waited 2 hours for the water to recycle back. You know what I mean? It would drop temperature.
I mean, how often they have to fill the system? If it has to be a closed system, if the water becomes heavy metal laden based on the piping and the coils that it runs through, it's just it's a resource cost. And I guess my point is, if
It's
all of these
definitely a
technologies
resource.
are pulling a heavy resource of water, it's worth knowing that.
So
because
what?
people are seeing
RW.
these
So what were
climate
you
heavy.
saying? An hour uses 3 pints of water.
No.
No, 100
Every time
words.
100 words is created, which is nothing,
Yeah.
it's pulling 3 bottles of water.
So what I would say is, it's not literally going to be using that, but it's probably cooling or utilizing that much in the
It's
system.
similar to a car's like system. You know, it's a radiator and a tank, and you know, it's not like you're putting all that water back into your radiator.
Right, but
every day.
it is on a scale of the gigantism of AI and what it's becoming. It is a massive amount of energy, for sure. There's no doubt
It
about
is.
that. I've heard the same thing. I used to hear the same thing about Bitcoin mining, and if you
Right.
wanted a big system for Bitcoin mining,
Yeah, but
you
it
would
is
be
still
burning
Bitcoin mine is
tons.
massive. Yeah.
But that's getting smaller, where the other one is growing exponentially. I'm not saying this as a doomsday thing. I'm just saying that we have technology that's rolling out now. My sister was showing me this something called Play.ai, and she talked to it for 30 seconds reading a paragraph, and then it was her voice that she could talk to with ChatGPT.
Yeah.
It was literally her talking to herself in the same. It was freaky.
That is fucked up. And scammers have used that to get like teenagers' voices and then simulate them, and then call their parents or grandparents back and simulate these voices as though they're being kidnapped.
Right.
And then like it sounds exactly like the person, just like you say, and it uses the same inflections.
Right.
It will learn them and then like gain their identity and then go and scam their family for them. It's
the amount of deception is off the charts of what that can do. For anyone that has kids, like, you have to have a phrase. If your kid's going to ever separate from you, there has to be some phrase, some password, some phrase that the people can steal your voice, but they're not going to know that.
Yeah, it's like, the phrase my dad used to use where he'd say, like, if you used your mind to achieve, like, good things, you'd be so much more successful than fucking off. Like, these people who are scamming with this are probably very intelligent and probably could go a long way, but yet, they'll just choose to scam and use AI to, like, fuck with people rather than, like, a good path.
So if I say my voice is my password, would that mean anything to you?
Well, that's the new thing, right? That's the new thing with HP or Microsoft. Which one just chose?
Well, EE Mobile. I don't know if you get EE Mobile in America, but EE Mobile. That's how they get That's how they like ask me questions, but they stopped doing it. I rang them today and they didn't ask me. So maybe, like you said, AI has now made that because basically I said it one day, and then they record it, and then every time you say it, then it sort of picks it up. But maybe now it's gone too far, and it's a system they can't really use.
What the hell does that mean from my wife? If
you know what I mean.
If you know what I mean.
Oh, Jesus, man.
Evidently not.
I don't know. Yeah. No. I'm like, some kind of code? What is this fucking code? Hey!
Last Dance sprawled one of those on me the other day, and then was shocked I didn't know what it meant.
What do you guys have some kind of secret chat going on? Here we go.
Maybe we do.
Secret chat.
I usually always read it, but then when I joined a specific Discord, people were just constantly just sharing paragraphs, and I TLDR'd for the first time and never went back.
Wait a second. But hers is IYKWIM. That's fucking not I know what you mean.
If you
know what I mean.
Okay.
If you know what I mean.
Smoke what I think abort.
He still does.
Stop.
I'm with you now.
No, but you'll forget in another 5 minutes, and then you'll say, "What the hell, you guys pulling?"
What is that code?
That doesn't mean anything.
There's one more aspect of tech I wanted to share, and that's that the Google or Alphabet company is moving forward with biometrics, where all of your passwords are linked to a fingerprint. So in order to log in, they're doing away with. They're moving forward with something called passkey, but passkey is now accessed with your fingerprint. So expect that. Expect your if you use Google platform, at least expect your fingerprint to become very prominent in the near future.
That's why I refuse to have a fingerprinting.
Did you burn it off?
Because I'm a live streamer, and it was like COVID time when they were doing all that shit. I didn't trust it because they could cuff me and open my phone up behind my back.
Right. They could just take your finger if they needed to.
Burn your fingerprints off. Simple solution.
I mean, they literally could cuff me, put my thumbprint on the phone, and then do what they want with my phone, and then de-arrest me and fucking let me go.
Well, the secret is you have to use your doodle instead of your finger, and they usually don't figure that out. It's just harder when you're in public and you need to open your phone real quick.
Right. Yeah,
problems.
Yeah, like I said. But yeah,
yeah, my fingerprint thing never really worked. I kind of have barely visible fingerprints from my work, so my phone never really was able to read them, which I suppose is a good thing.
Yeah, I mean,
I love the fingerprint.
It's convenient, but you're definitely accepting that there's no such thing as anonymity, and you know it.
That was the other thing. You're giving something else away. You know what I mean?
You're giving your exact location and your exact biometric. If something happens through that IP and that access was logged through a fingerprint, I guess there's a way to get out of that, but a little harder.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when there was like summer camps when we were kids, and they took our fingerprints as part of the thing, the summer camp. I always wondered about that.
For the kids?
It was from a school day trip. I was a Catholic school my whole life.
Bullshit.
So like we'd go on these day long retreats or whatever, farm, blah blah blah, this, that, and the other. There was definitely a couple where they took all of our fingerprints, and we were like,
That's so messed up, dude.
fifth
I can
grade,
understand
fourth
giving
grade.
your prints to work with kids, but I can't get down with a field trip to the federal the federal fingerprint bank.
Yeah, it was a weird one for sure, and it had to do with something with the federal like missing children's thing or whatever they were trying to establish. I don't know, but
So they breach your constitutional rights
And then gave you a gold star.
for protection, the guise of protection.
there was no questions asked about that one. Everyone
So
just did it.
one thing I've noticed a few times in America, and I noticed it again tonight. I was watching a clip where a chap had to give his name and address to speak at a town meeting. Okay. So literally, to speak at a public town meeting, you're giving away your anonymity, which and they wouldn't let them speak unless he gave his name and address.
Like exact address?
Yep, full address.
At
Let's
what
give his
kind
name,
of
full address.
what kind of event was this?
It was a public meeting.
Drag
like the
Story
town
hour.
council.
Yeah,
I don't think that's the norm. Are you saying that you
yeah,
notice
that
that
is
about Americans? I don't think.
that is the norm because it was said that you cannot speak unless you give
Well, I
your
mean,
name and
maybe
address.
I'm saying at that place. I'm not saying generally across the United States.
Well, that would be
'Cause you were saying-
unconstitutional. But then that would be
You said I noticed that about you Americans. I'm just letting you know that's not common.
Yeah, it's common here in small towns. You
Your
know where everyone.
address?
Well, no, it's like everybody knows where everyone lives. It's
Well,
not
I know,
like
but
we're
when you
that
go
far
up and
from
speak at like the
Mayberry.
school board or in front of the city hall,
but-
you know, you don't
but
have to
say-
give your
You
address.
writing it down in a logbook, but not speaking it to the
Well, basically you're doxing yourself on public
Exactly.
record. That's what you're doing. So
Well, a lot of times they're broadcast too on different
Cable
forms.
Well,
TV.
exactly. It's public at that point. So this is my point, and my point is that they're not allowed to speak unless they give their full name and address.
Yeah.
And when
All
they
right,
give
I'm
their full name and address, they can speak.
I'm going to translate this right now, even though I'm not good with acronyms. Get your bitch ass in the goddamn helicopter right now before I beat your motherfucking ass. Now, everybody knows that one.
Shit, how did you get
That's
that?
brilliant.
Wow.
I'm guessing on helicopter.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the
You
only question
not
mark.
guess on the one your wife said. That's like 1/3 that size.
But maybe H is Harley. But
Who's given helicopter rides?
yeah,
Oh,
helicopter.
in the house right now.
Free
H is
helicopter rides.
Who is?
I don't know. I know you used to get them. One-way tickets.
Man, oh man. I think Topple is stunned.
Yeah, no, you got it,
Oh,
except
excuse
the
me.
H is house and not helicopter. That's the only thing you got wrong.
Oh, that's funny.
That's awesome.
Helicopters better. That's for
Well,
rich.
who would be?
dude.
I guess
That's
get her
the,
in
the
the
elite, the elite blacks. That's well done. That's the Obamas. That's what they say.
B and H were wrong.
There's like 4 B's or 3 B's.
Yeah. He put the B before the H though, and there's only one.
Oh,
Could be-
I was,
could be
I was
big.
thinking you differently than he said.
I
That's
thought it
right.
was get your bitch ass in
It's
the
big, big
goddamn
ass.
house right now before I
black
beat you.
ass.
Black.
Oh,
Okay. Well
Oh,
played,
yeah.
RW.
yeah.
Thank you.
RW with the black laser from outside. Pew! It's black.
I got nothing to lose.
Got it. All right. Well played. It just flowed off the tongue for me when I saw it. It's like, you know, all of a sudden, all those years of watching, I don't know what.
Shaft.
There you go.
So out of everyone here, would your vote in the upcoming election? Is your state, like a close, or is it like it wouldn't matter whether you voted or not?
Hey, based. I thought we were just giving our vote to the UN.
I don't know.
I'll go. My state is not it's not in play. It's a Democratic state. It will go
Good.
for.
My state's more Democratic than yours.
His is even more Democratic.
And mine's way more Republican, even though there's parts of it that are way
Right.
more.
You're in
Democrat.
Trump country, boy?
Yeah.
And RW?
I don't think. I mean, I guess if you go to Charlotte, that's blue. If you go to Raleigh, that might be blue, but everywhere else is pretty red.
Are you in South Khaki or North Khaki?
North Carolina. It's basically Trump land.
Yeah.
I heard the scuttlebutt is North.
I
North
thought it was
might-
kind of close there, though.
North might
way more
flip
close
this
than we
year.
are.
What state is that then? What state
but-
is that?
North Carolina.
North Carolina. For Afrid's comment, I really struggle with all the people right now that are going back and forth with all these polls, because to me, polls are absolute garbage knowledge.
Yeah, but I mean, if they're even talking like it kind of close, you know. They wouldn't even talk about it in my
Charlotte
state.
and Raleigh
They'd be
come
like,
out
yeah,
number
right.
rural. I mean, just
RW
rural. It's hard.
How bad was it last election? What did you guys
I
vote
don't
for?
go back.
Trump?
Well, just go to 2016. Like you said, the
look at
polling the polling is rubbish. Don't take the polling on.
Well, I think
Is anything
Florida's
serious?
going to flip this year. If Florida flips, it's over.
You think? Who said that?
Wife, it's on the screen.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm in the back.
She also said the same thing to me about North Carolina. There's a strong sentiment that they're gonna do the old, Emmitt Smith through the line to bring Harris home to the end zone. Boom, done, win, over.
Well-
Aphid was right. Aphid was right. In 2016, Donald Trump got 49.8, and Hillary got 46.2. Gary Johnson got 2.7.
Yeah, you guys are like a half a point.
What state are you in, Aphid?
Missouri.
Missouri. It's by Texas, right?
No, little north.
So who was close then? What state was close? Who was that?
His North Carolina
North
was
Carolina.
right- in 2020.
Oh, so
it was
that's
like
RW,
less
that's
than a full
RW.
point. Yeah,
Where the fuck is Missouri?
right in the center,
I see
right in
Kansas.
the very center of the United
Right next to
States.
Kansas.
You're right there with when
Oh, it's
Kansas is
MO.
getting-
Who MO? Fuck is
I
MO?
know the Americans are poor at geography, but come on, it's your own fucking.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it. It's right
if
next to me,
Kansas is
too.
getting hit with storms, watch out for our buddy over there.
I've only got
I
to say,
Coming.
I've only got to say,
Ba-
Chile.
Based, I tried to look up
Fucking not at all.
Welsh on the dictionary. I couldn't even find it.
It's
It's
Wales, goofball.
It's Wales. Welsh is the language, or I'm Welsh
No, I'm just
as a
Wel-
person.
Welsh
Sorry.
So you're basically 56 and 38 at 2016 in Missouri.
yeah, it's not even close.
Are you really in Trump country, huh?
Yeah, so I mean, the comment of Kamala taking North Carolina, that blew my mind.
You seeing a lot of Trump signs? YouTube
That's
guys
all
on
there
the
is.
bottom? On the
That's
bottom
all
row?
there is. Like I don't
all there
remember
is.
even seeing anything else.
Ultra MAGA.
RW. There's more people in the cities than there are.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Yeah,
and I don't
right.
go to Charlotte because fuck that.
What a
You don't,
shithole.
you don't sneak in for a quick hit and then get out.
In Charlotte,
Last Dance lives
I
outside
don't know.
the
Yeah,
shithole.
for some down.
what for like to quick
Remember
hit a
two
Trader
worst
Joe's?
murder
I was thinking
capital
like
of the
good
world.
city, like soul
The
food,
United
like fried
States.
chicken and shit. But I don't know.
No, all the good stuff's out here.
I thought New
Thursday.
Orleans was worse.
All right. Good
No,
enough.
New Orleans is right behind you.
Okay.
So, Aphid, do you see a lot of Trump signs?
Where I'm at, yeah, I do. A lot of like flags and people hang them in their garage.
Have you done a
What
lot
about-
of cool van wraps with Trump
What-
signs?
What about when you get
no,
closer
I
to
don't
the?
think I have.
What are you about when
Huh?
you get closer to the town centers, Aphid, or like even if city
I mean,
area?
I don't think the Democrats are big in. I mean, you'll see them. Like today, I saw African American female
Black.
that had a. She had a Kamala. It was like I would like stare at it because I was like really curious what it was. But I think from what I could gather without like totally staring uncomfortably, it was like 6-7 different images of Kamala Harris in different, like mostly just her face in different,
Just giggling and
clips,
cackling.
yeah, in different parts of her shirt. But
Wow.
which was interesting. But
Like
but
a bit like a super cringe Trump shirt, yeah.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
But
But on steroids.
right. I don't notice. It seems like, and maybe this is just my ignorance, but to me, it seems like Trump supporters are more into outwardly expressing their support in decals and bumper stickers and flags than Democrats are for any of their politicians. In the history of actually, Trump supporters are more so than any politician, Republican or Democrat, I can ever remember in my whole entire lifetime.
So
I've observed just the opposite.
Well, I was just going to say.
Really?
Yes.
So I was just going to say
Wow.
because originally people were hiding they were voting for Trump, weren't they? They wouldn't say it.
No,
But like,
not I don't know.
now you're
Like,
saying they are, but then last dance came in and said no. It's funny.
No, I think
no,
it was more of a middle
since
finger
Trump
type.
since Trump became big, you would see like once a day you'll see a jacked up pickup truck with the American flag on one side and a Trump flag, a big huge one going down the road with a
rolling
flag
coal.
in the
Are they rolling coal?
Sometimes.
yeah, they're rolling coal. That's right.
Whoa.
And I've never in my lifetime seen,
In
the
a Tesla.
Kamala Harris flag.
In a Tesla.
Especially not next to the American flag.
We see a lot of them here, both. And I'll tell you one we saw today. It said, "I'm a Republican, but I'm not an idiot. Harris 2020."
I saw that in a meme. I didn't see that in real life.
Yeah, no, that's a real sign people have.
Wow.
I mean, it makes sense.
Does it?
Interesting. So, do you think that means that Trump is defeating what they see as a traditional Republican, or is not aligned with like Republican values? Like, what is it?
Traditional Republican? I always consider it conservative, but apparently that's not true.
Well, he's not a Republican, is he?
I don't know.
I think Trump more aligns to just the guy that wasn't even really into politics that much.
Well, I think he was more of a traditional Democrat, like they used to be in the UK. It used to be a proper working class Labour Party, which is now not the case, and I think that's the same in America.
Well, I think he liked the fiscal aspect of Republicans, but socially, I think he probably was aligned more with the Democrat. But I don't think that matters worth of a nickel right now. He's all in on what they're calling the Republican Party, but
It's
to me,
different from the Republican Party.
It's not the Republican Party that I really think of. What's that?
You're saying it was hijacked. He took the party that allowed
I
him.
didn't say hijacked. You said hijacked. I didn't say it.
But
Hijacked.
Are you implying that that's sort of what happened to the Republican Party?
No, he facilitated a change, and the party swayed in that direction.
Do you believe he ran with the Republican Party because he's the one that allowed him to, or would he have run with the Democratic?
No, he never would have run with the Democratic Party because he is, a businessman, and he comes from wealth, and Republicans are generally going to benefit that sector more.
So why does all the American billionaires vote for the Democrats and give money to the Democrat Party?
Well, those are mainly tech billionaires you're talking about.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about the top billionaires. I'm talking about the top. I think it's out of the top 8, 7 openly vote Democrats or fund Democrats party and causes.
And they are all tech, I believe, and they are all so extravagantly rich. They don't care about any percentages. 2% to them, whatever. I'm gonna lose 8 billion or whatever.
Well,
too far.
I mean, it's a bit like the Labour Party in the UK. It's like they're not for the people; they're for the globalists. Because they sort of mirror each other.
No rich people are for the people, though.
No. But like you
More
said, the
pacifist,
Democrat Party technically
philanthropist or
would is
pamphlet.
seen for the people, but in reality, if all their major backers, 7 of the 8 billionaires in America, whether they're majority tech or not, the only one who hasn't is Elon. All the rest of them, the other 8 out of the top 8, back
There's
Democrats.
just a quick side note. I wanted to get this out there because there's a game developer that's hidden 24 karat gold little statue in the forest in the northeast of the United States and released like a sort of D&D intro, and it's a live hunt somewhere up northeast that people can go and try and find this 24 karat gold statue to become wealthy. So that was cool. I'll put the link in the back chat in case Steve
put it
or
in the
Dan
back chat,
can
man.
go on a trip, get rich.
Slip it right in the back chat. Slide it in.
It's all the way in.
I just felt it.
Yeah.
I gotta go urinate. I feel a pressure.
All right.
Yeah.
Bring your phone with you and record it.
Don't.
I'm all right.
One time I pissed up there and I came back and Aphid, you were like, we heard the whole thing. I'm like, what the fuck? Was my microphone super sensitive that night?
You were chiseling the concrete out there is what you were doing.
Power washing, that's a good prostate.
Don't listen this time. And let me just do my business. And it's white gravel. It's white stone. It's not concrete. We're not plebes.
It was pure stone before you had that leak out there at the time I'm talking about. Now it's all crushed into
all the
white little
calcium
pebbles.
that I urinated. Yeah, you're right.
Let's talk about piss now.
That's a good idea. Let's talk about piss.
But I agree with you to say that Trump is sort of taking over the Republican Party, and but
he only needed 26% of the to do what he did. He only needed 26% of the United States population.
So
he had it.
So, but the point I'm going to make is, like you said, I agree that he's sort of taking command of the Republican Party, but the party in power at the moment, who's taking command of that in the last 3.5 years? I'd like to have a name. I'm sure if I investigated, I could bring a few up. But
which party? Can someone rephrase that question?
Okay, I mean, so the Democrat Party has been in power for 3.5 years. So
okay,
who's been running the country? This is not Sleepy Joe. And it ain't Cameron.
It's spread out. It's spread out, and that's the way it should be. No one person should have too much power, and that's what bothers me about Trump.
So what's the point in voting for anyone then? If that's the case, you must just have a CCP in.
The executive branch does need a president whose rules.
This is unprecedented.
Runs things himself. You can't have
that's water. Thanks.
Presidency by committee. That doesn't.
I don't know.
So you've got a senile president in power, and you're discussing what Trump has done to the Republicans, and it's like you've got a person in power that hasn't been making any of the decisions, and she hasn't been making any of them.
I think a lot of people point the finger
but you
at
also
Barack
can't
Obama,
you can't blame stuff on her with that mentality, which I hear a lot of
well, because now the cards are on the table. He's not going for another another election. She's now the front runner. Why can't she step forward and speak up and speak out? She's her own person. She's not going to get herself in any huge trouble. If anything, she'll look independent and have her own views.
How many people think that she is the one and she is independent and she's the mind behind it? Does the majority look at her as a
okay? If you spend more than 2 hours a day watching the news, then everyone knows she's not capable. If you just look at 5 minutes a day, then I'm sure you might think she's capable.
Well, this morning on CNN, my guy Smirkanish said,
"Your guy."
Yeah, he said basically, this triggered another person who commented at Smirconish on Twitter. Then he read their response live on the show. That's why I love him. He does all this like live responses to Twitter. Good interviews, but he said basically her cackling, her laughing in place of answering certain questions has become a thing. And he is not at all a MAGA guy or a Republican. He's an independent, and I thought that was a legitimate thing that he said. And this person came at him like he was being sexist, that any woman who has a sense of humor is
She's a black woman,
inferior.
and she's a black woman.
And
that's all identity crap. That's just,
he
crap.
basically
it's a good read for her.
He cited some articles and that basically said the same thing that he was saying, and he was like, "I'm not making this up out of thin air. This exists. I'm just bringing light to it or talking about it on my show."
I have never seen any evidence that she has command of any issue. Any issue, not even ones that she should know by heart because they're.
Did you ever see evidence that Trump had command of issues?
Well, he had reasonable command of
foreign
policy
in particular.
Well, he knows what the issue is with Russia. He understands that America is not a lily clean, white clean foreign policy. He understands.
She understands that.
She doesn't seem to understand.
Yeah,
I don't see any evidence. I don't see any evidence she understands it.
I'd argue that she does know those things.
Based on what?
Those are
what has she ever said?
But
those aren't good examples.
I know, but
that's literally that's an opinion with no evidence. That's what it is.
Oh yeah, even
yeah.
He says.
I mean, what I do know about Camilla, she mentioned Europe once when she was asked a direct question about whether she was going to go to the southern border, and she goes, "Well, I haven't been to Europe."
I haven't been to Europe either.
That was a horrendous answer.
I don't know why that was a brag, but
I mean, and she once described Ukraine as a small country, and Russia as a very big country, very bad.
But those two answers are multiple years ago.
Let me just say
it ain't more than 2.5 years ago because the war's been going for 2 years.
She wasn't running for president then. She was just a shrimp.
Yeah, but years ago means 10 years ago. But I would never describe Ukraine as a small country because it's a huge country.
It is a large country. I mean, if you're doing some kind of a comparison to Russia, obviously it's much smaller, but it is.
Yeah, she
a nice little chunk for sure.
Let me make this point.
Putin
when it comes to there's domestic policy and there's foreign policy. Domestic policy is largely runs itself. The president doesn't really have that big of an impact
because it's state
policy. It's foreign policy where the president's prerogatives have more sway, and that's where you need to know that your candidate has some clue what's going on in the world. And I don't have any evidence that she has any clue about anything foreign policy.
So Obama said that North Korea were like a major threat to the US. Trump came into power and he went, okay. And he called him Rocket Man and made some slurs against the fat dwarf and stuff. But then he went out there, shook his hand, and they come to an agreement. And he went into North Korea. I mean, it's pretty fucking unheard of.
What during the presidential debate that just happened, did Kamala make any comments towards foreign policy?
Topple's on there.
Get him on.
All right.
Well, I didn't.
Hey, Topple.
Is it going to be Cock?
Hi.
Oh, it's him. All right, cool. What's up, buddy?
Why does Cock and stuff have to be involved with my name?
Well, no, because there was a delay, and I thought for a second we were going to get hit with the,
Yeah.
But it's you.
You could probably flash on screen, and the algorithm wouldn't even notice the size of it.
I would have to zoom. You guys would have to zoom in.
Oh, by the way, lads, just to let you know, there's AI porn bombing going on now, and it's not so much a porn bomb; it's more of a complete takeover of the character and the person. So
That
basically,
sounds fascinating.
I was about to say, what is going on?
So
I have not been hit yet.
They record you speaking for a period of time, and then it's perfect as well. So they've got your voice.
Yeah, but we can outsmart it.
Yes.
Not this one.
We'll ask you to do something, and it won't. The AI won't.
No, it's live. It's live.
I
It's live.
understand that, but I still
They'll
think
do
it's
it.
not
If
gonna be
you
good
say
enough.
if you say put your finger on your nose, they'll put the finger on the nose.
I'm sure they will. So that's what we won't say that. We'll say something that's trickier.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you say.
It does matter.
It's live.
It's tricky. It's tricky to rock around you.
So
Are you
basically,
saying the person's listening? What you're asking?
no, I'm saying the person's there, but you see Steve.
Okay.
Say he does Steve. So we see Steve now. So anything that this person does,
Yeah.
it'll be Steve's face and Steve's voice when he speaks.
Well, we'll ask him. Well, if that becomes a problem, we'll ask him something that only
Yes, Steve would know.
only we and the other guy knows.
Yeah.
Would it be like from Police Academy, the black guy who moved his lips, but like, remember? He'd be like, what's going on? Orbit, there.
I love that guy.
So are you saying?
Karate
Are you saying
movies?
we can get Betty White back and make a video of her saying sexual things to me?
Yeah.
Are you asking for a friend?
I'm asking for myself. Yes.
Yes, that AI is there, buddy. Congratulations. We're not going to see Topple for
yeah.
a week.
What?
We're not going to see Topple for a while.
Me and Betty White will be getting it on.
His hands.
Yeah, when I was like a little kid,
out.
when I was a little kid, she was old, and then when I was like 45, she was still alive and old. I was like,
yeah.
Oh, I thought this was going somewhere else.
She went through a long period of old. It's really amazing. Like she lived a great life, 99 or some shit, dude, that she lived to.
She was 1 month away from 100.
I was thinking Vanna White. Betty Davis? Is that what you said?
I said Betty White.
Davis.
Betty White.
Who's
Betty Davis?
I don't know. Oh,
Betty
yeah,
Davis is an actress.
Golden
But
Girls.
you guys might know the song by Kim. I can't remember her name. Betty Davis Eyes, Kim Clark or something like that.
No.
Betty Davis eyes.
Great
or
tune.
the Weird Al Yankovic
Carnes.
spinoff.
Kim Carnes, right?
Kim Carnes.
Oh, you might
that's
be
it.
right.
Yep.
Marty Feldman eyes.
Marty Feldman eyes, even better.
Marty Feldman, who played in Young Frankenstein.
Yeah. He was Frankenstein's assistant.
His eyes are fucking bugged out in all directions, bro. It's awesome. That's a brilliant, brilliant thing. What hump?
I can fix that. What? It's a hump. I can fix that. What hump?
It's brilliant. Don't get me going.
Did you guys already talk about this Ruth guy? The Ryan Ruth?
No, we didn't.
Never
What's
came
he saying?
Oh, what do you got?
I don't have much on him. I just apparently they found a barrel sticking out of a bush on the golf course, and they were really good this time and found that and stopped them. I'm more have the question of like, is there a mole or something that's getting that's letting information out to allow people to set up?
He sold his house in America for like 160 grand, but he was living in a 700 grand house in Hawaii. He spent a lot of time in Ukraine. A lot of time.
Are you guys talking about the guy that Secret Service shot at?
Yeah.
The golf course would be assassin.
We yet to find his wife. But
I don't know if there was
according to some media, he's a Trump supporter with a Biden sticker on the back. Oh, sorry, a Harris Wolf sticker on the back.
Here, a private chat for tops. Just
I
to get
I
his face.
turned you up, RW, just so you know.
Am I that low?
No, you weren't. You're great now. I put you up. You're good. You're fine.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I just want to know. I just want to follow the money.
Yeah, I mean, transparently, how do you do that?
What does that mean, though?
What money?
That's what I'm saying. What are you talking about?
So he had like a 700 grand house in Hawaii, but he sold his house in America. He's not been working.
North Carolina.
He's literally just done nothing for a couple of years.
Yeah, but I thought he was running a scheme where he was pulling in American soldiers for the Ukraine war or something.
Yeah,
or soldiers from somewhere in the world for Ukraine.
That's right.
So maybe that paid extremely well. I don't know.
He also had some skill in roofing, and I wouldn't be surprised if he was doing some roof fix-it shit for fucking cash. You know,
it's a lot of cash for 700,000.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying all of it, but you know, like the inflate. I don't know what's going on here. I'm not saying I'm some master, but all I know is houses that used to be worth 300,000 are now worth 700.
I was just going to say that he might have been qualified for a mortgage. I mean, I don't know if he owns the house free and clear. I mean, I don't know.
Let me find out how many times he's been arrested. He's been arrested loads of times, and he's been federally arrested as well.
Arrested. That's nothing.
He was
Sounds
arrested.
like the perfect candidate for the feds to use as their.
He was arrested.
Killer assassin.
He was arrested for
tar and feather.
For terrorism.
RW.
Yeah.
RW, do you think it's hard to know where President Trump's going to be?
When it comes to the golf course one, when it comes to the rally one, that doesn't seem difficult, right? You know, he's going to be on these rally tours. When it comes to the golf course, if you're just going to sit there for as long as it takes until he's in the right spot, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. But doesn't it also make sense that,
What if he golfs there 50 times a year?
I mean, if you work the math on that, how long would you have to sit there in an interval to wait for him?
4 or 5 days at most.
How do you spell Roth? It's TH, isn't it?
ROUTH.
It's I can agree with you that it could have been pure planned out chance.
But there's more to it than this, guys. You're missing something. There's been accounts from people in the town that would say the locals, it was just obvious when Trump was golfing. Things would be stepped up. There were signs, obviously.
How long in advance?
Maybe a day, but maybe he was in close enough proximity to be able to observe it. Who knows? I don't know. I don't think he was randomly sitting there. Nobody's saying that. But
someone said 12 hours.
Had some indication that he was going to golf that day.
Well, he wasn't announced. He wasn't even publicly announced. But it says here, FBI confirms Trump wannabe assassin Roth has been on their radar since 2019. Why not arrested?
Everybody in America is on the FBI's radar.
Everybody right here, right now is probably. Good job, boy.
Right.
Not me.
Oh, good job, Topple. Way to pretend. I mean, good luck.
That guy, that libertarian in New Hampshire that the FBI went to talk to, he's on the FBI's radar.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not a libertarian in New Hampshire, so I should be good.
Right.
Whoa, what do you got, COVID?
Okay.
Sorry.
I don't know much about this guy. I mean, it didn't really. It's sucks that more people are trying to kill a person. I'm not.
Well,
I'm not sure
who says he was there to kill him, though?
Well, what was he going to do? Shoot the stink bug off of his shoulder?
Is there any proof that he said he was going to kill Trump?
I don't know what any of it is for truth. I just know that they're plastering this guy's faces everywhere and saying that it was an assassination attempt.
Oh, I definitely would like to have more details on, but what the interview with him by the law enforcement has revealed. But that will become after the indictment is released, if there is anything for conspiracy to assassinate or whatever they
Right.
charge. So far, it's just like vanilla firearms violations. So,
Well, a little more than vanilla, but yeah, not as much as you would like to see for this guy. But what? English Bottle Cap asking, why was Ryan Ruth's social media taken offline?
Oh,
I'll
every
tell you
mess-
the reasons.
Hmm.
Firstly, I went on X right away when we found out who it was, and I went on his X account, and a few of his videos went from like 40 to 50 responses to thousands of responses in minutes. As fast as the thing could update, it was adding hundreds and hundreds of responses each time. So YouTube, Twitter, they all have to delete him because otherwise they're hosting a potential assassin on their social media. It can't be allowed.
It could also go into investigative territory.
I see your point, Smokesteve, but there should be another alternative where we can see what he's put out there.
Right.
Maybe they turn off comments or something.
Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, if you could just log, I mean, but for
Frankly-
investigative, go ahead. Sorry.
The comments were the best part.
Right.
Otherwise, it was his ridiculous fucking meanderings of this idiot, honestly. But the comments were hilarious.
If I'm running Twitter or Facebook, I don't want my platform to be used to glorify assassins. But on the other hand,
garbage of them.
But on the other hand, it's the best glimpse the public has of the mindset. So it's critical for public information.
I mean, X is being used as that platform now. I wouldn't consider YouTube to be that platform. I mean, it is still used.
X deleted him in a little, probably 30 minutes, 25 minutes.
Wow.
It happened literally while I was watching a live stream with Steve Lookner at Agenda Free TV on YouTube. He had given the link, other people in the chat had given the link to this guy's Twitter account. Everyone was on there amongst thousands of other people. And then all of a sudden, everyone started saying, it's gone. They shut that shit down. Well, everybody was there, and everybody simultaneously said the same thing. So
I can really see that being not a good look. I mean, that's not a good look. If the public can't
Twitter probably didn't even have to weigh the sides of the question. It was probably already pre-decided. This type of shit happens, they get shut down.
I think you're right.
The second this got caught, it got closed.
What about the Wayback Machine?
So I wish next time if I'm there, I'm taking screenshots of everything because it was very entertaining.
Well, there was people that got to it before it went down and
yeah, it's saved.
Yeah, me, I was there. I was like a cowboy. Comments were coming in every 5 minutes. It was nuts, dude. And then it was gone. All gone. It was fucking crazy.
Yeah, but see, the problem with that is then I have to, it's been saved, right? So now I have to, subscribe to the New York Times and pay them money or the Washington Post.
Just that safe fed, he'll send it to you.
I got it.
Have you guys seen that happened on the 18th? It says today at Homeland Security Committee, Aaron Heitke, Chief Border Patrol Agent, RET period, wherever that is, testified that the current Biden-Harris administration told Border Patrol to keep quiet about significant interest aliens crossing into the country.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
That's not surprising?
It is not surprising. It's not it's not good, but it's not surprising. It's bad news. Why would they definitely want to keep it quiet.
Why is it not surprising to you that the government would want to SIAs coming into the country?
I heard about this, and I heard about something like 7, 8, 9 years ago. It was like 12, and now it's in the multiple of hundreds.
I'm not saying that they want them coming in the country. I'm saying they want them. They don't want somebody publicizing that. They want to keep that fact quiet.
I think that fact is very important. I don't know. That surprises me. I was very surprised by that. I don't know if it's going to make any difference that information is coming out or if it's even true, but hopefully it means something to somebody that's in control of security of the nation.
Oh, well, our president, it's the Republicans' fault for canceling the border bill, even though we all understand that the president had all the authority he needed all the time.
It's so politicized. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where to go with that. Do you think? I don't know. I'm just waiting to see what happens in November at this point.
All right, I'm going to play this here from RW just because it seems interesting. It's going to take me a few seconds to get this set up, so
I'm just curious if Topple gets like 10 cents every week
Blade?
from that tea company for sponsoring.
There's no sponsorship here.
You deserve one, man.
all right, you ready?
Yep.
We have no idea who and what entered our country over this time. Throughout 2022 and 23, I sent agents to Texas and Arizona to count gotaways. Those sectors could not even put enough agents in the field to see what they'd missed. Simultaneously, in San Diego, we had an exponential increase in significant interest aliens. These are aliens with significant ties to terrorism. Prior to this administration, the San Diego sector averaged 10 to 15 SIA arrests per year. Once word was out the border was far easier to cross, San Diego went to over 100 SIAs in 2022, well over that in 2023, and even more than that registered this year. These are only the ones we caught. At the time, I was told I could not release any information on this increase in SIAs or mention any of the arrests. The administration was trying to convince the public there was no threat at the border. We walk in.
See that? Why is that not negligent? Well, why is that not? If that is true? How is that not like you get shot out of the ejection seat from your job? Like I don't understand how there's not a fail-safe built in where if your country's being destroyed by someone in that position that they're not just automatically just shot out of a cannon. Like, well, I don't get it.
Well, I'm not going to defend it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I do like that he's bringing light to it. He's doing the right thing here.
Yeah.
He's a whistleblower. And,
why now? If this has been happening for years, I'm curious if it took him that long to be able to sit in court. That doesn't seem like a speedy process.
Well, I mean, this is
he lost
realistically,
his job,
it's one of a million things that we're doing poorly and, should be brought attention to.
Yeah, but this one could result in an American walking into a place and getting stabbed or blown up or shot.
Yeah, but I mean,
by these people.
Like same thing with storage containers coming into. I mean, the amount that we look at those is.
Yeah, no, I agree,
minuscule.
But they're inert in a sense that they don't walk around, they don't live amongst us.
Right, they're at a port. They blow up a port.
There's a threat. I agree with you on that, but this threat of actual mobile human beings is
a networked living entity.
And if they are driven to kill, then there are little cells around that are just waiting for some sort of signal. It's rather terrifying.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not terrifying. I'm just saying being surprised.
I wouldn't put too much confidence.
Cells, Last Dance. Cells.
I wouldn't put too much confidence in the designation of someone being a significant interest alien.
Yeah, I'd like to know what the
SIA, bro.
I'm sure 99% of those people have no real connection to terrorism.
Okay. I wish you well in that. I hope that is true.
I'll tell you who was designated a significant interest person, not an alien, and that was Tulsi Gabbard.
Tulsi
because it's
Gabbard.
Somebody she talked to, that someone, some foreign national she talked to. That
Was
somebody-
Richard Reed? Was Richard Reed?
Well, he was the shoe bomber, right? He was.
Yeah, but
He probably was not a significant interest alien.
Well, it seems like there's some mistakes made in the labeling here.
Do you know why he was caught?
Because he used matches.
That's right. And you know what the person sitting next to him thought was happening?
Thought he was trying to light a cigarette.
They thought he was trying to light a cigarette, so that's why they turned him in.
Yeah.
Oh, if I'd have known he was just trying to light a bomb, I wouldn't have said anything.
Yeah, he couldn't get the matches going.
I know. What a fuck up.
So that's why she's on that list?
No,
They
this
haven't
has
said
nothing
it's-
to do with her. This was about her. I've heard some scuttlebutt about Tulsi recently.
Uh-oh. Don't talk about my girl like that. Go on.
Is she an agent of
Who's your girl this week?
of Ukraine?
No, she's been my girl for years.
Is she a
Oh,
Ukrainian agent? Is there some
No.
money going through there?
No, why would Ukraine pay her money? She's kind of against the Ukraine funding. So
How about Russia? How about Russia?
I don't.
What are you trying to turn this into?
Where's the evidence that she gets money from Russia?
There's no evidence. I'm just asking questions.
I don't see any reason to believe that.
What kind of narrative are you trying to push here, Steve?
So you think she's just all for the American people?
Absolutely.
All right. Fair enough. I'm with
Do you
you.
think-
She's the only truth out there right now.
I don't necessarily agree with everything she says, or even all the points she makes, but I think she does make some very good points, and I'm really sick and tired of people who deviate one iota from the Ukraine war narrative, being labeled as agents of Russia or doing Russia's bidding or pushing narratives that Russia likes. I'm tired of that whole.
You've heard it with her, though.
I've heard it with her. I've heard it with anybody who says anything that that doesn't 100% support the total war narrative in Ukraine.
Well, could you flip that total war narrative to say supporting the country that was invaded?
I mean, what is it? Let's say, what do you mean by support? Does that mean
you support Ukraine? They were invaded. They were essentially a sovereign country taken.
Yeah, well, I'll say it's wrong.
Didn't you fly the Ukraine flag on your Twitter account for ages?
I did, yes. I would say the invasion of Ukraine was wrong. I've never said anything else. But does that count as support?
Now you're saying, but it wasn't so wrong that you want them to fight to the end. You want them to surrender for a peace. A peace.
No, I'm not
deal.
saying that.
You want less death. You want less death.
I'm really not saying that. I am saying that a negotiated solution, and I don't prescribe how that negotiation would go. I just think that a negotiated solution is in the best interests of everybody, not just Ukraine, Russia, and the West and the East. It's in the best interest of civilians that all these sanctions be removed, that free trade flows, that oil gets around, and all these artificial price hikes caused by sanctions. It's the best interest of Africans that Ukrainians could grow their food and sell it around the world, and people can be fed in places. So, I think, and I wouldn't prescribe. It's between Russia and Ukraine, their negotiations. But I just think that rather than simply continuing to provide an indefinite supply of weapons to prolong a war forever, that we also should do at the same time be finding a negotiated solution. And that does mean letting Zelensky know that this is not going to go on forever. He needs to have something to kick his ass to be looking for a negotiated solution.
Yeah,
Dan,
we haven't heard a
Last
lot about
Dance
Zelensky.
2024.
Where
Do you
did Zelensky go?
I don't know where Zelensky is. I assume he's in Ukraine.
He's sniffing coke in his mansion somewhere.
Dance, did you think
You've
that there was going to be a pushed front? Did you think that the front was going to push back eventually into Russia? Is that something you had in your mind? And then I'll digress to aphid.
I have no idea militarily which way it will go. I just know that Russia has many more bodies that they can throw at it than Ukraine does.
A dog.
You've went so far as to say that you think that Ukraine should sacrifice, if we had to put a percentage, 25 to 30% of their once borders.
If someone asked my opinion, I would say that they should give up Crimea, they should give up Luhansk or whatever it is, and Donbass region, and any place that has a large number of Russians, that want to be part of Russia, they should give it up. For one thing, even if they get them back, you're going to have a province full of enemy agents that are just working against you from is secret. It's not these are not people that are going to make your country stronger. It's true that the land goes with them, but
Is there real strongholds in Russia near the border that are sympathetic to the Ukrainians that maybe they could do an even swap on?
I'm sure there are.
Kilometer to kilometer.
I don't know if it's kilometer to kilometer. I don't think they are in Kursk, for example, where.
Are they still occupying that?
I think they still are. Yeah.
That just seems. I mean, I know you say Russia just don't care about it, but that just seems like a pure sign of weakness.
It is a sign of weakness. Russia is not, is not extremely strong, but my concern is not who's stronger or not. It's the cost of war that we have to stop. It's too high for the gains. It's been a stalemate since for 2 years now.
I wonder what the rate of troops dying on a daily basis is at this moment.
Maybe it's gone down since the peak.
I don't know. It seems like it, but maybe we just don't hear about it. Like Europe, I think, is invested into this mess. Where here in the States, I don't think we don't want to hear about it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think people in the street aren't really that interested.
No.
Whether they're for it or against it.
I think they're definitely more interested in what's going on in the Middle East right now, which I know I am too.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I always hope that there's negotiations happening that I'm not aware of, but I haven't seen any hint of that.
Oh, you do?
So this is 1 day ago from Newsweek. Russia loses 35 artillery, 118 vehicles, and 1,340 troops in 1 day in Kiev. So I don't know what that is on the Ukrainian side. Mm-hmm.
Russia doesn't have troops in Kiev.
That's what it's saying.
Russia doesn't have any troops in Kiev.
I'll share the link. I didn't read past just the beginning.
Speaking of horrible things going across the world, on our own soil, did you guys talk about Puffy at all tonight?
I don't know.
Was there any P. Diddy talk?
No, we were waiting for you.
I was going to bring it up, Aphid.
I thought the hip hop people like you would know.
Yeah,
What's Puffy up to?
We consider you the
hopefully being alive in a jail cell right now.
Not doing so good.
I think he's. Well,
he's definitely going to jail.
I think he's gonna be gone. I think he's like I Believe I Can Fly guy. I think he's
R. Kelly.
Yeah, I think he's R. Kellying it out. I think he's done for.
You think they have good evidence against him?
I don't know, man. It sounds like it.
Well, they raided his house in May, and then
I saw
until afterwards.
A lot of people are like thinking it's going to be kind of like the Epstein thing, where there's so much information, which we really haven't. Besides Stephen Hawking's, I think, was the most interesting information that came out of Epstein.
Surprised, man.
But there was no like down with Hollywood like everybody thought that there was going to be. But
because they haven't named him.
He's a dead man.
They haven't named him.
Yeah, based. Woke him up with the Epstein. There's a couple of triggers in base brain. Vaccines.
Yeah.
And Epstein.
I was probably Stephen Hawking.
And what's the guy, the chick's wife, our husband that got hit with the hammer? That's another one. Paul Pelosi.
Paul Pelosi.
Yeah,
Paul Pelosi. Sorry, based.
Yeah, but like I said, if I like to be as factual as I can be. I can be wrong, but also if you don't name the perps, right? They can't arrest the perps, can they?
Nope.
Who can? Who has to name the perps?
Well, to arrest them, you do.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
But you also need evidence, right?
Yes.
Right.
Someone's name in a book is just a tiny piece of evidence. It's not enough to arrest somebody.
I understand that last dance, but what you do when you read a diary in a book or some sort of ledger in a book that shows the times people's coming in and going out, then obviously you speak to the people in mind under caution, don't you?
Yes, you do. You do investigation. That's a good start, and then you investigate. And I don't know if they've done any.
We haven't had any of that. Remember, Ghislaine Maxwell was in court for like 2 weeks. They not once asked her who any of these people were.
Well, she also hasn't spilled any beans either.
Well, they haven't even asked her the question.
She's doing hard time, and she just lost her appeal. She lost every part of her appeal.
Trump's got to be upset about that. He wishes her well.
Yeah,
she's a very lovely lady. He wishes her well.
Oh, I think P Diddy's a dead man.
A dead man. Well, he's gonna be Epstein.
Yeah, exactly. If he's on that level and he has that much knowledge, he's a dead man. I saw an article just the other day where it's like in his home they found like almost 900 dildos in his residential.
I heard there's some gay stuff going on with
Why do you need 900?
There's some gay stuff going on with the
commercially. I don't know. Topple.
You know, it's cleanliness. You don't want to use this. You don't want to use.
Well, supposedly he had over 1,000 bottles of lube.
I heard about
that.
No, you know,
1,000, not 10 bottles of lube, not 100 bottles of lube.
That's a big slip and slide.
You know what it was? It wasn't lube. It was baby oil.
Oh well, that's different.
That's different.
It works.
You can do that for massage.
A friend of mine told me.
Hey, no more.
That would be a poor choice.
It's a shiny thing. Shiny.
You got butter or baby oil? What are you going to go with?
Coconut oil, bro.
Butter.
Are we talking about for cooking or for something else?
Last dance is like avocado oil.
No seed oils. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
Linseed oil.
Yeah. Last dance. Can you give me an answer to why they didn't ask the questions of who the other 140 names were in that ledger?
What ledger?
And, well, in the names of the people.
In Ghislaine Maxwell's ledger?
Well, no, it wasn't Ghislaine Maxwell's, was it? It was his own ledger that he was writing it all out.
In Epstein's ledger.
Yeah.
Well, who were they going to ask about them? Who would be asked about the names?
Well, you couldn't ask Alan Dershowitz because he's one of the names,
right?
But yeah, you would expect them to ask questions, wouldn't you?
Let me play devil's advocate here, and I assure you that I don't really think this way. let's just assume that everybody in the list is innocent. They're just names in a list, and for some reason you just wrote them down. They never actually did anything. What if they? Why would the police release the names of innocent people only to subject them to endless, harsh rumor mongering and scrutiny?
Well, I mean, the job of the police there would be to ask the question, wouldn't it?
Well,
we got a convicted nonce that was released, and then we've now got this more information, and he was at it again.
Yes.
Oh, and all these people, all these VIPs that have come on his island, all these many people, multiple times, we're just not going to ask any of these people any questions.
Are you sure none of them have been questioned?
Well, I haven't heard any of them being questioned.
Well, let me just say that I do think that there should be investigation. I do think that they should ask. First, they should ask the girls who were on the island, and they have the names. They could produce pictures. I would like to see them try and work up who's done what, and then try and prove it. That's what I would like to see. Now, I don't know what they're doing. It doesn't seem like anything, right? Because it's been a while.
Nothing's happened. So,
how long has it been since Epstein died?
Wow. 2 or 3 years easily.
2 or 3 years? Well, that's a long time.
It's more than that.
If they're making a case, they should make it soon.
Well, they're not, are they?
Well, have they given up? I mean, I don't even follow it. Has they closed the case, or is it still ongoing?
August 10, 2019, Dan.
Well, the first thing you do, you would speak to the people concerned.
That's almost 5 years. That is
wow.
Yeah, if you don't speak to the people concerned, then they haven't going to answer or attempt to answer any questions.
Well, I'll tell you what I would prefer, and this is just me being an individual. I'd love to see those names leaked out. And then I would love to see the mob harass these people until they fess up what they've done.
I got a good conspiracy theory. What if patient 0 got COVID on Epstein Island and China is taking the fall with this Wuhan lab crap to cover up for Epstein's Island? There you go. There you go, boys.
There you go.
Did I put that comment up?
I'm fucked. I can stay on here for a bit longer.
What?
Now,
I think he said he's fucked.
Yeah.
I think that's correct.
Smokesteve says there was a case going to trial with Epstein and Trump, but it went away before the 2016 election.
Oh.
I haven't heard that.
I don't know. I didn't dig into that whole justice aspect. I've always just paid attention to the fact that it even existed in the first place.
So the only real connection with Trump and Epstein is when he banned him from his Mar-a-Lago resort and all hotels.
No, a video of him hanging out partying with him.
Exactly. We have pictures of them together.
You might see pictures of him together, right? But he was never allowed in any Trump venue from that point on.
Maybe, but if we're going to have guilt by association, if your name's on a list, then everybody's guilty until they prove they're innocent.
Well, it's about being on the island. It's a bit of a clincher, really.
Fair enough. Let's just restrict them.
Was Trump on his plane?
Well, here wife says, "Oh, please, based." She didn't mean to put the D on there. "Oh, please, based." They were buddies for years. Was that common knowledge?
Who was buddies for years?
Clinton,
Epstein, and Trump.
No,
sorry.
100%. 100% no. You can do the research there. It's all there available. He banned him from all his resorts. He banned him from all his properties because.
Right, but distancing doesn't make him an innocent man.
distancing, maybe he regretted something he did with her.
Okay, well, no, that's the problem. When people have got something on someone, they bow down to him. Trump didn't bow down to him, but Trump said, "Get the fuck out of here."
Well, we know that at least one person who visited Epstein Island did not have sex with any women.
Who?
Stephen Hawking.
Yeah, I don't think he could get it up.
I think
That's what I heard.
When the books are open, is going to be shocked.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
he can't feel anything below his neck.
Yeah.
You're not keen enough, Dan. You're not keen enough to see what your options are there.
Throw your food at me. Throw it at my head.
Harder.
Harder.
He didn't.
Well, we're going home.
I want to see those quantum. I want to see some quantum tunneling now.
Hell yeah, dude.
First off, he did not have a trach.
He had a speech thing.
I don't think so.
No, he didn't have the strength to
he
talk.
didn't have he could only talk through a computer using his eyes to control words.
At the end, you're right.
He's dead now. We're allowed to make fun of him.
He did have the computer generated voice.
He
didn't
because he didn't have
hold it up there. You're right.
No, he didn't have a use of an arm to get it up.
Right,
there.
right. Okay. Give me a little latitude here.
Oh, critics, man.
Artistic license.
If we're gonna stay close to the truth here.
Aphid Lev is a cocksucker. I proved it in my last paper.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Fart on my face. Thank you, East Wind Farm. You should get out of here.
Oh.
Come on the show. You're funnier than I am.
Yeah, Eastwood Farms, good guy.
I mean, I understand why people are outraged that a whole bunch of people that surely exploited young women, minors, have seemingly escaped not only prosecution but even identification. So I certainly, it is an outrage. It really is. So I'm not really going to defend the authorities that much.
Harvey Weinstein, he's another one.
So Trump banned, I'm reading it now, Trump banned Jeffrey Epstein from the Mar-a-Lago after he hit on a teenage girl, book claims. 2007. To get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, that was pretty long ago.
Yeah. So he's had no like contact, and he said that before. He's had no contact.
He was still dancing and partying with the dude, though.
Oh,
well, who knows what happened?
Welshie, the only separation that I've seen.
It seems like you cross off Trump. You give Trump a little more credit than you give others.
Right.
I'm just saying.
No, you're saying all this about Trump and Epstein, and I'm telling you, he was
I didn't
taken
say
out.
anything about Trump and Epstein. I said he was dancing with him. I think that's the only thing I said about him.
All right. We're insinuating they're best buddies. He has nothing to do with him.
That was
Smoke
Wife.
Dancing with him.
The only elite that seem to be phased by this, Welshie, in my opinion, is the Gates, Bill and Melinda Gates. If she left Bill because he was on that list,
that was one of the reasons. That was one of the reasons, according to her own words.
Okay, I'm just saying that's the only thing that I can remember amongst the elites.
She's on interview. She's on interview, and asked that. The question you posed was his relationship with Bill Gates one of the reasons why, you got divorced? And she said, yes.
Right.
I wouldn't be the slightest bit surprised if he's an exploitive dude on that. But you gotta have some evidence before you criminally prosecute him. Now, you don't need any evidence before you just accuse him and hound him and demand that he give up all his. Bill Gates. Prove you weren't doing anything on Epstein Island.
I'm not judging him. I'm just saying I think that's the only interesting thing that stood out to me is that he got divorced from his wife, and I would have figured that she would have just been a part of it. So that just stood out. If that had any correlation, it was strange. Timing was interesting. Could have been anything.
The face she pulled when she answered the question, when she said, was that, and she went yes, and she looked at the interviewer. Nothing else was said. It was quite obvious.
It's still speculation on our part, right?
Oh, agreed, but that his wife was making it clear without saying any words that, well, she said enough words. Yes, that was one of the reasons. Which means,
do you think that Puff Daddy's the scenario happening with Puff Daddy and the ring that is potentially going to be threatened to be talked about? Do you think that's going to actually happen, or is it just going to be another dead guy and then everything moves forward?
Well, yeah, it's going to be the usual thing. But
what do you mean another dead guy?
If Puff Daddy if Puff Daddy is going to sing, sing some songs, I don't see him surviving. I think Epstein is the same scenario as Puff Daddy. If that is the same
situation. Like the higher ups are gonna kill him.
Yes, they.
Yeah, like they did with Epstein.
I don't think the higher ups killed Epstein. So.
Okay.
The scenario seems silly to me.
So
the scenario seems silly to me that so many people buy into, but to me,
you think that Epstein killed himself, basically? Then
I do think Epstein killed himself. I got
it
no
makes
doubt
perfect sense.
Okay.
See, Last Dance is on my side.
I mean, I don't know what happened, but I don't see any reason to.
So the CCTV wasn't working that night. And,
it's in a fucking jail, dude.
This was a federal jail. It was a shit show.
So there wasn't a suicide. There wasn't a suicide in that jail for about, I think it's 10 or 15 years.
That doesn't prove anything.
Okay. So you keep on.
But it doesn't. It doesn't prove anything.
No, it doesn't prove anything. But it beats what you say. It's a fucking federal communist shithole, insinuating that loads of people commit suicide in that prison. Actually, factually, I think at least 10 years.
I didn't say loads of people killed themselves in that prison. No, I said Epstein killed himself in that prison.
I said insinuating.
No, I didn't. I insinuated that Epstein killed himself. I didn't insinuate that other people did.
Well, yeah, if it's a shithole prison. And then you're insinuating.
Yeah, but because you're talking. No, that's nothing to do with. You're totally putting words into my mouth. I'm insinuating that something wasn't working in that jail, as it was a shithole prison. Nothing else. Nothing to do with other people killing themselves. Nothing to do with anything.
Just keep on. I mean, you literally follow the narrative. I mean,
but you don't have anything. But you don't have anything to go off of. You're just going off of, it had to be this because him killing himself isn't as cool of a story. You have nothing to go off of. You have no proof that he killed him, that somebody else killed him. You're just going off of that, and you're trying to say that I'm the crazy one. It's absurd.
This is what I find crazy. You would literally believe that it was a one-man mission that went after Trump the first time, wouldn't you? You would literally say that's just like a lone person.
I'm talking about this incident.
No, but that would be your opinion there. His social media was completely wiped, that Crooks guy. That's completely wiped. No one knows anything of his position, but you think that's perfectly normal, don't you?
I don't know nothing about, to be honest with you.
Well, no. You'll follow that narrative. You'll follow that narrative right down the line, all the way down the line.
I think it's perfectly normal, and it's not. I don't follow anybody's narrative. That's my narrative.
Do we know how he did it? I'm looking it up now.
How he got up on the building?
How Epstein killed himself?
I think he hung himself.
He hung himself.
He strangled somehow. He strangled himself.
Yeah, with his paper so close. Yeah, go for the top one that comes up on Google. That'll be perfect.
I'm just going for Wikipedia, man. I'm not digging.
Oh, that's even better.
I think the guards, that whole nonsense. Those
They
guards.
were they went home
That
early.
guy was just
They
as
they
big of
went.
a.
It's normal. It's normal for you to
He
go
was
home early.
he was no different from any of the other scumbags that they watch every night. They didn't care about him. They didn't care if he killed himself.
That's why he was under special watch. Supposed to be looked at every half hour.
They're not going to look after anybody. And you're talking about people that have raped and killed, done all kinds to us in this conversation. Yeah, it's important, and he's a significant.
Okay, so
person.
what
to
you're
those
saying?
Guards that just go to work every day for their low wage, they could care less who he was.
So if Trump gets stitched up on some bullshit, right, and he gets sent to prison, you go into the open thing, will you? You just go straight into open population, yeah? Or no, they don't, do they? Certain people go into a more secluded part where it's open to the, and that's what would happen with Epstein. Epstein was under constant watch. He was not supposed to be left alone for any period of time.
Can I read a few paragraphs?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right. On August 10, 2019, guards found Epstein unresponsive in his jail cell. I'm skipping parts where he was awaiting trial on sex traffic charges. After prison guards performed CPR, he was transported in cardiac arrest to a hospital where he was pronounced dead at 6:39 a.m. The New York City medical examiner and the Justice Department Inspector General ruled that Epstein's death was a suicide by hanging. Epstein lawyers challenged the medical examiner's conclusions and opened their own investigation, hiring blobby bloops. After initially expressing suspicion, Attorney General William Barr described Epstein's death as a perfect storm of screw-ups. Both the FBI and the Department of Justice Inspector General conducted investigations into the circumstances of his death. The guards on duty were later charged with multiple counts of record falsification. Many public figures accused
record falsification. Why would they falsify their records?
Hold on, let me just
because
finish.
They don't want to get fired.
No, because they want to go.
It's just not. There's more. That's all.
Go ahead.
Many public figures accused the Federal Bureau of Prisons of negligence. Several lawmakers called for reforms. In response, Barr removed the Bureau's director. As a result of Epstein's death, all charges against him were dismissed, and ongoing sex trafficking investigations shifted attention to his alleged associates, notably Maxwell, who was arrested by blah, blah, blah. Due to violations of normal jail procedures on the night of Epstein's death, the malfunction of 2 cameras in front of his cell, and his claims to have compromising information about powerful figures, his death generated speculation and conspiracy theories about the possibility that he was murdered. Other theories claimed his death was feigned. In November 2019, the contested nature of his death spawned the Epstein didn't kill himself internet meme. Public opinion polls suggested that only a small percentage of Americans believe Epstein committed suicide. One such poll saw 60% saying they believed he committed suicide, 45 believing he was murdered, and 39 being unsure. That's all of it.
So we've got guards that falsify records of when they viewed Epstein, because that's what they were supposed to do. Those view every 20 minutes, half hour. So the falsified records they knocked off early, and like I said, once again, do you reckon they wanted to go home an hour? Do you reckon they wanted to go home an hour to watch the news, or do you reckon there was other reasons? And the 2 cameras facing they were also sort of a malfunction.
I'm looking in now into the falsification charges. I'll read that for a while you guys talk. But when it comes to the cameras both being off, I mean come on. Yes, it could be.
Look into if those guards were like
those guards left early.
They were brand new, and they were put into place by some other people. Because if those guards have been there for years, doing a shitty job at a shitty.
Were those guards FBI or something?
They didn't want to get fired, and
it was their first day.
Was excuses? Made
it was their first. It was their first day at work.
They're not going in every half hour. Then I would believe you, Base.
So we got Bill and Ben turning up for their first day in a federal prison. Oh, you got them, Bill? Well, I tell you, I got Epstein too. Oh yeah, we got Epstein.
If they were put in place by other people, then I would. But if these guys have been there doing the shitty job for years,
I tell you what. Well, no, you said they were new. Or someone said they were new.
No, I'm saying if they were put in place and new, I would believe that there was something behind it.
So you think they'll leave work early? Didn't you know that would be a sackable offence for you? I mean, it's not like you're mitching off work half hour when you're a forklift driver. You know, you're guarding federal prisoners. It's a sackable offence immediately. But don't worry about that. That's perfectly normal.
Dude, you're gonna like this even better, buddy.
I know there's loads. Go on.
All right, so I'm still. There's a lot. I'll share the link here too. It's a web archive, but 2 correctional officers who were assigned to guard Jeffrey Epstein on the night he died in his cell have been indicted for allegedly ignoring more than 75 mandatory checks on the wealthy financier, then fabricated records to cover it up. Federal authorities charged Michael Thomas and Tobin Knoll with multiple counts of falsifying records and conspiracy. The 2 worked as guards at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan that is mostly used for defendants awaiting trial. So when it comes to Aphid's point of are they brand new, that information doesn't give enough information besides that they did work for the correctional center. It wasn't their first night.
Yeah.
At a court appearance on Tuesday, Thomas and Knoll pleaded not guilty, and a judge released each of them on $100,000 bond. The indictment provides the first official account of what happened. According to video surveillance footage obtained by prosecutors, Epstein was in his cell unobserved for 8 hours before he was found dead. The unit he was in requires that all inmates be accounted for.
That's enough time. That's enough time, isn't it?
Prosecutors, so they weren't checking on him twice an hour. Prosecutors, this next 2 paragraphs here. Prosecutors say that while working an overnight shift, Thomas and Knoll, the only 2 officers assigned to Epstein's wing, neglected to check on him. Instead, they sat at their desks, browsed the internet for furniture, motorcycle sales, and sports news, monitoring Epstein.
Busy, and they were busy.
Away from the
I
unit.
That's exactly what makes sense. That's exactly what makes sense.
They were busy. They were busy.
Yeah.
And sleeping.
What don't you get? They could care less about going in to check on him.
Exactly what I would expect.
Yeah, exactly.
So they've got the most important prisoner.
It doesn't sound like they were plants from the feds to pull off this.
They did a good job too, you know.
This
Come on,
total conspiracy.
Okay.
So either, at the very least, let him kill himself, which they were supposed to let
the most high-profile man in that prison, most probably, apart from some mafia in the 30s, if that place was built, right, would be Epstein. And in the whole 8 hours,
I don't even know if that's true. I mean,
okay. Well, name me another VIP.
Well, how am I supposed to know who was in that prison at that time?
Because you made my point for me.
Oh, I did I?
Yes.
The negligence.
Because you can't name anyone.
Whoever was in those cells, the negligence is off the charts.
Why is it relevant at all?
Because he's the most high-profile person in that prison. Most probably since.
To those guards, he is just another scumbag.
No.
Every night they have another scumbag that was on the news the night before that did some horrible thing.
You just try to carry on.
Here's my 2 questions. Berman said they repeatedly failed to conduct mandate checks on inmates and lied on official forms to hide their dereliction. So the lies were that they were doing their job when they really weren't.
Exactly.
But my question is, it's just this guy saying, "Oh, Epstein hung himself. We messed up." But if they took the body down, or if there's any fabrication, I don't know how true it is that he hung himself. I don't know how true that is. There's so much lack of evidence that he even hung himself. So it's the story. The story is sad, but it still doesn't.
How do you think you would prove that somebody hung themselves?
If they were still hanging and there was pictures, or
it would have helped if the CCT, but the 2 cameras were disabled for some reason. They weren't operational for that shift.
It's not looking good. I'm just saying it doesn't. It looks like a great opportunity for something different to have happened, and there's no proof of it.
I give almost no credit to a claim of conspiracy just because things don't look right. If you want to say somebody murdered him, you have to have some evidence of that murder.
Well,
are you saying now that these 2 guards are conspirators.
I'm
They
saying
knew
that
about the murder.
even if they weren't conspirators and they just
Okay.
sucked that bad at their job, that's a long time for other people to have done shit.
So how long were they sent to prison for? So the first thing they did, they left a federal prison when they were on duty, and then they lied about the duties they were doing on duty. That's what we know of, yeah.
RW, do you think there's just like some door to the outside world that anybody could walk in and out of, and those two guards were the only ones that would have caught somebody coming in there?
I think that it's possible that.
I mean, you know how many people and checks and doorways and gates that would have to be open for somebody to get back there to kill him
when the
before you
level
get to
of
these two
negligence
guards?
is 75.
I mean,
If they're
come
giving a number
on.
like that, I'm just saying, if the negligence is that bad in one
Everything
group
you've
area,
read has only solidified my thought that he killed himself.
Well, this is what this is.
Hold on. Let me
Aphid, that's exactly what I was saying earlier on. It doesn't matter what he's really said. You'll follow that narrative down to the line. You know,
It's not a narrative. I'm following the facts.
it is. It's like the Ukraine stuff. When the Ukraine
You're
stuff
acting like
started,
I watched something that like made me think
You were like
this way.
Putin
No,
bad
I'm
2 years
using
ago.
logic and reason to come up with this conclusion. You're using like
my response.
I don't know what both of you two are using some kind of
So I'm
crazy
using
thought to think that there's some kind of
not
like
crazy.
outside source that came in here and killed this guy.
I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
don't-
not.
And because these guys were looking at on the internet
RW, you can't question.
at some furniture
most-
that proves your thought. It's ridiculous.
No,
You
I'm-
can't
let me
question.
answer-
You
answer
can't
me this
question the
question.
facts.
Answer me this
It's
question.
silly. It's silly.
You have two officers that are assigned to a certain duty in that prison, and they're literally just chilling on the internet, not giving a fuck about their job. How many other people in that prison system are doing that also at the same time? And if they're all fucking off and not doing their job, how hard is it for someone to get in there and do something?
Extremely hard for
It's
somebody to come
almost
from the
like-
outside.
Is it impossible?
I mean,
Is
that's.
it
Are you
impossible?
kidding me?
So they,
I mean, I can't believe. I
Okay,
really,
okay,
honestly, can't believe I'm
okay.
having this conversation with you.
Is it
two.
impossible?
Okay,
It's
so
really
let me
hard to believe.
let me have you laughing at this one. So while these chaps were basically going through the internet, having a look at a bit of porn or going on Amazon, like you said, scrolling the internet. So they've turned a blind eye, and then obviously, just say, someone then sort of sorted that problem out, and they were still on the internet fucking around on Amazon, like you said. And then at the end of the shift, then they fuck off, and then all of a sudden the alarm gets raised. So no, fuck all. You know?
What?
I don't know. I don't know where you're coming from.
Well, when you set that online, that's a good decoy. That could be a great decoy. Yeah, we didn't do our duties. We were fucking around online. So yeah, so you've turned your back on your duties. So if some evil or someone bad wanted to go in there and do something nefarious while they were fucking around online all night, looking at a bit of fucking Pornhub stuff.
These aren't the only two guards at the facility.
Well, no,
That's what I was trying to tell him.
in that part, he wasn't in open. He wasn't in open prison. You understand that, don't you? He wasn't in open
I
prison,
do.
right? He was in special. He was in the special part, vulnerable, right?
What do you mean vulnerable?
He was a vulnerable prisoner. He was on suicide watch.
Yeah. He was supposed to be looked at.
He said he wasn't suicidal, but they put him on suicide watch. He said he wasn't suicidal.
You're saying it surprises you that we're having this conversation, but I don't see
Shocked.
a 0% chance that it's not that. I don't see it 0% that something couldn't have happened to this individual that isn't part of the narrative that we're being told that he killed himself. Based on the lack of evidence we have for that model, for the narrative we already have.
Well, there's lack of evidence because that's all you've looked up. What we do know is that there's information. I can only imagine the only facts we really have here is that there's some kind of computer knowledge that these guys search certain furniture websites at certain times, clicks in the night, and that's how they know the information.
Yeah, they have
we're
a
talking
record.
about. Yes.
I'm not suggesting that
that's
you've
the
done
only
anything.
facts
That's
we
all I'm
have.
suggesting. That they were busy going on the internet. That's what I'm suggesting. It's just a suggestion that while they're fucking around looking at furniture, shit could have been going on, right? And they
Yeah, but
wouldn't know.
is there evidence? There's probably there would probably be evidence that like a certain gate was open at a certain time.
Well, I mean,
there's probably
the cameras weren't.
10 gates at least.
The cameras weren't
That's
working.
conservative. Hold on, base. There's probably like 10 gates at least that somebody would have had to come from the outside. And there's probably 2 guards for every single one of those gates.
RW, can you Google Epstein's cellmate? Because that's quite interesting. Because obviously the first time he was supposed to have tried to commit suicide, he said his cellmate tried killing him. And his cellmate was some sort of ex-mafia hitman. His cellmate was an ex...
I want to be clear. If it ever came out that he didn't kill himself and that there was a conspiracy, I'm not saying that I would be shocked. I'm just saying with the information we know, I don't see any evidence to even suggest that happened. Certainly not sit here and be like, you're stupid if you don't think that that's what happened. I mean, you got nothing.
Well, it's quite concerning when cameras work for 364 days a year, and then all of a sudden, for the one day it don't work, and on that day, the most high-profile person in that prison for decades commits suicide. It's funny.
Nobody said the cameras were working 300.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was just gonna say.
Well,
and a lot of people in that prison are high profile. Epstein to these guards probably didn't even follow the case.
Just because he can't name one doesn't prove anything.
There are people who actually commit. Well,
the most
Victor Bout was in that prison. A lot of high-profile people have been in that prison
for decades. I said, Christ Almighty, fucking pick it through.
Victor Bout was in that prison. I don't think it was decades before.
Yeah, but I don't even know who Victor thing is. So
he's the arms dealer that they ended up.
The Russian.
The Russian. They ended up trading him for Brittany Griner.
Oh yeah, he's still not as remote, you know.
That movie about him is pretty good.
I didn't see it.
It's Nicolas Cage plays him. What's it called?
Did you notice? When did we lose Smokesteve?
What's it called?
About 30 minutes ago, probably.
Okay.
We've been digging into Epstein for a while now. I guess he just passed out.
War, I think.
Can we move on?
Smokesteve left.
You still got. If you want to talk some more, I'm glad to talk some more. But I was hoping you could give us an update on what's happening in the UK at some point.
Yeah, go on.
Well, we had some exciting things happening, a couple weeks ago, and I was wondering if how things are going with the Labour government. And
to be honest with you, I'm just not really watching the news that much at the moment.
No,
nothing good coming from the news.
Anything happening?
I've just avoided it. You know what I mean? Just stayed on the internet. So you're on the internet, you're just in that window, and you're on that algorithm. So,
yeah.
Nothing good coming from the UK. I mean, for example, I'll give you the biggest news. That's the most high-profile presenter on the BBC, the biggest paid news presenter on the BBC. Hugh Edwards was convicted of purchasing, I think it was 44 of the most extreme Class A child rape. And so, and he was sentenced to 6 months suspended.
I just don't understand that.
And at the same time, we had a man shouting at a police dog during a riot. Judge said he did nothing else, but he did shout at the police dog. It's got 20 months.
Yeah, it's insane. And people, posting a meme that's get convicted of hate speech and get custodial sentences. I mean, it's just I don't understand it. Did he plead guilty to a lesser charge? I mean, why? How did it?
It's the most extreme. It was the most extreme, class.
So why did he not go to jail for a long time?
Yeah, I mean, basically, the way you've got to look at that is that any photos you receive on that there's a victim in that photo.
Yes, absolutely, and that victim wouldn't exist
That's
if people
correct.
like Hugh Edwards weren't paying money to make those people exist. I don't understand that sentence.
So
If there was somebody who were trying to defend that sentence, what would they say?
well, he's in the club, isn't he? He's in the club.
Yeah, but
He's in
suppose that's not the reason. Was he cooperative with the police? Did he turn in the people he bought it from? Or I don't understand why.
Well, basically, the 17-year-old boy he gave £35,000 to was parents were very concerned, and then they spoke to the BBC, and then they spoke to the police. So, I mean, the age on these photos or videos, I don't know. Obviously, it was like 7 years of age. He doesn't do a day in prison, not one day.
I worked my whole career in the federal government, and there were a variety of employees. Some of them were excellent, some of them were mediocre, and a whole bunch were just terrible. And I mean, those prison guards, that's not surprising. You can't fire anybody in the government. It's possible, but it's such a pain in the ass that nobody tries. It's not worth the effort to fire somebody.
That sucks, man.
Yeah,
So
well, he was on full pay. He was on full pay.
Yeah. So are the people I'm thinking of too. It's a place where incompetence can survive, whereas in the private sector, nobody's going to be wasting their money paying people that suck.
Yeah, so that's bonkers, Britain.
And that's a difference between my country and your country. You guys have a higher standard for public employees.
No, we don't.
You do. I've seen. You didn't have those kind of employees when I visited over there, which is one of the reasons why when people tell us, they say the UK has this great NHS, we should do that in the US. I like to say you'd have to bring the NHS and their people over here, because if you try and do the same thing here, it won't work.
It's a lot of waste in the NHS, mate. A lot of waste. I think 60% of our taxes go into the NHS.
Ooh,
that's a lot.
Wow.
Yeah, check that out. Google that one.
Your roads are shit, then probably.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, Google that one. What percentage of your taxes goes to the NHS?
You guys got good bridges and stuff over there?
Yeah.
They look good to me.
Huh.
Do you guys run deficits and sell bonds to foreigners to finance your government?
I believe so.
So China owns us. I wonder if they own everybody.
Yeah, same thing.
We last year we spent almost twice as much as we took in revenue. I think it was like $360 some billion, we took in revenue, and we spent like $700 some billion.
Yeah,
I'm gonna try to go to sleep soon. Last Dance, please.
Yeah, and you want another 4 years? Well, you don't want another 4 years.
It wasn't any better under Trump.
Yeah, but people were making more money.
It was about the same, really.
Well,
well.
People like to invest in people. People love to invest in the United States.
Yeah. It's depressing how similar the both parties are when it comes to spending.
Well, I mean, there was an interview that Don Lemon done the other day, and he was asking people in the street, and he didn't really get the answers. He didn't really get the answers he was like requiring.
Oh yeah, he was. It's Don Lemon,
what's
right?
he on? What's he on? What's he on?
Yeah, where does he work?
He's on his own thing.
Oh yeah.
And
yeah, that's why I didn't see it.
Well, it went viral because I think he was live, and basically everyone he asked was saying Trump. And the one guy then said, I'm really struggling. Like, you know, I can't remember exactly what he was saying, but he was saying my cash is gone. And Don Lemon says, no, but that's not the case. He said, oh, it is. He said, no, but if the figures show that's not the case. He said, but the bottom line, I see it. I see everything. He said, you like denying what I'm saying, like. And Don Lemon was like, oh, because he's saying, you say that, but the reality for me was not that. That's not the case.
Well,
here's the prop. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, grocery prices really went up. There was, I mean, I felt it. I noticed it. Everybody noticed it. And if you're poorer, you basically spend the same amount of groceries as I do, which means inflation you really feel it.
Oh yeah,
more than I do.
Yeah.
So
it'd be nice to hear some real policies on that.
If I hear someone say, "I'm struggling, prices have gone up," I believe them. Now, of course, recently inflation has gone back to being low the last few months.
Oh, that was one of the boosts.
Minutes.
That was one of that's what they said. They said fuel's gone down by 50.
Oh yeah. Well, no, that's
50 cents or something.
Well,
and I'm thinking, it's gone down in your time over a year. So when you put it up like a shed load, and now you've dropped it down by 50 cents, it doesn't really mean anything because it's gone up a shitload in the first 2 years.
It's actually pretty low now. Fuel prices do go up and down, but grocery prices, they only go up.
I have a question though.
Any inflation that was around is sort of locked in.
We've come down with groceries, I've noticed.
Oh, they're actually cheaper than they were?
Oh yeah, definitely, for sure. There's been like your typical eggs, milk, and I bet you are. You just don't notice it. Pay attention.
I still feel poor. Sorry.
I mean, I'll freely admit I don't even bother to check because it's not a big deal. But
yeah, I've definitely.
I know you check.
I do. I focus in on that shit because when I'm going to the store, like, yeah, but yeah, definitely noticed like certain goods have went down because like coffee, for example, is just like. You cannot get coffee like a amount that you would want to buy to use for a while for like less than $10, and that is just like I don't like to spend if I have to spend over $100 at the grocery store. I'm gonna have a big problem when that night.
The dog's go to the grocery kicked and the wife's not getting kissed.
In the past, I noticed one thing with and I want to go back to that with COVID because that seems to be when things start changing. That I notice I go and get the stuff that I need, for the short period of time. Because if you open your cabinets, you look in your spice rack, you look in your pantry, you got shit that's been sitting in there. It's no good. You're never going to eat it, and it's been sitting in there for over a year. Yep. So I try to. You think about that, and that's a lot of money you're wasting.
Oh yeah,
because it's shit you're never gonna use.
Well,
so I've tried. Yeah, exactly. So I've tried to, if I get something that I know there's a pretty good chance I'm using it for one recipe that I'm going to make soon, I get a small amount of it instead
Me
of,
too.
a big, huge Costco size drum that's going to sit in my closet and I'm
Equal
never
to
going
the
to use
same
before it
price.
goes bad. Right. So, yeah, I've noticed that the prices have definitely gone down on certain items.
Well, that's good news. Maybe some of the supply issues are finally getting better.
But
I
that's
don't
the
know.
point I wanted to
I'd
get
like
back
say
to, which
the same thing.
I wanted to bring it up several times. With this election, more than any other in our lifetime, we're really focusing on, like, where were we, before this past administration? And with if any of you guys watched the debate, there was one instance where Trump got blamed for something that had went, terribly down in the end of his administration, and he used the excuse of COVID and how it affected everything. But then he instantly goes back to the way things are now, and like just throws that out of the water and blames the current administration for the way things are economically. But really, it almost everything I can't remember in my lifetime one event making more of an impact on our economy than COVID did on our economy.
Well, there isn't anything else.
No. So, you say, where were you? Basically, you're saying, where were you before COVID? Everybody was better before COVID. So it seems like a crutch that, especially conservatives fall back on and trying to point out how good things were.
I mean, it's like everything else. It's a two-edged sword. If you're going to use it, you gotta beat the blade when it's used the other way.
And he used that excuse for some question that he was posed that she threw. I don't remember what it was, but she threw on him like, oh, well, we weren't this bad. We didn't have this downturn in our economy or whatever it was, in 100 years or something like that. And he was like, well, yeah, because COVID happened. But you can't not use that for the litmus on the way things are now, because could things have been better under his administration if he continued? There's no way we could possibly know, fuel wise, that's one thing, but a lot of things are done by what do you call it? Where you transportation of goods and stuff like that. And that was greatly affected.
Yeah. I mean,
negatively.
I'm not someone who, I don't really believe in blaming an administration for inflation. It's just fair to point it out because people tend to blame whoever's in power for anything that goes wrong. Whether even if it's just bad weather, like floods, they will blame the person in power. It's been that way since the dawn of government.
And you gotta draw the line somewhere how you're gonna gauge administrations.
But I'm telling you, back before there was government, if the crops failed because it didn't rain, first thing you did was kill the chief, cut his head off.
Yeah.
Because the gods didn't like him. And then you got a new guy. And
what about the concept of telling me that the economy is good when it's not?
I mean,
the prices are coming down now. That's fantastic, but
it's a mixed bag. It always is. There's a lot of moving parts to the economy, like employment. Employment, it seems strong, but even then, you want to look more carefully, not just at employment, but at the level of employment and wages. And so there's so many measures that are important in the economy. Inflation, there's just so many. So when someone says the economy is good, I mean, it seems to be good. It seems to be strong. The stock market has hit, record highs. Inflation is down recently. It's almost like Biden should run. That guy should run for president. He's got, things are going well for him.
38 trillion in debt on climate.
There's Trump had enormous deficits. And yeah, you could say it's You can blame it on COVID, and maybe he's right, but the bottom line is he didn't do anything for the deficit. It's not like he can run on his record when it comes to debt.
Well, I think I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I think everyone was doing better in early 2019 than they're doing today.
Well, I don't know about everybody.
I thought I just explained this.
Right.
let me make a statement for rural North Carolina. Here where I live, it is difficult to earn money even with a good job or a decent job to earn enough to move forward and progress well in living here. So like when you earn your wages, so I'm not going to say what our jobs are around here, but when you earn your wages, all of that money is basically going towards survival. It's not, those wages aren't realistic enough to keep up with the costs that there are when we're talking about the groceries and the fuel and insurance and all of just the normal life bullshit. So if it's good in Maryland, if it's good in Missouri, that's great. I'm glad that's the case. But something has to change for us here. Prices have to come way down. I'm talking way down. Wages have to go up.
So cost of living throughout has gone up through the roof, yet wages have
Where
gone
I am
static. Either wages have gone static or basically going down because of inflation has gone through the fucking roof.
Yeah, I don't really know the wage figures.
Here's the cold hard truth to the matter, and unfortunately,
well, if they're struggling, they only can mean a couple of things. They only can mean that they're not getting pay rises to fit inflation, isn't it?
I don't know if this applies to Based or not, but for us Yanks, no matter which team wins this next election, the whole world picture, if you want to work hard enough, you can succeed more. You have a better chance of succeeding than you do anywhere else in the world,
or at least surviving.
No matter which administration happens. So technically, in your lifetime, and I have to look in the mirror and say this to myself quite frequently, but if you don't succeed, it's only because of the choices that you made in your lifetime. If you live in the United States,
what is your definition of success?
You have to answer that. I can't answer that for you.
I mean, I agree with you. America is like very much entrepreneurial. You can make life for yourself and make life better. I mean, it's where the world comes to for that, to make the life better in America. But at the same stage, aren't you the most imprisoned population in the world?
Yeah, but those are criminals.
I know. It's just one of them, isn't it? It's quite funny.
I don't think any of us would say we have a great, our society on the whole is perfect. You should see who it is who's in prison.
Diversity is a strength, last dance. And,
well, it can be a strength, and it should be a strength, but that doesn't. It's not the
Well,
it's not the only answer.
You're a bigot. Because you'd have said that in the UK, you'd be doing 20 months. Let's make that for a start. I don't condone any of those comments at all, just like to add for our UK census. And I always think diversity is a strength, wherever that diversity is from. It's amazing.
the concept of...
I know you do, Based.
Yeah, we're not... We wish you well, buddy. When it comes to the comment of success... I'm concerned for not so much myself and my wife, but for my kids. It's already hard for us to just. How do I say it? Success for myself is living in a home with a decent quality of life, not worrying about food, not worrying about a car, not worrying about the quality of lives that I enjoy. That. All the money is basically going towards that, and some is being put away, which is fantastic. I'm thankful for that, but it's nowhere near the aspect of of one adult working and putting away enough money for a home, a car, vacation, all this very different than that whole aspect of life. Maybe it's good for some people with a good high paying job in certain parts of the country, but on average here, that's not how it works. And so I'm hoping that there's course correction somehow so that at least the generation under me isn't going to suffer.
Well, you should worry about your kids' future because by 2045, I believe white American will be a minority as a whole in America, and it's around about the same or a bit later for the UK. So yeah, you should be worried.
I mean, you're talking about Hispanics, and you're not considering them to be white.
Well, no, they're Hispanic, aren't
they? Yeah,
mostly here.
Well, I don't really have a problem with a lot of Hispanics in America. That doesn't scare me.
I didn't mention Hispanics. I mentioned that. I didn't mention Hispanics.
No, you didn't. You didn't mention it. I agree. You did not mention it.
No, I mean the problem you're going to get people from all over the world in such numbers that the American culture. And I understand you're a nation of immigrants, but once again, it's all just going to get diluted like it is in the West in general, and in the end, you won't have homogenous society. Will be like an exclusivity. You won't get a homogenous society. It won't be there.
I don't support unlimited, uncontrolled immigration, and I don't think it's necessary or good. But I'm not particularly worried. What's that?
Some people think it's a great laugh.
Yeah, I don't really know why. I mean, I don't think it's really odd the fact that these parties have different views on immigration. I mean, I don't think the voters that vote Democratic tend to particularly like the immigration policies of this administration.
Yeah, I don't think anybody does.
What we're seeing, though, for rural North Carolina, the only migrants that seem to come here are Hispanic people that cut the tobacco by hand. But when it comes to all the other work, it's mostly people raising cattle. And in that industry, it doesn't look like that's being farmed out. You'll see some migrants working here and there in nurseries or something, taking care of plants. But it seems like the majority of the influx of migrants that are happening right now are going to places where they're being provided for. It's not that that's a speculation, but I'm not seeing it here. Yeah, people want workers here. They're like, they can't get workers.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
They're all in New York chilling.
Yeah.
I don't know where they are, but they're not down here laboring.
I think I hear a lot of simplistic narratives on both sides about immigration, and I hate them.
Between me and Welshman, or what do you mean?
No, not here. I just mean in general. On both, I hear from kind of, I won't say aphid lip, I won't accuse him, but I hear the claim that the immigrants, they don't depress wages, they just take jobs that we don't want, that we would never work. And on the other side, I hear that, I hear people demonizing, like Trump, demonizing immigrants, and that just makes my blood run cold. I mean,
well, as far in defense, I'm not saying it's not a problem. I think it's a top 10 problem. I just don't think it's number one problem that we need to be focusing. The majority of our.
I don't think it takes 100% of our effort in the country.
But a majority, it's like our biggest concern. It seems to be the,
because it affects.
It seems like they.
doesn't affect housing. Doesn't it affect schools? Doesn't
It
it
affects
affect
everything, and it.
I'm
all
sure it
public
affects
services?
everything. There's a lot of
Well,
things that affect everything.
yes, and an extra 2 million people a year affects things as a whole.
I didn't say it didn't. I'm saying that's just the way that's the way that this country was formed. Though there was always a percentage of the population that's coming to our population, and whether it's not our right to be like, well, I don't like where they're coming from, but back, it's
But
always
here's the
been like that,
correlation.
though. There's always
Here's the
been.
correlation,
I'm
though,
sure the
April.
Indians had a problem with us invading their own country, but
You think they had an immigration issue?
yeah, the Indians had the biggest immigration issues.
You think they harassed the chief? Hey, how's the corn going? And they would say, well, what about the immigrations? You're importing
Right.
too many.
It is funny when that's brought up, because everyone comes across the Indians with some fluffy clouds and it was all cushy and nice. They were all fucking slaughtering each other.
Oh, for sure.
You know?
I agree.
That has nothing to do with what I'm
David,
saying.
not saying that. No.
I have a correlation that has to do with what you're saying, though. We were talking about inflation from COVID, and one side picking on the other side, saying it's their, well, COVID happened, but look what they're doing, and then they're saying
the jobs, and then we've got all these jobs.
Look, from COVID.
Hypocrisy and government go hand in hand. I'm not
Right. Let's take the inflation from COVID and the aspect of all the logistics and all the costs and everything that went up because of COVID, and then look at what's happening with immigration. If we are actually onboarding way more than we can take in our system, and that's driving costs up, we can't say that cost is from COVID. That's from a choice. So there's a correlation. I don't know how much that works in either direction, but it makes sense that it's part of the problem.
Like I said, though, it's not that I don't think it's important. It's just not number one.
Not that it's number one or not. I'm saying that choices.
I know, but it is number one. It is. It is probably the most talked. It seems like. In everything, it seems like the border and our southern border, I should say, is more important. Hold on. Is more important than any other topic in our lives.
Because it affects.
And
so
I
many
just think that
different
that's
things.
ridiculous. I think that we need to take some of that, pent up aggression and energy on focusing on, and put it towards other things that need a little bit more attention.
Like what?
I'll say this:
the economy is number one by far.
Yeah,
I don't think. What can the federal government do? What do you think the levers are?
I don't know. I don't know what they should do, and I don't know. I don't even know. But still, when we're sitting here trying to think about what our next politician is going to do for us and in the office that they hold, we should be focused on what their idea of what they're going to do with the economy and how fragile it is right now, than worrying about immigrants coming from our southern border. I mean, I'm not saying we shouldn't focus on that.
Problem, though. What if that is a major part of that equation?
Yeah,
it just needs our attention. And what they're going to do, are they going to?
It's funny that you say
raise taxes or lower taxes or
when I think of Harris and Trump, I just think of what. Who can have any confidence in either one of them?
No.
That's the problem. It's not like there's a huge reason to pick one or the other, because
it's not who's going to. I was talking to my sister about this. It's not about picking from two great choices and two different paths for the country. It's about picking the less shitty one, if possible.
Exactly.
I totally understand that way of thinking. It's a perfectly rational way of voting. I choose not to do that this time. I'm going to vote for the gay guy whose policies I actually support.
Just because you can't vote, you will never be able to vote.
Maybe you're right.
For president.
Maybe if I lived in Pennsylvania,
that's what I think, and I think you use this as an excuse, as a crutch.
It might
because
be
you don't want to vote for Trump, you don't want to put him back in office. But you don't want to do anything to prevent him from getting back in office because of your crutch that you have to use.
Yeah, you might be right. If I lived in Pennsylvania where my vote counted, I might sing a different tune. I might say I'm going to hold my nose and vote for Trump. I might say that Trump is just too unstable and I can't trust him. I'm going to hold my nose and vote for Harris. and hope we could survive 4 years, and then I'll vote for the Republican in 2028. I don't know what I would say. I suspect I would vote for Trump, though, if I lived in Pennsylvania.
Interesting.
I'm glad that there's people like you, because I don't think that there's a. I think that there should be hope for somebody else to come up and run, you know, and they should be like, well, I don't want to be a Democrat and I don't want to be a Republican, so I'm not going to put myself in the race. I think there should always be that avenue, because if somebody wants to do it and if somebody wants to win, you know, I'm all for it.
The other thing is they say that unless you win, like unless the Libertarian wins, it's a wasted vote. If the Libertarian can get 2 or 3%, that's huge, and that makes him more likely the next time to get 4 or 5%. You can't start small and build from there.
But that's the party then, and not the individual, because that individual would have to keep running for how many years in order?
No, I agree, but it raises this party into people's minds as an option.
I mean, I think most people know that the Libertarian Party exists.
No, they don't. Most people here do, but most people out there don't even know what the Libertarian Party.
Yeah, they don't know. They think that's a Republican.
No, they don't even know that. Is that the Constitution Party?
Maybe not. But
is that what is that? I don't know what that is. Is that a bunch of communists or something?
They believe in liberty.
No, people don't know that libertarian has to do with liberty. Where do you live? Has everybody got a PhD where you live or something?
Most. No.
They just if libertarians realize that, you know, wars are this one of the many secrets to our success, then I'll call myself a libertarian before I'll call myself a Democrat or a Republican. But they're never gonna come to that conclusion.
Yes, so definitely that's an important part of libertarianism.
Wait, so what is that statement on its head, on its face, that the Libertarian Party will never go to war?
They're
just so anti-war, and so, you know, they don't want us to be the world police, you know.
Right.
Which,
I mean, you don't agree
back
with that?
to their feeling of towards how they are towards the United States. So, you know, I get why they're like that.
Aphid believes that our big stick over these last 100 years is partly, if not mostly, why we are so prosperous. It's not that he loves war. It's that he thinks our prosperity is based partly, if not chiefly, on our.
Can't we change that
warmongering?
Does it have to be that way? If we're not controlling the security of the earth for our own security,
I believe yes. I believe so.
Then you cut out a huge chunk of our.
But to Aphid Lip, that's like rolling the dice with our prosperity. It isn't even worth trying.
I mean, if you go cold turkey, right? If you
why fuck with something that's proven?
Are you talking for real, Aphid? Like you're talking out of your ass, right?
No,
I'm absolutely 100% serious with you.
It's not that uncommon a belief.
I understand that the War Machine is very profitable, but I'm not going to back that just because it makes money. I would rather make money a different way.
Look, you got to turn your. You have. There's no successful. It sounds totally, and I understand why you would judge me for my beliefs.
I'm not judging
but,
you.
But you have to turn a blind eye to certain things to succeed in anything, and succeeding in anything and having the keys to the ship are sometimes more important than the downfall of your wrongs.
I don't understand what you're saying there. I really don't.
I'm saying that yes, I agree that maybe we shouldn't do some of the things we do because they are wrong. But those create us to be. There's always going to be a vacuum. So if we're not the world leaders, and libertarians are horrible for this because they don't want to be the world police. So if we remove ourselves from that place, somebody else will vacuum up to that situation. It could be China. It won't be Russia.
Aphid agrees with destabilizing areas and countries of the world with their actions.
Yes.
I think
it hurts me to say. It hurts me to say it, but I'm not going to be a hypocrite.
But if we don't grab the ring isn't going to just stay out there. Someone else will grab
Yes, that's
there
correct.
There is no world in which we all agree to leave the ring alone.
Yeah,
okay, but
yes.
can't you show
problem
power without pummeling people with weaponry?
Yeah. De-escalation. De-escalation
it
doesn't make money.
It goes so
De-escalation
far.
doesn't make money. No, that's what it's about.
It goes so farther than that because
Listen,
we don't make better fried chicken than anybody else, but if you go to Hiroshima where we bombed, you'll find a KFC in downtown Hiroshima. And it's because we create this presence that we are in the world. We are this godlike figure.
If
the United
if our
States.
figure comes down to KFC, we're already fucked.
God, I wish you'd chosen a different example. Something I could be proud of.
Right. Right.
So I mean,
but I'm not going to be a hypocrite, and I'm not going to candy coat it, and I'm not going to sit here and act like that's not the truth. But
it's
it
an
is
argument. It's an argument that everything, that all this dominance, including the cultural dominance, is all the result of military dominance, and we all
and apparently
and our economic dominance sort of follows behind it. I don't believe it. But there is
I'm not 100% sold on it.
It's a valid point.
But I don't want to take any part of it away to find out. Oh, maybe we didn't need that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I worry about China. It's funny because I don't worry about Russia. I think that they could be a partner in a world economy that benefits everybody. China, I worry.
Could be if they had a different. I think it comes with Russia. I think it comes down to more with the leader of Russia.
You might be right. I mean, I don't like Putin, but I don't think we've really given him a great chance.
With China, I think it's more of an inbred culture than it is with Russia.
Yeah. Well, I'd love to try the libertarian way for a while.
What exactly does that mean?
It's risky.
It means we don't go to war if we don't have, if it's not in our national interest. We don't invent reasons to have conflict. Ukraine would be a perfect example. It's not that we wouldn't necessarily support Ukraine. It just wouldn't. That support wouldn't look like the way it does now.
Yeah, like a business model.
No, like it's as if we're on the line. It's as if our country's being invaded. It's sort of we'll support them to the end. I would
not to make money.
No, it's not to make money. It's because we think that it's like Russia is like the Soviet Union and it's defending freedom. We have to draw a line in Ukraine. I don't like that thinking. I think I rather think of everything as a business negotiation. Unfortunately, that sounds a lot like Trump, but it's the way I think of it. It's all about business. It's all about money. It's all about finding a formula that everybody comes out a winner.
In Aphid's model, is that the word neocon? The person that wants the world to be in that state?
He's not a neocon. It's maybe a little, except he's not as explicitly neocon as the people we think of as neocons. He likes the results we have of prosperity, and he doesn't really know. He doesn't know which. It's like you got a bunch of knobs, and now I'm proposing turning some, but I honestly don't know what they do. I don't know which one makes us rich and which one will make us poor, and which one will end the world. And he doesn't want to touch the fucking knobs.
Yeah, that's
everything's
literally
great
don't
now.
want to progress in any direction to like R&D.
He's afraid that knob is important.
That's right.
He's giving reasons why he thinks it's important.
But instead of like taking a knob and tweaking the shit out of it, can't you just like turn it a little bit and see what the fallout is, and if it's in a positive?
Here's the truth: there are these knobs but we can't see behind the panel. And when you turn this knob, the others turn
Yeah.
Right.
randomly,
Right.
and you
Yeah.
don't even know
Yeah.
it. And then you
But-
turn this one to get it back to where it was, and the others turn in a different way.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's
true.
he just
You
says
don't think that brilliant minds can work together to progress in a direction for
I do.
a prosperous nation?
I
mean, everybody, you know, commune, you know, people have proposed communes and stuff.
that's
You're
right.
always going to get that one person that is going to rise to the top, you know, and I think that we are in the perfect place to be at the top. And if you look throughout history, like people act like, you know, the world's going to shit. No, it's not. You know.
Yeah, everybody says that.
All you have to do is look at the average of the age of the, you know, of a human. And I know the last few years it's gone down for the first time, and we got to get to a point where, you know, how long are we really going to live? You know, before we
you're talking about the lifespan.
Yeah, just the you know the lifespan. It's peaked. The lifespan of humans is peaked. You know, you're not going to go. You know, the oldest human's not going to be much older than 100 years old. So, you know, at this point in time, you know, is the whole world, as far as, you know, our availability to live, you know, a full life, the best it's ever been, you know, since our existence? Yes, it has. But we're rapidly destroying this planet that we live on, and until we come to grips with that and really face that, you know, our doom is, you know, it's going to come to a point, unfortunately, where it's going to be too easy for one person to destroy this planet. I really do think that.
Well,
so,
like, how would that happen?
Well, I mean,
by
right now,
pollution or by war?
No,
Like
right now,
on the
obviously,
crapper
the
and push the wrong
threat
button?
would be. Right now, the threat would be obviously nuclear
war. Right.
Proliferation is what they call it.
Yeah,
I would think that magnetic aspect would be worse.
Yeah, soon enough, somebody's gonna figure out a better way than even nuclear to kill themselves.
Take the grid. Just take the grid down, and all
I mean,
logistics
just
go
look
down.
just look at from when we started out with sticks and stones to the progression we've made in the past.
I remember that.
Rapid.
I remember this.
Yeah, exactly.
I was there.
We still use them. They're just synthetic.
The past 100 years has rapidly progressed on how, even since the nuclear bomb has been, you know, that thing killed, you know, I don't want to get technical, I don't even know, but you know, so
That's
many.
a good reason not to get technical.
So many people, and then now what the nuclear bomb could kill is you know, I don't even know, 100 times probably worse.
Yeah,
than
they
the
throw
original
numbers
one.
around like it's the size of a thimble, and it'll take out 50 more
Soon
times.
enough,
than Hiroshima.
it'll be, you know, smashing. They got that thing in like Norway or wherever it is, where they, you know, it's like a
superconducting super collider.
Yeah.
Hedron.
Soon enough, we're gonna figure out how to smash two things together and just evaporate all of us instantly.
It's gonna be,
and that's what's gonna happen to us.
Yeah,
somebody's gonna be able to figure that out.
So that's. I hate to say it, but we almost did it to ourselves with COVID.
Yeah.
How?
I believe that it was a lab leak. And
it probably was. Most likely.
I believe it was a philosophy of recklessness on the part of not just the Chinese, but of the
the people that were
the Westerners who proposed this research.
Right.
And
Kind
of wrote the blueprint for it. And it's just a miracle
which
that it was,
only had the best intentions in mind.
Yeah, that's
it's
true.
Not like they were. It's not like they were like
intention.
thinking, "Oh, I'm gonna throw money at this thing so we can figure out how to,
I know, but
put a bomb over in Russia, drop it, and some disease is gonna kill everybody." You know, that's not
It's
what
hard
their
to tell when you're being
intentions
serious or sarcastic, bro. I honestly have a hard
Me?
time. Like,
Yeah, my son says that to me all the time.
Well, he's being serious. I mean,
but I'm always being serious with you.
The people who proposed this gain of function research have good reasons for doing it. It's just because of the spread of of diseases that have jumped from animals to humans, like SARS and others, like Ebola. And the fear is that we need to get ahead of that.
So we create that. So we create it so we can get ahead of it, and instead that causes the problem instead. I don't understand the process here.
Well, they're not trying to cause a problem. They want to save humanity, but still, it's carelessness. And there were other people of equal stature who said that this research is too dangerous. It has to be very, very carefully done, and it probably shouldn't be done at all.
Exactly. Let's create a virus that can destroy humanity to study it so that it doesn't destroy human. Oops.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying, and in that, the way you frame it, it makes sense. But you got to think that, penicillin and everything that we figured out that saves our, existence, you never see a mistake coming. You know what I'm saying? Like these things and these experiments and these
creating the mistake. You're literally creating the thing that can be the mistake. I can't relate on that one. I just don't agree. I think that I don't know, man.
They think they can manage the risk.
If you don't take risk in any of these things, in curing cancer, and it could have been one of these things where I don't know where I'm going.
Here, let's say
I'm just saying that you have to take these. Well, you don't have to. You can, but you're never going to see the flaws that you had. You could think that I'm sure that they were funding all these things, and I'm not making excuses for them, but I'm sure they were seeing on the horizon these wonderful things that doing these experiments and taking whatever they did from bats or whatever they did, and
it was bats.
That we were gonna learn from this, this stuff that we're doing in these test tubes, but mistakes were made and stuff got out, and unfortunately it was the biggest thing in 90 years or something.
Let's go with the cancer, okay?
102 years, I would say.
You're saying if we don't take a risk, we can't advance our knowledge. Well, and then you're going to create a super cancer to study that instead, so that you can understand the regular cancer better.
Right.
But it's like, why can't we just study it and understand it for what it is first? And then if you want to start
we haven't done it that way. So you keep pushing the boundaries and going as far as you possibly can to fix.
That's how science works. That's how
disagree. I disagree that you have to create something more deadly.
Yeah, but you're saying we have to, because you're looking at it after the event happened, right? So
no,
when you're pushing, I know, but hold on. When you're pushing to try to find an answer to a solution, you're pushing in every different direction, trying to get ahead of it and trying to figure out exactly, what's happening. And then something happens and goes wrong, and then you're saying that no, we shouldn't push in every direction to find the answer to a problem. We should hold ourselves back. Well, we're not gonna find those problems as quick as we did in the past, because you have to push in every direction.
I literally grew up in biotechnology, growing infectious disease, and in that technology, there is so much knowledge that is unknown and that could be advanced and researched and developed without making those pathogens more deadly. So I do agree in throttling and restricting, making something more deadly. I do. I think that we can really get to know what we're even working with currently better. There's so much room for knowledge.
That the population level as it currently is means that, and we've seen it, that we have pandemics jumping from animals to humans that we have never seen before.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't want to be faced with an end of humanity virus and not have a defense built for it. It'll be too late. So these people are proposing doing it in a lab so that, because then you could build defenses for it in the lab too, and you could be ready for anything that nature might throw at you.
If you're using a coronavirus and you're mutating it so that it can jump the boundary, say it's a herpes virus that grows in bats, and you're going to tweak it so that it can also grow in humans.
Right.
But at the end of the day, you're defending that body against the base virus. You can still get that knowledge by understanding the herpes virus itself better without mutating it.
But you want to build a vaccine. And to do that, you need to see how it works in infected animals. So what they did was they mutated the virus, and they used what they call humanized mice, which kind of are like Frankenstein mice that have human-like
right.
genes.
I think they're called monoclonal antibodies. They're
The
designed
idea was to infect the humanized mice with this modified virus and then see how to treat it. And the problem was that instead of infecting the humanized mice, it infected the human because they had poor biosafety. And the reason they had poor biosafety is because it was cheaper to do it in the Wuhan lab, and one of the reasons it was cheaper is because they had poor biosafety and nobody.
I thought it was the legality.
The what? The legality?
I thought it was legality that they had to do it in China because it wasn't allowed to be done in the United States.
Well, it's the same thing. I mean, you could do it in the United States, but you couldn't do it at that safety level, so it would be more expensive to do the research.
I don't think you were allowed to do it. Period. I think
no, you could do it. You could do it at biosafety level 3 or 4.
Okay.
Although you're right, there was a moratorium, but Fauci just ignored the moratorium. It was in place when that research was being done.
Right.
Fauci.
So
fucking
Fauci, god damn it. But I want to tell you a story about the development of the atomic bomb.
Okay.
They certainly understood a lot of physics when they built the bomb, or they couldn't have done it. They understood how fusion worked because they knew how stars did their thing. And when they were doing the computations of the atomic bomb, someone raised the issue. We really have to think about what else might happen. And so they had somebody figure out what's the chance that when we detonate the bomb, not just the stuff in the bomb will react, but the nitrogen in the air. What if that starts to fuse?
Right. It would just be a chain reaction to take out the whole.
It would just set the atmosphere on fire, and everything on Earth would die. And
isn't that what he talked to what's his name about? The smart guy? What's the smart guy?
Were you gonna say Fauci?
No, you mean the physicist.
Oh, Hawking's?
No, the guy from World War II. They made a movie about him.
Oppenheimer talking to what's his name? E equals MC squared. What's his name?
Einstein.
That's what he was concerned with him, wasn't it?
Right. So they did the calculations, and because these are probabilistic calculations, you could never get an answer that says the probability of setting the atmosphere on fire is 0. There's no way.
What was the room for error that they were willing to accept?
I don't remember what the probability was, but it was so low that they were confident. And they also did the same calculation about the hydrogen in water to make sure that didn't start fusing, just like the stars fuse hydrogen. Otherwise, the oceans will be set on fire, and everybody on the planet and everything on the planet will die. And they did that calculation, and they were pretty, comes out to be some small probability, but still they can't get it to zero.
Yeah.
And
that's for the equations that they thought of.
That's right. And then they lit the match, and they blew up. They did the test at Trinity site in New Mexico, and things seemed to work. Although there wasn't a lot of water there.
and then
there was plenty of nitrogen.
The island they
as far as they were concerned, everything worked great.
And so, but how would you feel if you were, say, back in 1945 and you were a fly on the wall and you see these scientists computing the probability that when they run this experiment, all life on Earth will be destroyed, sterilized. There won't even be
who's the person that decided that it was okay to flip that switch and find out?
I think it was the president.
Truman. And who was that?
Harry Truman.
So the Truman Show.
Yeah.
And if we didn't do it, if we didn't have made that decision, yes or no, in a few years, somebody else would have done it instead.
Right. That's right.
Yeah,
that's a perfect example.
The Brits had the basic idea. They didn't have the resources to do the manpower intensive physics, but they had the basic idea. So they might have figured it out. They might have gone forward with it, maybe not. The Russians had top-notch physicists. The Germans had top-notch physicists.
I have a question.
Yeah.
At what point is it no longer okay for humanity to push the barrier and take risks to find out knowledge? Because you can look at examples like science that was gained from what happened to the prisoners of World War II.
Yeah, I know.
We gained a lot of knowledge that we use to this day. Probably all of our dental stuff when we get numbed and stuff, probably a lot of advancement in that technology.
Actually, apparently not that much was gained by experiments on prisoners.
Yes.
It really wasn't that scientifically done, especially in Germany. It was mainly like a sadistic thing more than it was a science.
What about Japan?
Japan was a little more scientific, but there was plenty of statism in there too. But theirs were mostly biological experiments where you blow up a hand grenade and like in front of someone's face, and then you see how long it takes them to die, or you infect them with anthrax and see how long it takes them to die, or you have a bomb with anthrax and you put them prisoners at certain distances from the bomb and see how.
Do you think that science was used to advance?
What the hell?
That was Welshman.
No, I don't think it was used for much advance, because I don't think people you don't trust that science. You basically have to do your own research.
And at that point, it would be a no-no, right?
Right. So you have to use other methods to determine that.
So what is the line where it's no longer okay to take a risk?
There's no. Yeah, I mean, you're always. Well, so I think, unfortunately, it's a good question, because the way we've been doing it is trial and error, right? Well, that's not a good method, is it? I mean, with the atomic bomb, okay, we didn't blow up the planet. If we had, there wouldn't be any second chance.
Right.
With COVID, well, that was a disaster, but we still didn't kill everybody. But now can we learn a lesson from that? Maybe we push the line to different. At this point, this country, Republicans and Democrats are arguing about what, was it built in a lab or not? Is Fauci a hero or not? So it's politics. We haven't even focused on getting all the facts out from there.
I'm hoping that we don't have to focus very much on the science of the solution that was handed out to that problem.
But the problem is, I don't know that we have, as a country, we have come to the conclusion that we should never do that again. I think it's an important thing to come to that conclusion. And everybody should agree that the way that was done can't be repeated.
So the solution is that a higher power than China has it and a much more secure facility, or we just stop using that technology to learn from?
It's probably a little bit of both. We have to be much more reluctant to even try such a thing. And if we do, we better have, almost foolproof system.
I think that's naive. I think it's still happening, at least on the same level, in multiple parts of the world right now.
For altruistic purposes or for killing people?
No, for the most part, if not all parts, the betterment of our existence. Just like
it's a hard pill for me to swallow.
I think even to defend aphid-lip, even if we're not doing that with this particular kind of virus creation, we're still doing biomedical research that involves, at the genetic level, at the microscopic level. So still,
they thought they were being safe, or they wouldn't.
Yeah, they actually knew they were. They knew they were being unsafe.
Where are you guys at when it comes to pharmaceutical drugs being used to cure diseases on society? Are you okay with the technology? Do you think the technology is being abused? Do you think about it at all?
I think it's in general a great thing. I think medicines help people. Sick people need help. I think some things there's potential for abuse for all these things, and there's a lot of evidence that there's plenty of abuse going on, but I would never want to throw out all the help that all sorts of medicines give to people.
Aphid?
I'd agree with him 100%, if not more. Which I know is statistically not
possible. Well, what's more than 100%?
Statistically not possible.
Make up whatever number you want from there.
But like I said before, I think we've peaked on, unless we figure out how to, give us something to make our bodies stop aging, then, I think that we, what was the question? What would you say?
Do you think that pharmaceutical technology is it good? Is it being abused? What do you have thoughts on it at all?
Yes. I think that that we need to keep sitting there. The scientists need to sitting there and mixing shit together and trying to figure out, how to make us live longer and cure diseases.
My concern with that science is that although they put a lot of thought into the concept, the drug still rolls out and it looks like it's being used they're basically studying in the human populace also. So like as they're administering these solutions to society, they're watching society and the effects it has on them. That's
always going to be true. It's just
the degree of way that is allowed, I think, is a problem.
Well, here's my complaint: is I distrust. The problem is that any pharmaceutical company is going to act in its best interests. I hope that's not Based Welshman needs to be recharged.
He's about to go dead. He's out and his phone's telling him stuff.
Look, pharmaceuticals are just like companies that sell, razor blades and so forth.
Good parable.
They act. Let's say dull screws.
Whatever, man. You're good.
They act in their financial best interest. at all times. And if somebody in the company is being altruistic, the CEO will make sure that that person is kicked out. So I don't think you could trust their statements.
Then
I
why
think-
would you trust any of their materials?
I think you have to. This is a case where you need to have a regulator. This is where a government needs to be there to regulate, because you just can't. Otherwise, then you're correct. Then we have to just let these drugs go on the public and see the results, and let the market decide. And if people start dying from taking, this pharma drug, then other people won't take it, and the market.
Right. As long as that information is being transparent, yes.
So no, I think you do have to have. I think you do have to have a regulator, someone who doesn't trust anything that comes out of the pharmaceutical companies, and
Sounds like that
does
to
their
me.
own testing, and makes sure that that the results that the pharmaceutical companies put out, they can duplicate them themselves.
Right. I would love to see R&D go into not so much the concoction of drug, but the reason for needing the drug in the first place. To figure out the root of the cause instead of just a Band-Aid you slap on top of it.
Also, I would like to see more honest efficacy numbers come out.
For their materials?
For everything. I wouldn't trust Big Pharma's numbers, whether it's the COVID vaccine or any medicine they sell. I don't trust their numbers. They're always going to be slanted to be rosier than they really are.
Right.
So whenever holy shit, I'm gonna mute.
Just
I'm
kick
gonna
him.
mute him because I think it's gonna be an explosion.
I'm gonna take this chance because I've been waiting since Last Dance finished his story. That I'm taking off out of here too, guys.
Okay.
Always pleasure.
It was
Always
good
like
to see you,
seeing you guys.
Well, thanks for sticking
All right.
around so long. I know you're.
Take
I know
care.
Mrs. Aphid Lip has been sending you dirty looks, telling you to come to bed.
Right. All right. See you guys.
All right,
See
take it
ya.
easy, man. Have a good week.
You want to finish your thought?
Yeah, I'm gonna mute Base just so we don't click him. Why didn't that work?
Oh, you lost your powers. It's too late. It's past midnight.
Well, I pushed the mute button. Oh well.
Maybe
All
he's actually out and his internet hasn't kicked it out yet. Yep. There you go.
You're a genius.
You're talking on efficacy.
Yeah, so I mean, some of these lessons I've learned from the COVID epidemic, the vaccine, and Paxlovid, and I've also been paying attention to cancer drugs.
Right.
And I see a lot of things that I don't like, and that I think are a problem. So it's not that I distrust, or it's not that I think that Big Pharma is selling poison. It's that I just don't trust their word that it's not poison. I think they know how they can produce miracle drugs and they can produce poison, and they'll be happy to sell either one. And we just can't. We have to have an independent evaluation of these things.
If they're willing to sell both options, I distrust both options.
Well, I don't. I think that the benefits, historically, the benefits outweigh the risks, and I think
For some,
yeah,
I
but
mean,
you can't.
you look at morphine and you look at antibiotics. I'm not going to argue with you. When you look at
penicillin, polio vaccines.
I'd argue with the polio vaccine. I would argue with that. I mean, you have the aspect of giving a lot of people the ability to not be affected by polio, but then you also have the aspect of giving people polio.
Nobody got polio from the Salk vaccine. That was only the Sabin vaccine.
However you would.
That was always a known risk, and public health people thought that the number of extra polio cases, would be outweighed by the public health benefits of.
And those people were sacrificed in the cause.
Well, you it's polio. So the goal is to have the least number of polio cases. If you can't have zero, you want to have the least.
And people had the option of saying yes or no to that.
More or less, they had the option, yeah.
Okay.
But it was a heavy push to push it.
Much like the COVID-19.
Yes, but and very similar that there was a lot of fear in the population, so that they themselves wanted to take these vaccines.
Right, same tactic. The technology behind the vaccine for polio, how long was that a known or a tested researched science before it was given to the populace? Was it a while before that got bad and became a pandemic, or was it about the same time like they created it for that event?
What do you mean a pandemic?
The polio problem.
Polio was always a disease long before there was a vaccine.
Right. But as soon as they developed that technology, they started rolling it out, or
The vaccine, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, the Salk vaccine came first, and it didn't cause polio. Then the Sabin vaccine was
year
invented.
study is that based on the old standard of like a 10-year study?
It was a killed virus, so there was no way to. It was you couldn't catch polio from the Salk vaccine. The Sabin vaccine was a live virus that was supposed to be attenuated, but you could end up spreading polio. Very unlikely, but it could happen that the virus the attenuated virus could mutate back into a real virus that wasn't attenuated.
Right.
The person that got that vaccine would be immune because of the speed at which the virus mutated was slow, and your immunity would kick in. But they would then spread that live virus that they are now immune to like a caregiver who wasn't immune.
Right.
So
they shed it.
They shed it, right. So it was rare that the virus would mutate back into the real virus. And a lot of people...
Not rare enough.
Not rare enough, but polio cases went way down. It was...
Was that Merck? Was Merck the biotech company that offered that?
I don't know.
Okay.
The Salk family and the Sabin family and their foundations, they fought tooth and nail because the Salk people said, there's no reason to have this vaccine that is risky, because we have our vaccine that has zero risk. And the Sabin people, I don't know why they fought, but eventually that fight was won by the Salk vaccine. So the original vaccine, which was replaced by the Sabin vaccine, has now been replaced by the original vaccine. So the current polio vaccine is a killed virus vaccine that cannot spread polio.
What about if we shift gears to like aspirin, Bayer aspirin? I mean, is that simply viewed as a net positive, or no problems whatsoever? Just a good.
No, people understand that there are problems with aspirin. I mean, for the most part, it was a great invention. It was a painkiller. It was a fever reducer. It reduced symptoms. It was later used to reduce heart attacks.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there is a small risk of something called, I think, Reye's syndrome.
Not familiar.
I don't remember. It's very rare, but I think it has been associated with aspirin use. And it's well understood that you can have stomach issues from any this class of drugs known as non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs.
Right. Where
So
ibuprofen is the newer option.
ibuprofen is a newer option. It seems to work much better at pain management.
But is that also non-steroidal?
Yes, it's also an NSAID.
Okay.
Tylenol was the option for people who got upset stomachs from aspirin.
That was acetaminophen.
Yes.
So is it that that technology of aspirins and acetaminophens, that there's more options now, that those technologies are being, looked at in a lesser light? It's like the problems are outweighing the benefits because now there are these other options, even though maybe those other options are just as bad.
What are the other options?
I don't know I guess, are they all mixes of acetaminophen and ibuprofen and?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I have to know which medicine you're talking about. I don't.
Right.
Not,
I mean, because you look across.
You're not talking about. Are you talking about opioids?
Not to that level. No, more of a over the counter type stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if there are other options for. There are some, but I don't know that they're over the counter. Although things become over the counter faster. There were some painkillers that were, or there were medicines for arthritis that were developed that target a specific enzyme or a specific receptor site. The COX-2 receptor, maybe, is what I'm thinking, that seemed to be very effective.
Here's just a quick list. So there's ibuprofen, which we mentioned. Then there's naproxen.
It's also an NSAID.
There's these are all non-steroidal. There's acetaminophen, and then there's prescription options. And I don't know, like, as you go down the list, celecoxib, diclofenac, difenisol, there's all these different ones. I don't know if they're all acetaminophen with a one molecule flipped around somewhere or something, but
I think the thing that sounds like coxib or something, I think those usually target the COX-2 receptor. So those are different. Those are different.
All right. I haven't taken most of these. Thank God.
Now, I don't actually know what any of this shit means. It's just stuff I've read that I remembered. But
I just saw that aspirin, and I mean, this was about a year or two ago. It was starting to get some heat, or at least I started to notice that it was getting some heat for its adverse effects. It wasn't just like, because I was looking at some of the older people I know, and they were like eating painkillers like they're candy. Like aspirin, Tylenol, Aleve, all these things. They're just like, it's a daily experience for them. And I'm like, that's got to have a toll. Like, you can't just keep cooking your liver or whatever that's doing. And
it's pretty well known where these things, all these aspects are researched, where how they're metabolized. Does it impact the liver or the kidneys? What damage does it do? And especially aspirin, which has been around for so long. Now we have long-term data. So that's, the newer a drug is, the riskier you're going to be bitten by something that could only be discovered through long-term data.
Right. The only reason they could look better is because they haven't found the problem yet.
Right. So that's always a risk. And doctors prefer medicines for which there's long-term data, but patients, patient comes in and they're in pain.
Right.
You're a doctor. You want to, especially if that patient, you take a look at that. The doctors never say that they do this, but they take a look at these patients. They say, this person, I think they're going to live 15 more years. I'm not going to worry about something that might kill them in 30 years.
Right. Even though that's going to exponentially shorten their years because it's going to tax their body.
Well, maybe it will, maybe it won't. But they often don't share this kind of life or death calculus.
It's like a triage nurse scenario.
Well, they don't think patients can. And they're probably right that patients can handle the cold calculations. However, they need to be done, and thank God doctors do those things. The thing that what this is another thing though that bothers me. Those are cheap drugs, right? We're
Hmm.
talking now. What about these cancer drugs that you see advertised on TV?
Right.
You know, you can't if you watch TV, like and particularly a news show, that you can't
Yeah.
watch. Every commercial is a drug, and a
Right.
lot of them are
It's
cancer drugs.
the older generation that's most
Old
likely watching
generation,
that.
right?
Right.
If you listen carefully or read the fine print that flashes by, like for some of these anti-cancer drugs, it will say average lifespan increase is 2.5 months. And there's this a whole commercial for something that on average increases the lifespan by 2.5 months.
Wow.
And I don't trust that data
Wow. Yeah.
because it's, I just don't trust drug company data. And those drugs, you would not believe how expensive they are. They can be thousands of dollars per dose.
And you're the experiment. They
That's
should be
right.
giving it to you for free.
And this, whether even if you can afford it, maybe if you don't afford it, maybe health insurance pays for it. It gets paid for though, and it's money that comes out of everybody's pocket basically. And
Right.
is it? I wish that they didn't make those options available. It's terrible
Yeah.
to say for someone who
Yeah.
could get 2 more months out of their life that those 2 months could be very valuable. Uh, they could enjoy 2 more months of life.
Yeah.
Um,
Cruising around the world for
right,
that
right.
same cost.
So I could never look somebody in the eye and say you're not entitled to 2.5 months for $10,000.
I mean, are they telling them? I guess I'm speculating then that they're telling them that it's only going to give them 2 months, or are they just saying, "Hey, we could try this"?
I suspect their doctors are upfront about the kind of benefits that they'll. And I
Yeah,
think a
but
lot of them will say
that the reason it's 2.5 months is because there's data over on the takeaway 2
that's
months in
right.
your life.
It's average 2.5 months. That means
Right.
it could be 5 months. It could be
Could be
5
less
days.
5 months. Not even plus 5 days. It could be negative 5 days. That's what I'm
And this
saying.
this this is drug company data that is always going to be, if there's any errors at all, it's going to be towards the making it seem
And
better than it is.
the bank made an error in your favor, right?
It never.
Mhm.
It happens, but that's why those things get in the news because those are really amazing.
You took the vaccination for COVID-19, correct?
Yeah, 3 doses.
Based on your distrust of all you shared, I'm surprised that you were willing to take that risk.
Yeah, I was, and I'd still do it. I may take it again, depending on my health and the things that are extant. We now know that the vaccine doesn't last very long, and it's only very effective for 2 months.
What sold you on? I mean, were you looking for to take it right out of the bat, or did something have to sell you on that choice?
Oh, I was afraid of the COVID virus, and
Okay.
so I wanted a vaccine for it. And when I got it, I was very glad to get it, and I was glad to get the second dose, and I was glad to get the booster. Then I got COVID, and it wasn't that bad. Probably because it was a strain that wasn't that bad, but that kind of broke the fear in me. And so, plus it gives you a longer immunity than a vaccine would. It's more like 9 months, at least, for when you get the disease, versus 2 months
Maybe.
for the vaccine, right?
Right.
So I haven't gotten a vaccine since I got COVID in 2022, but I do not. It doesn't mean I'll never take that vaccine again. I will consider it, depending on how I feel, what I'm doing, what my schedule is.
What about
Whether I
risk and reward?
risk reward? Well,
If you see it as a zero risk,
no, it's a small. Every vaccine carries a risk. This vaccine carries more risk because despite what everybody says, it's still a goddamn new thing for which long-term information just it's not available because it's not
It's happening
long-term.
now.
Right. So there's a risk, and the risk isn't well understood because that's the point. Is it's we are the guinea pigs for that, evaluating that risk.
Right.
But it's not an extreme risk as far as anybody can tell, and I don't want to get COVID, especially if the disease, if COVID continues to be a relatively mild disease, then as long as my health is the way it is now, I should do okay. I should be able to fight it off.
Right. Do you feel like they hype made what's the right word? They exaggerated the danger of COVID?
Some people did. In other words, they knew better and they exaggerated the danger. Some people thought it was first of all, it was more dangerous during the first few variants. The alpha variant and the original variant were pretty dangerous. It wasn't until later variants popped up that they became less virulent.
Right.
They actually became more transmissible at the same time they became less dangerous.
Right. I understand that the disease sucks, but I won't get into all the aspects of the healthcare for that management of sick patients. But if the vaccine or the booster or whatever you would call it at this point in time is not actually stopping you from getting it, I don't understand the risk versus reward. You're saying, I think you said that it's less bad than it could have been, but I feel like that's also a maybe.
Well, it's not like this is just a crystal ball. I mean, the vaccine produces, has the vaccine, so it's a novel idea. You inject yourself with mRNA. It gets mRNA. It gets taken up hopefully by the muscle tissue where at the injection site, and then that tissue, the DNA then produces the spike protein, and then the spike protein is in your bloodstream, and your immune system reacts to that by developing antibodies. So you get the antibodies to the spike protein, and when you do get the disease, if you get infected, it should, if not completely stop it, it should definitely reduce the severity because your immune system is already programmed to fight it off.
Right. I understand the mechanic, but I don't understand the fallout.
What's to question? It's not like it's not going to make your COVID worse.
I mean, but if you're hijacking a process of the body, and if you're literally altering your RNA to create a foreign substance in the body, if you're changing your natural process, that's a, to
natural,
me, we'll see what happens.
Natural is a macroscopic view.
Sorry, you broke up. Say again. Natural is what?
It's a macroscopic view of things. It's not a scientific word. If you're a scientist, there's no such thing as natural. Your body has inputs and it has outputs, and all
if
these
you're hijacking a cell and changing its process.
Yes, but you're hijacking it in a way that you understand. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten this effect. I mean, you are getting them this cell to produce the spike protein.
You're saying that it was understood, but this process that was meant to hijack these cells was meant to be indefinite, correct?
Indefinite?
Yeah, in other words, you're changing the process of a cell so that it can, for the rest of your life, you have cells that are creating this protein.
I don't know. That I don't know about.
Okay.
If that were true, then I would never need another vaccine.
Right. The booster, the concept of the booster, I don't think was original.
Well, I think they believed that you would have longer term immunity, and it just didn't.
Right.
It
I
was
guess what I'm
not even
saying with that
close.
is they didn't know when they started putting it in people's bodies. They didn't know, and they were adapting to what they found out.
The virus changed quickly. This was a fast, um, this was a
That
fast modifying it virus that
right.
mutated quickly.
The virus being a variant and changing and having to adapt to that new variant. I can understand putting a new protein in your body. I can't really understand it, but I understand what they're doing by putting a new protein in the body to be aware of that variant. But they're still saying that they're they're putting something in your body that's going to then produce this protein, and it's meant to. They didn't know. I thought it was meant to be for a very long time.
I don't think it was meant to express the protein for a very long time. Although, to be honest, I don't really those details I am not aware of. How long, how much spike protein is supposed to be emitted, and for how long by the vaccine.
My understanding, and I'll have to go back and study it, is that you're changing the RNA sequence of a cell so that when that cell the cell divides, correct?
Cells divide. Yeah, I don't. The exact mechanism that causes this to happen, I don't understand.
Yeah, I just I don't know. I'm not trying to fear monger. I'm curious to see what the outcome of what was done is. I'm curious to see what happens in the future and if there's a 10-year down the line effect or whatever. And I would like to see that information transparently. I really would. I don't want a 70-year release of information from a corporation with a couple pages every year. I'm concerned, and I'm glad that it worked out for a lot of people that they didn't die. Trust me. I'm not trying to fearmonger false numbers that like people are dying like flies and everybody's going to have heart attacks. I'm not trying to say that, but I think that a lot of people made a choice that is going to affect them for years.
Well, we'll have to see.
Yeah.
I'm a little tired, and it's
I
good.
mean, word
We're
for me.
tired too.
Myself, yeah.
Well, I really enjoyed talking with you as always, RW.
Yeah, man. Thanks for staying late.
Thanks for coming on the show, and everybody. If anybody's still left,
we killed him.
Out there, thank you so much for watching. Please come back next week, and thank you for all the guests that were on. Have a great week. Come back again next week, and see you then. Bye bye.